Let's try to get that next guest up in here. I guess Gavin's just he's taking off. See you later, buddy.
Oh, I gotta fucking turn on the thing.
I don't know. You got to turn on, but you turn that on. Hell yeah, buddy. Hey, by the way, if you're watching and you really like what you see, you're like, hey, this Dean guy's pretty great, and you feel the inclination to support what we got going on over here, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio, as well as in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. And I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. And make sure to drop a follow as well. What is that? Pretty educated? Are you MAGA?
I'm not MAGA.
Based. Okay, that's what I have to say about you. You get 3 bastes for being so incredibly based. ILY. Moving on to the next guest. Let's see.
Someone said I look 13. I went from going from 25 to 13. That's the goal. I'm wearing the shirt that I wore on my first Jubilee appearance.
Yo, we got a fetus in the live. TikTok ban him. What's going on, Drew? Are you MAGA? You and your pink polo? Okay.
Ain't no way I just got picked by Dean, bro. I ain't gonna lie. Bro, 2024. Okay. Get the hell out of here.
Oh, okay. All right, Jacob. Why?
Jacob, if you're gonna come up here and like, yeah, okay, at least like defend yourself. Like, it makes you look weak, bruh. It makes you look so fucking weak, Jacob. I'm not gonna lie. Like, that's like possibly the most beta thing you could do. Like seriously, one of the most beta things that anybody could do is come up in here, state their beliefs, be like, "Oh, I hate you, Trump," and then just dip.
Yep.
That tells me all I need to know about you. You know what I mean? I think that Jack guy did the same thing earlier. And he said 2024, bud. Get with it. 2025.
It's an anxiety pen. I saw a few more clips of that.
Stop talking about my anxiety pen. Dude, that's like the best troll ever. What's going on, the Feral? What's your name? The Feral Housewife. What's going on? Are you MAGA? The Feral Housewife. Are you here? I guess not. Okay, if you're not like a bot, okay, if you're not like an actual NPC, let me know in that chat. We'll pull you up. Nicholas, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. You shout out Nicholas, 100 Nicholas W's. Oh, wait, whoa. Lady Jane, do you support Trump? Goodbye, Lady Jane. See, like, look at all these bots, dude.
We're in a tornado.
Yeah, like, why? Okay, do you have the ability to help add people up?
On this account, I do not.
Let me give it to you as soon as we get somebody else up. I'm real MAGA. Like, okay, we just got all these bots. This person says they're real MAGA. Yo, you MAGA?
Yeah, I'm MAGA.
What?
Hello? I'm MAGA.
Okay.
You're MAGA.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I voted for Donald Trump.
How old are you?
I'm 47.
What time is it?
It's 6:26.
Wait.
Okay. You said you're 47?
47? I don't know if I believe that. What's your birthday?
What year were you born in?
I don't want to say that.
Okay, get out of here.
But I voted for Trump.
I honestly don't believe that you're 47. That's diabolical.
Yeah, he's not. He's not.
Like, am I that bad at telling how old someone is by their voice? There's no way I'm that bad.
Dude, why are we only getting bots? Hey, if you're like, isn't it kind of crazy that there's 6.5 thousand humans in here? There's not like one that wants to actually debate. There's not like one human in here that's like, oh wait, Jacob is back. Okay, let me deal with the beta real quick. Okay, I could get him to stay on. Hey Jacob, I wanted to let you know once again that was incredibly beta of you to come up here and say "F you guys, Trump 2024."
Whoa, okay. So I think you actually had somebody else in here at the same time as me, because I did not say "F you guys." I said, "Wow, I actually got picked," and I wasn't expecting it.
And then left.
I only got back up here because you said I hate you. I don't hate anybody. There's no reason to hate people over politics. That is all I had to say.
So Jacob, can you and your EcoBoost defend the view that Trump's a good president?
Or that's a 5-0. It says GT on the back.
No, sorry, that was an aftermarket tag that you got from Temu. It's an EcoBoost.
I will go start it right now on your live.
You cut the muffler off, but it's an EcoBoost.
I will go start it on your live right now.
No, you won't. Actually, you won't do that.
I will do that right now. Right now.
Oh, okay,
You're
yeah.
crazy.
What?
Go
I
start-
don't.
go
I don't.
start your
What?
Nico
What is
boost.
going on right now? Can someone
You're crazy. Do
translate?
not
No,
talk about my
Wait,
car.
why are you calling me crazy when you're the one that drives an EcoBoost?
Dog, I don't drive an EcoBoost.
I know, because it barely drives at all. It's like fucking like 60 seconds to get from 0 to 10, right?
You're
at that point,
crazy.
at that point,
Let
it's
me
like
turn
you're
my
pedaling a
camera
bike.
on,
Yeah,
dog.
I wouldn't even classify it as driving at that point. You're pedaling a bike, sir.
What?
How
What is
dare
going
you.
on?
Let me turn my camera on. Jesus.
I
Yeah,
actually don't know what's being said. Like, I actually.
Well, I mean, it's just him and his EcoBoost.
Sure.
My
I'm
name's
sure.
Jacob, and I pretend
What
like my
does that
EcoBoost
say?
is a
What does that
5.0.
What does that say? What does that say, Dean?
Yeah, it
What
says
does that say?
5.0. I can
What
get
does
the
that
same
say?
fake tag from Timo too. Okay,
What
you
does
just
it
hate
say?
it so much
Dean,
that you
you
did an
just said I drove
aftermarket
an
conversion
EcoBoost.
kit.
You
You
just said I
do.
drove an
It's an
EcoBoost.
aftermarket conversion kit, buddy. You got it off of Temu for $5.
Did I buy an aftermarket motor too?
That's not even a motor. You just got the
That's a
motor
5.0.
cover. No, you just got
That's
the
a
motor
5.0.
cover. Where does
Yeah.
it say 5.0?
Yeah.
He's a
Where
little-
does it say 5.0?
By the way,
Where does it say
for
5.0?
TikTok,
Yeah.
he's showing us the car right now.
It doesn't say
He
5.0 anywhere on there. Yeah. I love it. I love it. I do that to this other guy as well. Okay. So
I remember. I thought it was the same person for a second.
No, it wasn't. For 5.0 drivers, okay, their biggest gripe, the thing that grinds their gear the biggest, is being mistaken for driving an EcoBoost. Oh, and I'm sorry. He was rage baiting us with his friend. Because it's like the EcoBoost Mustang is like, in all reality, like a pretty fucking slow car. Like it's not even like classified as like a sports car. I mean, like a fucking family sedan, as long as it was made in like the last couple of years. It could like beat it in a race, you know what I mean? Like EcoBoosts aren't all that, but when you buy like a 5.0, like you want to be driving something that's all that, you know what I mean? So you're buying it because it's fast, you're buying it because it's sporty, you're buying it because that's aura, right? But like the EcoBoost does not have aura, so you know it's like disrespecting like their core being, and they get really upset.
That's rough.
And for all the EcoBoost drivers out there, just know that you actually do still drive a pretty sick car. Okay, they still look cool. I didn't mean to be divisive, everyone. What's going on, Ace? Are you MAGA?
I am MAGA. I am.
Okay.
Everyone tap the screens. Get to 1 million likes on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, make sure to like the stream as well, everyone. Ace, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm MAGA, but I do have a couple questions though, because I'm more of in the middle, deciding between to be neutral or just to not vote at all.
For sure. What's your questions?
So I've seen a lot of people on TikTok. There was this one guy, I don't remember his name in particular. He was saying how the new tax drop that Trump posted off had no tax on overtime or the things that.
Oh, yeah, someone's mic is a little bit louder than yours.
You're muffling your mic, by the way, Ace.
I do apologize. That is my knife. It's from 2006.
Okay, so Ace, why do you support Trump?
They left.
And Ace left, unfortunately.
Okay, I can't, man. What?
Sweet honey, feel free to unmute that mic. I just sent you an invite. If you're watching and you're MAGA, please let us know, bro. We've been looking for Trump supporters literally all day. It's been so hard to find them. They're scared. They're running. They
My
can't
bad.
do it.
My bad. Sorry. I
No
didn't mean to
worries,
get
no
in
worries,
there.
man.
Apologies.
Okay, all right, we're gonna do something new. Okay, if you are one of the 6.6 thousand people in the stream and you are like, hey, I'm from America, I'm over the age of 18, and I like the president, I want you to literally spam MAGA in the chat, okay? And only spam MAGA if you actually support the president, okay? We do not want the phonies. We don't want the fakes. We don't want the trolls. We don't want the libs. We just want the Trump supporters. Nick, what's up? How old are you? Okay, then Nico, I really love your spirit over there in the YouTube stream. Go spam that in the TikTok stream. No worries, though, man. See, that guy was just spamming MAGA, and it's like he just denied it. He said, no. He said, oh, somebody in the chat says, bro's obsessed with Trump. Come up here, buddy. Accept the invitation. You won't. You're so scared. Why are they all so scared?
Did you just randomly get this account back? Or are you risking it?
I'm risking it.
Risking it. He's risking it, Jack.
Yeah. What's going on?
Check one. Does it work?
It works, man. Are you MAGA?
Absolutely. Okay.
Oh,
Thank
no.
God. Okay. So I have been literally waiting so long. Okay. So I literally have a list in front of me. So I will admit, before we get into this, you have shaken me a little bit. And that's, I can't lie. Okay. So first thing that I wanted to discuss, Saudi Arabian $142 billion bill, right?
Mm-hmm.
How is this a bad thing or bad for oil prices? And I'm certain that your first argument is going to be basically like, there's better ways to do this than tariffs. But
so the $142 billion that you're referencing was an investment into American manufacturing of like military goods, right?
Sure.
Okay. So like that in a vacuum, I don't think is necessarily bad. I think what he had to do in order to get it was bad, like lifting sanctions on Syria. Parker could kind of get into that insofar as why that's wrong. But I'd also like to point out that Donald Trump is only highlighting this win because he has caused a lot of losses when it refers to investment into American manufacturing. The losses that he's caused have been quite drastic. Like for instance, right here in front of you, I have a graph of investment into American manufacturing's per financial quarter in billions of dollars.
Can you look at the left? There you go.
Yeah, and like you can't see the years, so I could give you like the name of the graph so you could see like the X and Y axis, not just trust like this line. But basically, where it goes stagnant is at the start of Trump's administration, and then that big boom is the entirety of the Biden-Harris term. So he's actually really hurt investment into American manufacturing.
Okay.
So of course he's going to highlight the small amount of wins that he gets.
Understandable. Counterpoint. Is the Biden-Harris administration the crazy up boost we have, not just say post-COVID? Like, wouldn't we expect that?
Pre-COVID under Trump, we actually didn't have that much investment either. It was stagnant under his first term as well.
Did we crash during COVID and then this is a rebound though?
Well, I mean, rebound would be to like go back to what it was prior. Okay. But what it was prior was like the same stagnation that we see now. And it didn't just go stagnant. Like we had a lot of growth. Like I'll just show you. Let me get it opened up because I happen to have like all of these screenshots locked in and ready to go because of a conversation I had with a really annoying man yesterday.
I'm not gonna lie, you've had a lot of the same conversations with people, and it kind of pisses me off.
Yeah. So look at this.
Well, that's
so you'll
just
see
the reality of the world that some people haven't had those conversations yet.
So you'll see here from 2017 to like 2020, like it was like relatively stagnant. Maybe it took a little bit of a downturn because of COVID, but then look at that, man. I mean,
yeah,
like the biggest boom we've seen in a while.
Do you know what caused that? Like, can you point to policies or things that would have actually, like, that's one of the things that you're going to point out for a lot of Trump supporters is, okay, what policy did that? Can you?
Great question, of course. Things such as the infrastructure bill. There's $1 trillion investment into American manufacturing to renew American infrastructure. Things like the Chips and Science Act. That was a multiple billion-dollar bill to bump our chip production from sub 1% of global production to around 20% of all global production. They subsidized a lot of American manufacturing and then also promoted and cultivated an economic environment where it yielded really good ROIs because of how well the economy was performing, and that like onset a slaughter. Sorry, I guess slaughter wouldn't be a good word. Onset a lot of investment into American manufacturing, and then Trump killed it.
Sure. Okay. I don't have anywhere else good to go with that one, man. Like I said, I want to think through this critically, and I mean this as a compliment. You make it fucking difficult to be a Trump supporter and trying to tear through this, and you are slowly.
Bro, you're gonna be lived out. You're gonna be. Oh my god! Yes. You're a logical, critical thinker. You're gonna be so lived out. You're gonna be so lived out. Oh my god.
Okay.
What's holding you back? Like, is there anything in specific?
So, in all reality, I think what's holding me back the most is, again, every time I talk, I realize what I'm saying out loud. So I grew up in central Midwest Illinois, and if that doesn't explain it out the gate, I grew up conservative Christian.
I grew up in conservative Christian Iowa.
Okay, so I'm so sorry. Iowa might be worse, but
I was like, it's pretty similar to rural Illinois.
Yeah, I imagine. And so I think that part of it for me is trying to deconstruct how I grew up. And I think that that's one of the things that I appreciate about you guys is you guys are consistently sort of bringing in evidence. And so that's why I wanted to bring you this list. So if I may, I will drop that one. You probably want me to say I conceded, and I don't know how
to move on. You're good. Let's move on to the next point. Okay. Don't even worry. See, I am so charitable and good faith when my guests are too. Don't
right.
even worry about it. Move on to the next point. And before you do, I just need to thank a couple people. Low Life, thank you for the $2 over on YouTube's Super Chat. Maxwell, thank you for the $2. X, thank you for the $10, saying that I missed your last donut. I'm sorry. I'll try to get back to it. As well as Rustlin, thank you for the $10 over on YouTube Super Chat. And I'm scrolling up and I'm looking for you. X, oh my God, with the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you for letting me know that I missed that. Thank you so much. This relates to a conversation that I had earlier. X says, thank you for standing up for trans individuals. College does not understand that most of the 40% of suicide attempts are pre-transition. The treatment for gender dysphoria is transitioning. I hope you debate about trans and LGBTQ plus topics more often. Yeah, I kind of tiptoe around them or through them because of TikTok terms of service, but I really do love advocating for like what I believe in, especially as it relates to the LGBTQ plus community. But y'all, please, I want to get 600 XWs down below in that fucking chat, literally right now. Thank you so much for the love, and once again, I'm so sorry that I missed that donation. But Mr. Guest, feel free to take it away. What's your
Actually,
next one?
Dean, can I thank two people real quick?
Of course.
Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section right now? Thank you so much for oh my god, my dad was writing down things he would say if he debated you guys today. We're making progress, ? Yo, let's go. I hopefully one day here we'll be able to do that. I would love to be able to debate your dad. So that would be fucking amazing. That'd be fucking amazing. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. And holy shit. Adam with $200 fucking on PayPal. Can we get some W's for Adam in the comment section right now? Holy shit. Thank you so much. Half for being you and half for Marge's graduation gift. Can we get some fucking W's in the comment section for Adam for the $200 on PayPal? That is fucking crazy. W's for Adam in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Adam. I really appreciate W's in the chat for Adam. That is fucking nuts. Thank you so much, Adam.
You good?
Yes, go for it.
Take it away, man. We apologize.
Okay. So next up, Executive Order 14297. And this is the most favorable nation prescription mandate thing. Okay. So I'm going to be totally upfront. I do not understand what this actually mandates. It sounds like he's just saying your drug prices need to match other nations.
Spot fucking on. Okay, I actually kind of like you. Yes, the executive order relating to capping for the price of pharmaceutical drugs was essentially him saying, please make your drugs less expensive. Please, please.
Is there not something tied to that? There has to be something tied to it, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't identified an enforcement mechanism. Have you, Dean?
And like the most charitable thing I could say.
I can't even dodge this joke. He has concepts of an executive order.
Yeah, the most
concepts of an enforcement. Yeah, because it's essentially like if you just say please, like no one's gonna do it. Like I'm sorry, no one's gonna do it because they're gonna lose money.
By the way, I just want to let you know he did the same thing in his first administration with a $30 cap on the price of insulin. He basically put out another mandatorium, another EO, saying like, just please do it. Please reduce the price of your insulin to $30 per vial per month. And it wasn't enforceable, and it didn't lead to that actually occurring. And that's why when Biden got into office with the IRA, they passed an enforceable mandated $30 cap on the price of insulin per month per American. And that's really important. Like we have to be able to enforce economic regulations on these companies, or else it's really not going to do anything. And it's just a simple virtue signal. It's a talking point. Like that's all that this EO was a talking point.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna keep moving because again, I don't fucking have backup past that. I'm trying to. Okay. I'm gonna do one more current question, and then I'm actually going to bounce back to first term because I have one other at least thing I want to touch on. Okay, so currently you have stated that you support mass amnesty, I believe. Yes. Okay. And obviously your primary reason for backing that up is that anyone who is undocumented migrant who is in here is obviously less likely to do crime. And based on their taxes paid in on record versus benefits received on record, if you discount their school children, which I believe would be citizens, if I'm thinking of all this right, if you count their children and schooling, the benefits they receive outweighs the tax they paid.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
However, if you do not take into account their children and their schooling, then I believe that the paid in exceeds the payout from the government. Am I correct on all that so far?
You are literally spot on.
Okay.
Like everything that you just said was true. So 2 issues as it relates to their children. For the most part, we shouldn't include their children because their children were born in America, making them citizens. In order for you to demonstrate that undocumented migrants are a net pull and drain on American resources, is, to include citizens as undocumented migrants. We shouldn't do that. And then even if you want to make an argument that maybe some of those children are not, naturalized citizens that were born here and they are undocumented migrants, well, we should still offer them mass amnesty because then they'll just grow up to be American taxpayers.
So I want to agree with you, and you might be correct, but and maybe this is where it breaks down again. It feels weird to have it be, because again, hypothetically, this is an accurate statement right now. If someone came into our country, completely undocumented, had 17 kids, all of them would be citizens out the gate because they were born here. Does that, I don't know, maybe it is just feeling or some weird feeling of unfairness. I don't have anything to back up why that doesn't feel right, because you're correct on the converse of that, which is essentially that anyone
the unfairness is that, well, there's a lot of people that are like waiting in line through the legal means of immigration that haven't been able to come into America, work, and have children like they have. And yeah, sure, that's a slap in the face to legal migrants. But I think this is the point that gets confused a lot. Like the slap in the face to the legal migrants that are waiting in this line for the legal means of entry, that's coming from our own government. Okay. The reason I say that's coming from our own government is because it is our own government and their lack of action to fix the legal means of entry into America that has caused undocumented entry.
So has Biden or Harris done anything to support migration in? I think you've made points. I don't know.
Minimal.
Okay.
It's minimal. It's minimal, but the answer to your question is yes. They supported the bipartisan border bill that would have further funded would have further funded immigration courts, hired more judges to expedite the legal means of entry into the country slightly. Was it enough? Fuck no. Was it much? Not really. Was it something? Kinda. Was it more than Trump? Definitely.
And it was something in the long run because it was a bill through Congress. It was also them working with the other side, and Donald Trump was the one who called people in Congress to undermine that very bill.
Okay. So would that not be essentially virtue signaling then a little bit on the opposing side of that, where rather than
they don't even talk about that? No, because this is more so like things that people a little bit further left than the Democrat Party talk about. The Democrat Party is just kind of complacent with a system that exists and slightly better than Trump. It's not virtue signaling because they don't really talk about it. Like, when did Biden and Harris talk about mass amnesty? When did Biden and Harris talk about fixing the issues that are Southern? Like, they didn't. Okay. That's a problem with the Democratic Party. I would agree 110%, but that doesn't mean that the Democrat Party is still yet better than MAGA and better than Trump as it relates to that particular issue. Okay. Like, although they barely talked about it and sought minimal resolution through policies such as the Biden bipartisan border bill. Okay, well, it's Trump who proactively told Republicans to torpedo it. So he's fighting against the minimal progress that they wanted to make.
Okay. So then, like, taking this to an extreme, which is, again, something that you like to do, if we had perfect mass amnesty, let's say that, border control, like if you applied to be a citizen, you could be in the US within a month, right? Like, absolute optimal system. Mm-hmm. Is there not a point, or maybe you'll just say that they would regulate it at this point and that's too far in the future. Is there not a point at which those tables turn a little bit and now
it's no longer a net positive?
Correct.
Yeah, at that point, then restrict the flow.
Okay. But even
the issue is we're nowhere near that point. And right now they're restricting it on some other argument other than economics. They're trying to claim it's economics. It's oftentimes culture is what they claim, which we have very big issues with. Plus, oftentimes people on the right just are literally just racist, and they want to keep the white population over majority percentage, 50%.
I mean, that's been going on for a while, but yes, you're not wrong on that. So, okay, but here's what I'm thinking. Obviously, I think that I don't need to back this up. Everyone, by and large, that I'm surrounded by is suffering from inflation and from wages that do not keep up with said inflation. And I think that it is a goal of everyone in America, or at least the bulk of us, hopefully, to try to figure out a way to make living more affordable. Because if you go back to, if you go to house prices or something during the Great Depression as a percentage of your income compared to now,
Well, I'm saying
Housing.
like who had a policy for that? Did Donald Trump have a single housing affordability policy?
I don't think so, but
He didn't.
I can mention one Kamala Harris had. She had a $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes.
But would not adding more people into an already crashing home market be problematic? Because here's what I'm trying to.
Why not?
I feel like it is a weird contradiction that your position simultaneously holds that we should have mass amnesty, and at the same time, I believe you've also claimed that Biden and Harris did the most for border security over Trump. And
I think that they're better for immigration than Trump.
Okay. So you're not holding that they actually have prevented undocumented migration more than Trump?
Dude, he dropped levels like 90% in like 3 months. Okay. Yeah. I just think the means in which he has used to achieve that are very immoral. Like a lot of individuals have just been scared away from undocumented entry because they're scared of their human rights being violated, such as it was for a group of Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas. The Venezuelan immigrants that were deported to Venezuela without due process, or Abrigo Garcia, or just like his short-term solutions, which is nothing more than a band-aid on a bullet wound. By like deploying the National Guard to the border, you are preventing undocumented entry now, but you are not resolving the reason why so many individuals have sought undocumented entry in the first place. So I think it's kind of just a virtue signal to appeal to his base. But I won't contest that he's been able to drop the numbers. I just don't really see him, the methods that he's used to drop the numbers as effective in the long term or morally correct.
Gotcha.
And also about houses, two big issues we face is lack of supply due to high cost of production, and
the
big corporations buying the single family homes. Kamala Harris wanted to restrict big corporations from buying single family properties, and then she wanted to increase the supply in the next 48 years by incentivizing more developers to go out there and develop by artificially increasing the demand by giving a $25,000 subsidy to first-time home buyers buying newly developed properties. And you said that the tariffs would help goods that are required for producing houses. Well, it actually hurts because it makes it more expensive.
Okay. I realize that I am pivoting like a mofo right now. I want to say I'm sorry, but I don't have I'm not going to sit here and go in circles with you. And you're
you want to make one more point, man?
I think so. Okay, so I am, like I said, conservative Christian, and so one of the things that I hold to the most is being pro-life.
Why are you conservative Christian? You're like you're a logical thinker.
And because I'm so pro-life, I think that that's why I support the LGBT movement so much, is because I think that no one who's LGBT is having the same abortion rates as straight couples. And this is the point at which I admit that I am slightly a troll and slightly am just.
I think he's trolling.
Listen,
dude, you're trolling.
Listen, I am genuinely unable to convince the people around me of why I believe what I believe and why I'm a liberal and a straight up socialist by most standards. And I am trying really hard to figure out where their mind's at, because it feels like they're completely up their ass. And so I'm trying to see it from their perspective. And I wanted to debate you to see if I could even get anywhere.
One thing I just want to say is that a lot of Trump supporters have completely different facts than we do. They might have shared values within plenty of respects. Some, by the way, not all, plenty of others do not have shared values. And that's a big issue that we have to address. But plenty of them do have shared values, and they just have a completely different set of information. So, and then something I've been gravitating with myself, how do you get them to be able to actually take into account facts? I don't know.
You know what?
I'm trying to figure out all the time.
You know, I got to say to that last guess, F you. Okay. I just had like hope. I just had hope for the future of this country for like the first time ever. Dude, I thought I finally found a Trump supporter that was stuck in their ways because of a lack of knowledge, education, and comfortability in the belief, maybe socialization too. But in all reality, they actually were a smart, logical thinker. Now I was just a troll, bro. Fuck that guy. Billy, thank you for the $23 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you for that love. Let's get 300 Billy W's down below in that chat. I seriously really do appreciate that. Thank you so much, Billy. Then also Megan, thank you for the $1 and the 11 cents over on Venmo. Shout out Megan, thank you so much. And what is going on, new guest? Do you support Trump?
Hi, Dean. I don't necessarily support Trump, but I do. My parents voted for him, and I ended up voting for him this last
Rick,
round.
send a guest request. I'm gonna open up the guest request.
I don't. No, I don't.
Send a request.
Base, sorry, I am going to kick you just because we wanted to talk to somebody that does think he's a good president. But you are based.
Join up on the stream on
27. Hop up here to pay me. Moving on to the next guest, we want to find somebody that's not quite that base. She was too base for me. I couldn't withstand her aura, so I had to
click on that.
Okay,
Rick,
I couldn't manage
click on
her
that,
aura,
buddy.
So I had to boot her off.
The pinned comment. Click on it.
Move on to the next
and
guest.
join.
Right now. Madison, thank you so much for the $10 over at PayPal. Shout out to Madison from Angela. Shout out to Angela.
Join right now, Rick.
Shout out to Angela. And then also Silius with the $50 over on Venmo. Let's get 500 Silius W's. Silius says, thanks for the opportunity, man. No hate. You're a big reason why I'm not MAGA. It's not wasted. Oh, that was the last guy that was up here. Silius, thank you for the $50. On a real note,
where you at, Rick?
You're a smart dude.
Come on, join.
No, still F you for making me think that
Katie, thank you for the 2 pounds.
Humanity at Hope.
As well as Katie,
thank you so much
for the 5 pounds. Thank
500
you.
Silliest
I'm sorry, I did see
While
that.
we get the next guest up in the box,
I got
guys,
caught up doing other stuff. I apologize.
Huge shout out to Silius. Seriously, man, thank you for the kind message.
But thank you so much, Katie. Thank you.
Next guest is hopefully
again, Rick, join.
I don't know.
You got to click on the link, the pinned comment.
Sorry, guys.
And then try to join up.
I'm just trying to find the next guest, bro.
There was a person in my YouTube comment section that said in the comment section, pretty pathetic. You guys watch these 2 quote unquote sissy boys all day long and give them money, dumbasses. And yeah, I asked him to join. I actually opened up my StreamYard guest request and told him to join. He still hasn't joined. How do you feel about that, Rick? Come on, join in, buddy.
Dude, where are the Trump supporters? 6.3 thousand people. Did you just all suddenly forget that some of y'all like the president? There's somebody. Do
you remember Deborah?
Whose name is? Do I remember Deborah?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I do. Wait. Am I frozen?
No, you're not. No, I mean, like, you don't remember Deborah?
No, I don't remember Deb. Who's Deb?
Oh, come on, she's a classic guest. Remember?
Maybe I'd talk to her and then remember, but like honestly, right now I don't think I do. Guys, we are still looking.
I know people in the Discord definitely remember Deborah.
Probably, like I just talked to so many fucking people. It's like
she's not here. Everyone, I just saw someone's name Deborah, and it just reminded me in my head because you was talking.
What's going on, Tucker? Are you MAGA?
Yes.
Buddy, you're too young to be up here. Goodbye, Mr. Tucker. Okay, so like the MAGA children got a spine. Why don't the MAGA adults?
20.
Hi, are you MAGA?
I'm still using.
Not here. Moving on to the next guest, everyone. Just trying to get that next guest up here.
Hello.
Wow. Hey, what's going on? Are you MAGA?
Yeah, I am. I
How
just
old are
have a question for both of you, though.
Okay, real quick, before you ask your question, I really got to thank, oh my God, Parker with the
You're welcome.
$150 super chat over on YouTube. Holy fuck. Parker.
You're welcome, bro.
Not you, buddy. Another Parker.
Bro, what are you talking about? That's me.
With $150 super chat. Parker says, thank you for all that you do. It means a lot to be able to look at somebody my age doing something good for all of the US and not just rich men. P.S. Can you make a video explaining good policies? Because that's what I have the most trouble with understanding and talking about. Thank you. Yeah, man, we are going to shift to a little bit of a different content style where I'm kind of including like explanatory content surrounding like policy and government. I think that's a great idea. And seriously, man, thank you so fucking much for the $150 super chat. That is so much money. I straight up, I will repeat this. I don't deserve that. You're doing that purely out of the kindness of your heart. So I really appreciate you for that. If we could all please show Parker some love. I want to see W fucking Parker C's in the chat for at least.
Yeah, let's get some W Parkers in the chat, everyone. We fucking love that. W Parker in that chat. Let's go. W Parker in the chat. Okay. LVC, thank you for $10. Thank you, LVC.
So, like, my thing is, I really support, like, the moral thing when it comes to Trump. I don't really know too much about politics, policies, this and that. I don't really care because
What do you mean moral thing? What does
like
that mean?
he had a policy that he was banning the surgery for minors, like
I don't.
transgender surgery.
Okay, well, we can't talk about that because it's TikTok
Oh,
will
okay.
restrict us.
Oh, okay.
So that's why you voted for Trump.
Yeah, but can you tell me like what's so bad about his policies? Because I don't know. Like, what is so bad about Trump that y'all hate him so much?
Can I take this real quick?
Like his policies, like political wise, not morals, I guess.
Okay, so his policies politically wise, not his morals. How about his policies specifically as it relates to tariffs that will disproportionately raise taxes for people who are lower and middle income? Because it is the case that tariffs are regressive by nature, meaning they make people who are lower income pay more, right, as a percentage of their income because they spend more of their money that they make on things that they need. So think
Right,
about
but
it.
aren't those tariffs? Sorry, aren't those tariffs to get like some of the industries back into America eventually?
The issue is it doesn't actually do that. Overall, it reduces the level of jobs in the economy because it reduces the size of the GDP. Because it is the case that plenty of American businesses, whether it be manufacturing or other types of businesses, they rely on aspects of their production process that come from countries around the world, whether that be materials, aspects of that require labor from other countries, right? Those things, right, we use as a part of our production process here. And if it is more costly within the context of that production line, it's going to make the jobs less likely to be the case to be there in America, assembling them after they've already been assembled in other areas within certain manners. Does it make sense? Because not everything is produced here in the United States, even for companies that say made in America, because you're talking about the assembling of things that you have materials sourced from other countries around the world. You have labor sourced for getting that and harvesting those materials. You also have labor sourced for processing them, right? Like there's so many different aspects of the production line that would be negatively impacted by the tariff, where this can cause huge negative impacts with even the level of manufacturing jobs in the country.
Hey,
Yeah, but also for
she's a
like
troll.
but me?
Yeah. Somebody was
No.
asking you like come up here and troll on your first post, apparently.
Me?
Yeah.
Oh no, that was like a few days ago. Look at the timestamp on it.
Well, I mean, that was
I'm
like
genuinely asking, like, but like, also with the automotive industry, shouldn't we bring that back with tariffs? Because, like, for example, Detroit used to be thriving, the Motor City.
Okay,
Like,
I'm so sorry.
from
One second.
Detroit.
Yo, C7, come back onto the live. I want to talk to you. Okay, come back. You better.
And
come back,
now it's
C7.
like, and now it's like,
How old are you?
me, I'm 19.
Okay, continue.
Yeah, but Detroit used to be like thriving, and then since we lost like a lot of the automotive industry here.
I don't think that tariffs are going to cause that to come back. I think the best way to be able to address increasing manufacturing jobs in the United States would be to address it through similar means as to how the Biden-Harris administration already did with the Infrastructure Bill, Chips and Science Act, right? And even the Inflation Reduction Act and the investment in domestic production of renewable energies. I think those are the ways that we can actually address increasing manufacturing in the United States without utilizing tariffs that can be harmful not only to our economy, but also our relations with our allies and countries around the world.
Oh, okay.
Then it also isn't his goal of his tariffs to achieve like better trade agreements and not to keep them there long term.
Yeah, a lot of Trump supporters claim that.
Yeah, Trump?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, well then it's not going to incentivize any companies to move their production into America.
Okay.
Okay,
But-
is there anything else you want to talk about before we move on to the next guest?
Oh, yeah. Do y'all get bitches?
What the fuck?
Hey, what's going on, man? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
How old are you?
18.
What year were you born in?
2006.
What month?
November.
Very fire. So why do you support Trump?
I like his economics.
Oh no. Oh, why?
I'm a big fan of capitalism.
Oh, well, like his economic policy is kind of antithetical to that of traditional capitalism because he loves restrictions on the free market, such as his tariffs.
Or his border
Well,
policy.
didn't his tariffs so far influence trade deals with different countries that benefited America so far?
Name one of the trade deals.
Well, I'm talking about like let's look at Italy and China right now. with the economic back and forth right now, we've been able to secure trades with China that have benefited America, and same with Italy.
Like what trade specifically?
I couldn't answer that personally. I'm just
then why are you attributing it to be good trade? Because I bet you would say NAFTA was a bad trade deal, right?
I wouldn't know.
You don't know that? That's what he argued like his whole first time in office, saying that we need the USMCA.
Also, why do you like capitalism? I just feel like if Jesus was alive today, he wouldn't like capitalism.
Oh no, I totally agree with you. The Bible promotes socialist standards, but
what the fuck? But you think that guy's like God, right? You think that guy's like always right? You think he can't be wrong?
He disagrees
Are
with
you talking
God,
about
bro.
Trump?
No, I'm talking about Jesus. You're like, I totally agree that Jesus would be a socialist, and the Bible promotes socialist values. Why the hell do you disagree with God?
Well, it's not really, because I've made this point very clear when it comes to the Bible that yes, it promotes socialist values, but it also promotes capitalist, because no matter what point you look at the Bible, there's always a teeter-totter.
Wait, can I ask you a question? Tell me where in the Bible it promotes capitalism.
I'm pretty I would have to look. Hold on, I have my Bible right here.
Go ahead. Give me a verse.
Or would you guys want to hear a verse out of the Book of Mormon?
I would.
Oh, wait, you're LDS?
Are you Mormon?
Yes, I am. I'm
no. Wait. Do you be honest? Do you think you're gonna
gosh.
get like your own Earth to play God over in the future?
No, that's not what we believe.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Wait, can I ask?
You think that if you're really, really, really good, that maybe God will give you your own Earth to command and rule over?
I just don't know
why.
I just don't know why he believes. Wait, hold up. I don't know why you believe Joseph Smith over like Prophet Muhammad. Can you tell me why you do that?
Oh,
because so if we look at the in the I forgot what they're called, but in the Book of Mormon there was like 126 inconsistencies, and it's down to 30 currently, and the number is dropping as we speak. And I've never learned that we get our own planet. I think what you're talking about is the theory that we become like God.
But before you go into that, are you admitting that your belief has 30 inconsistencies and yet you still hold to the view?
Yeah, because the only inconsistencies that are mostly found in the Book of Mormon currently are archaeologists or archaeology subjects.
Well, I just want to let you know, it's no different than like me claiming it. It's no different than Prophet Muhammad. It's no different than any other claimed prophet throughout history, right? If you don't have like a justification for it, like an external justification.
So what does that entail?
Where is the Garden of Eden?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Good question. He thinks it's in the US.
I'm pretty sure it's in Missouri.
Yeah.
I lived close to the Garden of Eden, dude.
Yeah. Hey, also, tell me about those seeing stones of yours. So just to make it clear, Joseph Smith, prophet of God, took a top hat and rocks, and out of the top hat and rocks, he read some golden plates that were halfway across the room, and you had a transcriber that was reading down what he was stating out loud from those golden plates halfway across.
But no one else can read the golden
rocks
plates
and the hat.
Actually, that's not true.
And then when the transcriber was like, "Oh, I want to test this guy. I want to see if he's real," he like got rid of what he had translated, then asked him to retranslate it. He retranslated something completely different.
Okay, so for the first part, there have been testaments of people seeing the plates. If you open the Book of Mormon, one of the first pages is the testimony of the 3 witnesses and the testimony of the 8 witnesses. And then
all the plates.
Mm-hmm. There was, and
sure.
even, and it's also.
Wait, did anybody see him get the plates out of the ground?
No, they didn't.
Oh.
But it's also some of the witnesses that signed that they saw the plates even later left the church, but they have never denied that they saw those plates. They always admitted, even if they didn't align with the church after the fact. And then,
I bet the crazy con man got some plates, threw them across the room, and then quote unquote translated them out of a rock and a hat.
Well, he didn't.
Yeah, like what makes you think they came from God?
Because I prayed about it. If you prayed about it,
I prayed about it, and actually, I believe something totally different. What makes your prayer correct and my prayer false?
Well, I'm not. There's no way to say, because for me, especially when I'm a newer convert, I would say that there's no. When it comes to church apologetics, I can't I can't predominantly say that my church is more true than any other church on the planet.
Okay, I'd also like to point out that like you're not Christian. Mormons are not Christian.
Well, it depends on the way you look at Christians. For me, I define a Christian as somebody who believes in Christ's divinity and his atonement for our sins.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not. So that is a core Christian belief, but that's not the only core Christian belief.
Mhm.
Okay, because you reject the Trinity. Okay, in rejection of the Trinity, you thereby reject the Council of Nicaea in 326 AD. In rejecting the Council of Nicaea, you reject the divination of early church fathers. In rejecting the divination of early church fathers, you reject the infallibility of the scripture of the Christian Bible, because it is those early church fathers in which organized the infallible scripture of the Christian Bible.
So in the Bible, if that was the case, then because you know how LDS believes, so we don't believe in the Trinity, yes, but the Trinity isn't mentioned or promoted in the Bible. And the fact is, Jesus himself said not to take his words and interpret them on your own. And in that kind of
Wait, I have a question. How so the Bible was organized by early church fathers, the same early church fathers that held the Council of Nicaea and came to the divination of the truth of the Trinity. How do you know that the early church fathers only chose infallible texts to include in the canon of the Bible?
So with the Council of Nicaea, right, when they were creating the Trinity, you know, they left it up to a vote, right? Not all of the churches agreed with the Trinity standard, but because majority did,
Just like all the churches didn't agree to the standard of what they chose to include in the canon of the Bible. Is the canon of the Bible, is the scripture, the Christian Bible, infallible?
Can you rephrase that question?
Is the scripture in the Christian Bible necessarily true?
Well, in LDS belief, we believe that the Bible is imperfect. We believe that man can't fully translate the word of God perfectly.
So then how do you know that the Book of Mormon is perfect?
We don't. I mean, even in the Book of Mormon, it says, if there is any mistakes in this book, blame the person and do not blame God, for it is the person's fault that the imperfection happened. And that's why we have prophets today on earth that can help us guide the church on the right path.
Wait, but how do you know that the prophets are guiding you on the wrong path, since you don't think that what they're saying is actually portrayed and conveyed by God?
Can you restate that, please?
Basically, you're just saying that a bunch of humans got together and said, I think this is true, but I don't really know.
With the Trinity, yeah, that's exactly how it happened.
No, that's also what you think for the scripture of the Bible and the Book of Mormon, because you think that the same church fathers that chose the Trinity was not inspired by the Holy Spirit, and neither were the church fathers that chose the canon of the Bible or Joseph Smith in his iteration of the Book of Mormon.
Well, in the Book of Mormon, I mean, we can look through the facts of the Bible and compare it to the Book of Mormon, and we follow a lot of the Bible teachings more than I would say a lot of other religions
So
do.
I just want to clarify that you don't think that the Bible's perfect.
No,
we don't think that the Bible was divinely inspired.
We think that it's imperfect, yes.
So you don't think it was divinely inspired?
So what does that mean? That it was
inspired by God to be written?
Wait, if he thinks it's imperfect,
I mean, it was, but again,
Wait.
even if it's inspired from God.
Parker, ask one question, then I'm going to kick him.
Do you think the moral law of the Bible is imperfect?
The morals of the Bible, what do you mean by that?
Do you think the moral law of the Bible is imperfect?
When they say murder is wrong, it's possible that murder is actually not wrong.
Well, we believe in, that's why we have prophets on earth. So
But you don't think the prophets are perfect either.
Yeah, because God chooses imperfect men. If you
so answer his question: Are the moral commandments of the Bible perfect?
No, or the moral yes. Sorry, yes.
Okay, so then the text of the scripture is infallible.
Yeah. If you want to, there's somebody in the guest request called Restore. You can let him up. He's more knowledgeable in this than I am.
No, once I'm done with you, I'm done with the LDS Church for the day. I've already had too much.
Okay. It's not, but the moral standpoints are. We know that.
Do you have anything else that you want to ask him, Parker?
You can go on to the next person if you wanted to end it.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. I save myself for the pain nowadays. Let me tell you. Let me tell you a story, Parker. I've experienced so much pain via completely incoherent, inconsistent religious beliefs in debate. Now I choose peace. I save myself the pain. I point out the inconsistencies, and I move on before I let this circle continue. What is going on, Al? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you MAGA?
No, but I had a quick question. If you could ask someone that's MAGA, please.
For sure. Ask it while I'm getting the next MAGA guest.
Can you just bring up how Trump brought El Chapo's family over here protected to them, please?
Can you repeat that?
Sorry, I'm sick. Can you just
Like he brought in family of the cartels.
Yes.
I was seeing that this morning. I forgot about that. Thank you so much for bringing that up.
And under protection, if you can, please. Thank you, Dean.
Yeah, dude, great idea. I'm happy I left you up. I'll happily ask the Trump supporter.
What happened? I didn't even see this.
He gave a protected status to the family of the cartels, of like the leader of the cartels. So there's family members of the leader of the cartels that he gave protected status and entry to.
So like to get away from the cartel, or
but
like,
does that not contradict
so
what
the
he did?
cartel can get in to the United States?
Dean?
El Chapo's family. Caleb.
Hey, you know
Are
me.
you the same? Are you the
Yes.
same, Caleb?
Yes, military Caleb. Yes. So after we had our little debate where I got fried, I did some pondering, a little bit of research, and I'm kind of leaning out of it actually, and I need you to kind of incite a little bit more knowledge into me.
Caleb, let's do it, man. Before we have a conversation, can I want to keep everybody up to date, including you, Parker, of who Caleb is. Caleb, do I have your consent to play a little bit of a quick clip of our last conversation?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, so Parker and everybody listening, this is Caleb. Let's see.
You're the one that hates on the president of the United States on a daily basis, so move the fuck out.
You're the one that hates on the Constitution.
Except I don't hate the Constitution.
Yeah, you do.
The original Constitution.
What does that mean?
The Constitution that was made to be unchanged.
The Constitution was not made to be unchanged.
They got amended. Yeah, we know.
Show me
where that says.
What's a constitutional amendment? Oh, hey, bud, do you like your right to own guns?
Oh, gladly.
Oh, do you know that was from a change to the Constitution?
Please show me that. Actually. And then he showed me, yes, we get it. An amendment is a change. Yes, we know.
Welcome back.
Question though. So you know how she talked about how he brought in I guess cartel members under like a protective order, right?
Yeah.
What flavor is your anxiety pen? Sorry.
It's fucking lavender and caramel.
Oh, love it. So 12 minutes ago, it was that Trump actually recently just designated cartels as terrorist organizations. So my question to you would be like, why did he do that? Why is he contradicting himself?
I don't know right now. I'll know tomorrow because I'll be able to do research tonight.
Well, I mean, I'll be in your live tomorrow. I've been in your live every day. So, another thing on the Abrigo Garcia's topic. So you know how we talked about it briefly, and he wasn't given due process, correct?
Right.
So I did further investigation on due process and everything, and so you know discovery process, right?
Like the discovery process inside of like a criminal or civil court, yeah?
Yeah, so like if denied due process, discovery process can be affected. My question is, did Abrigo Garcia get discovery process, I guess, in trial?
No, because he didn't go to trial.
So he didn't go to trial at all?
No, like, and that's actually like pretty typical for deportations. They just get a hearing with a judge. They don't go to trial.
Well, I know that in court, hold on, let me pull up, because I have his case number. If you want, it's 24A949. That's his case number. And then another article. Do you trust BBC as a valid article?
Yeah, but I trust the Supreme Court more than BBC.
Well, of course, yeah. But I mean, it even shows here where I can click it. It did say that he admitted to the court that he came to America illegally in 2012.
Yeah, that he came in undocumented. Yeah, that's a fact.
So I guess my question to you would be, how do I word this without sounding ignorant?
There still needs to be a due process. That wasn't due process, if that's
No,
what
of course,
you're asking.
yeah. And after further observation, I can see that. But you believe that he was profiled?
Do I believe that he was
in the whole MS-13 ordeal on how
I don't
profiled him just because he had a fucking hat and they said that it was gang related? Do you believe that he was profiled?
Oh, if somebody says that because you wear like a Chicago Bulls hat that
with
you're
the
therefore part
fucking
of
the
the
money
misfit
rolls
team?
on his eyes and shit.
Yeah, I know. Of course, it's profiling.
Okay, so
Didn't Trump like engage in that same type of propaganda?
Yeah, like Trump literally said that you could tell who the good ones are and the bad ones are just by looking at them, relating to undocumented immigrants like Enrico Garcia.
I didn't hear that. I guess.
Yeah, he said that in his Fox News interview with Hannity about a month back.
Okay. I'll have to look into that because I didn't know that. You know, I've been in a few debates lately. I was actually on one where they blocked me because they didn't want me to come up because I had a lot of good focal points. So what is your opinion, I guess, on the whole ban on trans people in, I guess, say a trans woman
In the military?
No, because that recently there was a whole injunction on that didn't even follow through. But
I mean, do you agree with that ban?
Wait, but I know
in the military. Okay, so me as being in the military, the only thing that it would cause really is just like issues. Say like somebody with Crohn's goes to the military, it would just mean more medical things. I mean, I have nothing against anybody in the LGBTQ party. I mean, that's their choice. That's what they decide. I mean, I have nothing against it. I'm not one of the MAGA people that sit there and hate on them.
Do you think they should be allowed in the military?
I don't have anything against it, honestly. But as for sports, I feel it's unfair. It's unjust.
Okay. So you do believe that trans people should be allowed in the military. You think that it's wrong that people were banned or kicked out of the military?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
And then as it relates to sports, like once again, I don't know, like maybe TikTok TOS is becoming a little bit more lenient because I had a little bit of a discussion earlier with somebody about T-related issues.
I don't want to get you banned, so
yeah, like that topic always gets me banned. But yeah, I'll probably say for now, like better not to talk about it so we don't get banned. But maybe like
specifically because you wouldn't want to risk this account. I would try it on a separate account because I honestly did on my live the other day and I didn't get banned.
Okay. Well, again, if Dean's not comfortable talking or debating on it, then that's
because he's on an account right now that's one ban away from a perm.
Yeah, you tend to get banned fairly quickly, huh?
Yeah, that's why I'm really. Oh, my computer just died. Yo, for everybody in the YouTube chat, I won't be able to see the chat for around 30 seconds here while it boots back up. But yeah, I'll be back. Yeah, so probably not like that. But I mean, hopefully you have other reasons why you support him. Like, hopefully, like I don't know, like Donald Trump has been accused of rape by more women than there is trans women in the NCAA. So I don't think it's like the biggest.
Yeah, and honestly, as a victim, and we had this discussion whenever that Ignoramus was actually debating you on SA when he was an SA victim, trying to say that that it was just a liability. But I feel as though, I mean, liability wasn't enough.
Yeah, man, I remember you being pretty willing to accept the fact that he's a rapist. I mean, so how do you feel about the fact that the president you support has been adjudicated for rape? And I mean, hopefully, if you've made some concessions since our last conversation, proposes a pretty large threat to the Constitution.
Yeah, with the whole Constitution thing, so I read more into that, and obviously didn't go through, but he definitely did threaten the Constitution in a sense of the whole voting situation. A buddy of mine, he actually wanted to debate you, but he was at work. He's far more intellectual than I am. Kind of is also making me deter away from Trump, more or less, rather than my party. I had a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
So, how was your initial response to Trump's original campaign in 2016?
I was 12. I think I liked him. When he won, I was like, yeah, Trump.
You were 12.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know you were that young.
I might have. Yeah, I might have been 11 or 12. Yeah.
Okay, well then that's not a valid argument, I guess, because I didn't know that you were that young. So I want to be a little bit more educated on, because as I said in my last live, they blocked. So I was told, and I quote, that Republicans are trying to take away healthcare to minorities. How is that?
Well, I mean, I just think that they want to defund things like Medicare and Medicaid and just generally make social services harder to attain, as well as decrease like the purchasing power of low-income Americans. And I mean, that's going to disproportionately affect minority groups, as like, for instance, Black Americans have a lower income on average compared to white Americans because of systemic racism, slavery, and its aftermath. So I ultimately think that like minority communities will be disproportionately disparaged by his crude cuts of Medicare and Medicaid.
Okay, with the whole.
Muted on TikTok.
I guess
Trinity, you're watching me right now. Trinity, you are literally watching me.
Do you think it was just kind of coincidental because majority of minorities didn't actually have access to like state IDs or things of that nature?
And once again, it just disproportionately disparages them. I don't think. I mean, I don't think that you should need an ID to go and vote. Just because, like, in order to be registered to vote, which is something you have to have in order to vote in the first place, you have to give them a social security number. So I think that you already kind of qualify for what needs to be qualified for. But yeah, man. I mean, Caleb, is there anything specific that you want to talk about before we move on to our next question?
You said kind of. I didn't. Not that it rubbed me the wrong way. I just don't necessarily agree. I feel like you should have multiple forms of identification to be able to vote because you know the whole situation with the Haitians coming in. And then obviously not being citizens of the United States and the entirety of them not having any identification. And I believe some of them tried to vote.
So actually, like Haitians in Springfield, Ohio, those were illegal refugees.
Refugee? Was it a refugee city or?
No, that it's just that there was a lot of Haitian refugees
that went to that city because they asked them to go there.
City.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, people literally, like people within that city asked people to come there. And then people showed up because they were asked to come and they helped out the economy in that region.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to go over, Caleb?
My whole thing with again, still on that topic, I just, I'm kind of not understanding the whole not needing an ID thing because, I mean, you can have somebody that's undocumented that can somehow qualify and be able to vote, no?
No, you can't. Undocumented migrants don't have social security numbers.
Well, I'm going to do a little bit more research. I'll probably be back to further my session. Appreciate you. Thank you very much.
For sure. Yeah, man. I mean, you're heading down the right path, man.
Can I thank 2 people or 3 people real quick, Tina?
Of course.
KOO, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. They said tariffs hurt small businesses like mine. I own a crystal / rock shop, and I have no choice but to import most of my inventory from other countries, especially China. The tariffs will lead to a direct rise in my prices. That's a great example. Great example. And then Courtney with $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much. Welcome back, Parker. You were sorely missed during your break. I hope you are feeling better. Thank you so much, Courtney. Can we get some W's for Courtney in the comment section right now, as well as Nikia? Thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. But get some W's for Courtney in the comment section for the $100 on PayPal. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I have a couple super chats on YouTube that I'd like to thank. But my laptop died and I'm still trying to access like the backend on the channel on my phone so I could see that. And I'm not figuring out how to do it. So for everyone on YouTube, if you send a super chat, just know that I love and appreciate you. And I'm trying to get literally anything pulled up here so I could read them off. But what is going on? Satine, are you MAGA? Okay, they're not even here. Everybody just kind of give us a moment, y'all, while we get that next guest up in here. We are just looking for some Trump supporters. Nico, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, saying I need to know how to request live access. It won't let me. It's possible that your account is private. Try that. And also, Daisy, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal, saying Radiohead shirt. Fuck yeah. You like my little Radiohead shirt? Yesterday I was wearing an Iron Maiden shirt. Thank you for the $20, Daisy. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. And then also here, while we're getting that next guest up, Echo, thank you for the $5 on Venmo. Holly with a 3. And Amelia, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much, Amelia. If you're watching and you like to support me, because you like what you see, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal in the link tree in my bio. Get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. As well as if you're over on the YouTube stream, I'd highly implore you to try Venmo and PayPal if you do intend to donate, just because like right now I don't have access to the backend on my account. Looks like I could actually pull them up this way. Nike the Teach, thank you so much for the 100 Canadian dollars over at Super Chat. Let's get 1,000 Nike W's down below in the chat. Holy shit, thank you so much, Nike. That is incredibly kind. Nike says it's in Canadian dollars, but I hope it helps you. Can I just say that from my knowledge, inflation does not mean bad economics. In fact, inflation can be because the economy is rolling good, supply and demand, good economy, people buy more, price goes up. Yeah, inflation isn't necessarily bad. Deflation isn't necessarily good. And there's many examples of that.
It's within a certain target. So inflation over the certain target set by the Fed, right, is likely going to be considered bad.
Alexi, what's up? Are you MAGA?
No, Dean, I'm not. I actually did want to give you some information though regarding T individuals in the military, because you were talking about that earlier.
Sure.
So as a trans person in the military actively, we are getting kicked out. I am actively currently going under the process to get separated. It's not just if you identify, you have to have started medications or have started the medical process for like surgeries or anything like that.
Well, hey, thanks for coming up, man. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry that you're going through this. I really
It's
am.
fine. I wanted to get out of here anyways.
It's unfair. It's unfair, Alexi. I hope that you have a great rest of your day. And I'm just sorry that that's happened to you. Me too.
Yeah, no, it's not great, but you know, I'm rolling with it.
Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you. I love your content, though. I just wanted to thank you. I just wanted to give you some information because you were talking about that.
I appreciate you for coming up. Have a good rest of your day, Alexi.
You too.
Shout out Alexi. Shout out Alexi. I'm really sorry that they're going through that. I mean, oh my God. It upsets me. It really does. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
No.
Okay, then stop requesting and don't request again. Get out of the queue if you don't support Trump, y'all. Sorry, I'm getting a little bit short-tempered. It's just insanity. Moving on to the next guest here.
Just
Everyone
looking for
give us a
some
minute.
debates, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, Danny, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did indeed. Well, I wasn't able to vote, but I did believe in a lot of the things that he was going to say. So if I didn't turn 18,
okay.
I just recently turned 18. I wasn't allowed to vote in the
Yeah, that's
election,
fine.
but if I were to vote
You
into the
support
election,
Trump?
I do. I support
Great.
a lot of things he says.
Before we get into a debate, I'm so sorry for cutting you off. I just have two more people to thank. Billy, thank you so much for the $60 over on YouTube Super Chat. Billy says, these people agree Trump's a horrible person, but a good president. You're as guilty as those you endorse. You vote for Munster, you are a Munster. Yo, fucking eat, Billy. Everybody show Billy some love, not only for the great message, but also for the $60 over on YouTube. Huge shout out, Billy. Let's get 600 Billy W's, as well as Allison. Thank you for the $50 over on YouTube Super Chat. Allison says, I wish I was as well informed as you are when I was your age. Keep it up. Allison, that's so kind of you. Thank you for the kind message, as well as a $50 donation. Huge shout out to Billy and Allison, guys. Thank you so much for the love. Once again, please show all of our donors some love.
Glory, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really
Thank you
appreciate it,
so much.
Glory.
As well as
Thank
Ryan
you.
with the $6 and the 66 cents over on PayPal for shout out Iron Maiden. So real. Shout out Iron Maiden. Danny, take it away. Tell us why you're MAGA.
I believe in a lot of the things he says because, I think a lot of the ideas are good in concept. I believe the way he's executing these plans could be better. I don't believe his plans on immigration, I agree with to a certain extent. I don't think we should be illegally immigrating immigrants back into Mexico. I think we should have ways to allow them in America. Not all immigrants are murderers or rapists are rapists or people like that. They're people that are hard workers that are trying to make a living. I think that America was based off of immigrations. Like everyone that came to America was actually technically an immigrant. America was built on immigration. I think we should go through background checks, go through things like that to be able to make sure that those people are not criminals, are not people
Parker, you want to debate this guy? I got to go use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, sure. So can I ask you a question?
Be right back, chat.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think undocumented immigrants are beneficial for the economy or bad for the economy?
I think they could be beneficial, but they also can be bad. It's just a mix because too many most of those immigrations will work jobs that other people will not. They'll actually also build businesses. They can help the economy, but they can also negatively impact the economy. It just depends.
Okay. So what is the reason why you would want to say deport people who are in the country, who are here, undocumented, who are not violent criminals? They have not committed any violent crimes and they're not bad people.
I'm not saying we should immigrate those people. I'm saying we should immigrate the people that are bad.
Okay.
That are
so anyone who's committed a violent crime or a bad crime, they should be deported?
Yes.
Okay.
Because
neither Dean or I disagree with that. Right. But we would say that they should be deported under the condition that they're going to be put in a prison in a different country.
Yeah, that's what I would agree with. Yeah,
of course.
Yeah.
No one's going to dispute you on that. We're going to totally agree with you on that. And then I'm going to have one question for you. Would you vote for a candidate that released violent criminals into the country?
I would not. No, is that what Trump did?
Donald Trump pardoned people who pled guilty and admitted to violently assaulting police officers on January 6th, people who beat police officers. So then if you wouldn't vote for someone who released violent criminals in the country, you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump.
Mm-hmm.
So do you regret your vote for Donald Trump?
I did believe so. I did believe that I should not have voted for him. It is sucky the things that he has done. And I think him putting the tariffs onto the country is not the best. I think having a 20% tariff is going to cause more problems with the United States of America.
Wait. I'm sorry. Hey, I'm on my phone right now. I'm just walking up the stairs, but I'm listening to this guy, Danny. You just said that you wish you would have voted for Trump. The first thing you said when you joined is that you didn't vote for Trump because you're underage, but if you could in retrospect, you would have.
Yeah, I would have in the fact that I like some of his ideas, but thinking back on it, it just depends. Like, what January 6th wasn't a good thing.
So you regret your support for Donald Trump?
To a certain extent, yes. I don't think the plans he has is good. I think he, in retrospect, some of the things he plans on doing could be beneficial, but the way he's taking those plans in action aren't good.
Okay. So, So wait, who do you think is better when it comes to, like the effect in terms of policy? Do you think it's Donald Trump or Kamala Harris?
Wait, bro, dude, you got to be. There's something contradictory going on here. You said that like today, like if you could go back in time, you would have voted for Trump. That's the first thing you said.
I'm okay. I would have. Put myself. I'm contradiction. Yeah, you're not wrong. I would most likely have voted for not Kamala nor Trump. I would have probably voted for the independent party because I don't know, just because I feel like that's something I would do. I would vote for somebody that would be better. I don't know. I'm trying. I'm nervous, bro.
No worries. And then for the YouTube chat, I wash my hands. And Oscar, thank you for the $10 over the YouTube. I really appreciate you so much for the love.
Did they ask you?
They always do.
That's hilarious. Why? Because the assumed likelihood is that you're not going to.
Yeah. I don't know. Well, Danny, if you regret your support, I guess we're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Appreciate you for your time, man.
Yeah, no problem.
Guys, we are looking for a Trump supporter. If that is you, let us know down below in that chat. We are trying to get the next guest up on the live right now. And I really want to eat some of these Cheez-Its, dude. I love Cheez-Its so much. That sweet, salty cheese. It's so good. It can't be topped. Sweet, salty cheese. Sweet, salty cheese. That's right. I love it. I
don't know if Cheez-Its would be necessarily sweet. Give it a second. Oh, Dean's getting back. What? What the? Okay.
Moving on. Hello, Jonathan. Do you support Trump?
Hell yeah, brother.
How old are you?
Fucking 23.
Fucking why would you ever support the worst president of your life? Take it away, Jonathan. Tell us why.
Because fuck Kamala. She's a fucking pussy ass liberal.
Kamala, and obviously don't use that word to refer to women in a negative context. Don't use that in a negative context. It's fucking weird. You're honestly a weirdo. Jonathan, I have a question.
What?
Can you name me 2 Donald Trump economic policies that he influenced to get passed that you like?
You better ask him an easier question, Parker.
Okay.
Kamala's a fucking woman and can't run.
I have a question,
shit.
Jonathan. I have a question.
Maybe she should just run.
Jonathan, I have a question. How many holes do women typically have below the waist?
Holes?
Yeah.
My fist going in their fucking face.
He doesn't know.
What, Jonathan Rhodes. You know, I just want to put this out there. I don't think you deserve anonymity. Where do you live? Like, if you're gonna have like that umph to say that you want to beat women, you know, go ahead and use that big old spine of yours to tell us where you live.
Yeah, I'm actually a minor.
Moving on to the next guest here, everyone. Let's go to get that next guest up in the box, guys. We got William loading into the live, y'all. William, what's up? Are you MAGA?
Okay, all right. Let's go on to the next person. Everyone tap that screen, share the live as well. It'll help get it out to more people. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. I appreciate everyone joining in right now. I appreciate everyone joining in.
Bradley, thank you for the $5 over at Venmo. Please don't read. I will not read your message out loud. Hey, just saw you had a Palestinian flag in your name. Are you MAGA? They're not even here. Moving on to the next guest, y'all. The Trump supporters are very far and hard to find today. Very difficult to find the Trump supporters.
Dean, it's actually surprising how hard it is to find like Trump voters on your live, given that you have 6,000 people. Like, that's actually kind of crazy. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Like, I feel like it was easier to get people in person sometimes. Alrighty, everyone. Keep tapping that screen. Keep sharing the live. Let's try to get to 1.5 million likes here on TikTok, if you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream. As always, let's try to get to 1,000 likes, everyone. Alrighty.
What's going on, Parker?
Hey, Bushmaster.
Oh,
you
Dean.
This guy's pretty crazy, man.
Okay.
Crazy? Define crazy, Parker.
Don't
Why
even
doesn't
get me
Parker
started.
like you?
I'm pretty sure they've
Hold
done
on.
some
What?
fucked shit. I just can't remember because it's like, I talk to so many fucking people. I know that he's probably done some fuck shit.
Okay.
Done
Hey,
some
Bushmaster.
fuck shit.
Will
What's
you
some
be able
fuck
to?
shit?
Will you be able to control yourself in this conversation?
Well, I'm asking him a question. Are you going to define crazy? And then explain to me what fuck shit I've done.
Jade, thank you so
just
much for
told
the
you I don't
$20 over on Venmo. I appreciate you for the love, Jade. That's incredibly kind of you. Let's get 200 JWs down below in the chat for the $20 over on Venmo.
You mean like the
Okay.
whole Camille Maroon stuff, or you done? You was a part of it?
What? I wasn't a part of anything. I don't know
You
what you're
wasn't a
talking
part of that?
about. No. What?
No.
I almost got scammed by Camille. It's funny
Yeah?
because I actually was
Is that why
involved with
you
Camille.
ended up
I know
homeless,
Camille.
Dean? I'm curious to know that.
Jesus
No,
Christ,
that was not why I ended up homeless.
Oh, are you sure?
Yeah, the reason why I ended up homeless is because my brother's probably a lot like you. That's why.
Your brother is like me.
Yeah, you guys will be good friends.
This guy lives in Iowa, man. He was like,
Who lives in Iowa?
yeah, you do. You're
No,
like,
Parker. I was working in Iowa.
you were working in Iowa. That's what it was. I apologize.
Yeah.
I was about to say, bro, you're making the state I grew up in look bad, man.
Just tell us why you support Trump.
Say what?
Tell us why you support Trump.
Because I'm not crazy.
Okay, expand.
I want him to expand on why he thinks I'm crazy. Or at least define it for me.
Okay, man, I'm not gonna lie. Unless you tell us why you support the president, I'm just gonna move on. You're kind of wasting our time right now.
Why do I support the president? For exactly what he's doing. What do you mean?
Okay, so like, give me a couple examples of good things he's done.
Mass deportation, shutting down the border, inflation rates at the lowest it's been since February of 2021. I mean, which ones do you want to go at?
Wait, are you saying this is actually something I looked up and actually it's true? It's 2.3%. I was reading the non-seasonally adjusted one. What you're referencing, that's because it is the case that GDP going down has reduced demand.
Well, there's actually a couple things. So the reason the inflation rate is lower is because the first quarter of 2025, American producers and I guess retailers that are reliant on imports fucking hogged their imports and ordered a lot before Liberation Day tariffs hit. That's why we had a 44% increase in tariffs. 44% increase in imports in the first financial quarter of this year.
True.
And then also what the consumers' reactions to the tariffs was to say, well, I'm going to spend less money. I'm not that confident in the market. So when the seller's reaction was, I'm going to get more goods, and then the consumer's reaction is, I'm going to spend less money on goods, well, then you have an increase in the supply with a reduction in demand. What is it going to do to inflation? It's going to send it down. But that is not healthy nor good inflation. In fact, that inflation was a indicator of a recession from JP Morgan.
And also, if it's like good, why hasn't the Fed like announced like continued interest rate decreases? Hello?
Oh, you was asking me a question?
Yeah, I was asking you a question. Why isn't the Fed announced continued interest rate decreases to a greater extent, given that inflation has gone
Well,
down?
that's the whole reason for the tariffs. He's trying to get them to lower the interest rate so it's more livable.
That is quite literally the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
No, that's an actual fact.
Listen, no. Because it is the case that the tariffs are actually what's the reason why the Fed hasn't put up a thing to mitigate the interest rate, because they think that there's some inflationary pressure that could likely come.
I don't think so.
That's.
I think the Fed just needs to lower the interest rates.
Why?
That's what I
Wait,
think.
but you can say you think that, but you're not a PhD economist. Okay. You laugh, but it's true. You don't have a
Yeah,
PhD
fuck
in
Americans,
econ.
right? Let's not lower the interest rates for them bastards. Fuck
Wait,
them Americans.
Wait, what you're not understanding is that we would be able to have had lower interest rates already if it was the case that Donald Trump wasn't in office, because we wouldn't have the threat of tariffs, which would likely cause the price to go up.
Well, I mean, even like the chairman of the Fed said that he was going to slow the rate at which he was dropping the interest rate because of Donald Trump's tariffs.
Yes.
Like, so in other words, Donald Trump's economic policy has upward pressure on interest rates. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris's economic
Yes.
policy had downward pressure comparatively to Trump's.
Exactly.
So why do you support this guy's economic policy when it showed so dog shit for like all the reasons we just gave?
Well, I look at what happened with how these leftist pros said Trump was going to destroy the economy. And then I look at Trump telling y'all Biden was going to raise the interest rates, or excuse me, the inflation.
Mm-hmm. So you're just basing like so you're basing your views on the economy.
No.
So you're
I'm
basing your
it
views on
off
the economy off of what
people
Trump
are
says. So
saying.
Donald Trump said that if Harris was elected, we wouldn't have a country right now.
No. I'm talking about when he was running in 2020, and CBS and all of them was saying no, Trump would raise it, and or they said he was lying. But
I don't even know what you're talking
we
about.
all saw that was a lie. And
like,
then he also said, didn't he also?
Switchmaster, obviously you know how to mute, so you'll be able to unmute yourself. I think what I'm asking for is like critiques of our counter arguments against your positions. So you said that like he reduced inflation. I was able to explain how the methods in which inflation was reduced was actually very harmful to the American economy and was one of the indicators of the recession that JP Morgan had predicted. Then you also said he was good for interest rates. Me and like Parker have now proved that that's not true. And like the chairman of the Fed agrees with us, disagrees with you. So it's like the points that you're making about how you think he's good for the American economy have been rebutted. And I'd really appreciate it if you'd be able to like stay on track, not pivot, and actually respond to counter arguments, or just like at the bare minimum make another argument. But like yapping about Biden in 2020 just isn't it anymore. It just doesn't hit the same as it did, I don't know, 5 years ago.
How does it not?
Because what the fuck does it have to do with a conversation we're having of the efficacy?
Something changed? Did we move to another planet or something? Or is it the same economy of the American economy?
It bears
no bearing on it.
It bears no relevance when we're
It
having
really
a discussion
doesn't?
about
Are
the
you sure about
efficacy of
that?
Trump's policy. Yeah.
Are you sure about that?
I'm more than sure. I'm positive.
It doesn't sound like it because you're muting me.
I'm muted you because I wanted to explain.
Because Trump said it would go. Trump said inflation would go up. It went up.
Hey, sir, are you
Trump
drunk?
said there would be a mass invasion. A drunk? Are you serious, bro?
I'm dead fucking serious. Like I've asked you like very politely.
Dean, do you think this is continuing to be a productive conversation?
I mean, you're the one that sent a galaxy to him, so I'd suggest that you think it is.
Not if
I genuinely, I get more frustrated, believe it or not, by uneducated conservatives than I do by uneducated liberals.
Why did you send him a galaxy?
In fact, I actually watched a video of you with this girl named Emily, and I don't think I have disliked another human being ever as much as her in my life. And that other girl that just says the N-word all the time for clout, I'm just like, can you guys shut up? We're trying to explain how Republicans are not racist and how we don't agree with all these things. And then you just go on a podcast for clickbait to be edgy and say you agree with these things. And I'm like, you do not represent me. Seriously, shut up. It's so irritating.
Well, Joel, I know who you
Hi,
are.
Parker.
I know that Parker knows who you are. Parker, have you ever talked to him about politics?
Mm-hmm. I think so.
Okay, has it been a while?
No, a really long time.
Okay, so do you want to tell us why you support the fascists?
Trump is not fascist.
He fulfills all 14 characteristics of fascism, as defined in the literature. Arguably, that means.
Do you want to tell me why you support socialism?
I'm
Can you
not a
define socialism?
Yes. It's when the people control the means of production.
Okay.
Like democracy in the workplace. Yeah. So
Oh, you didn't hear me.
I'm Demisoc, so I actually don't necessarily support socialism.
Wait, didn't I just did I cut out when I said it or something?
Yeah, you did cut out. But social democracy, Dean, is different, a little bit.
Oh yeah,
different
I said
than
when the
democratic
no, I
socialism.
said when the right, but I said that it's when the people control the means of production.
Yeah, I understand I get that. That's actually like a decent definition. And typically it's defined as workers control the means of production, which is pretty similar to people controlling the means of production, which is totally fine. That's okay to accept, but that's not what we hold to. We hold to
Right, but
social democracy, meaning that we
no,
still believe in private.
It would have to it would have to be people. It would have to be people because robots can be workers, but they can't control the means of production.
So like
like from an economic standpoint.
Yeah, like that's a historical definition of like the term socialism, which didn't have to include a response to like robots necessarily. Also like that's I said it was a totally acceptable definition. I was just saying that like that under that definition, we wouldn't be considered socialists because it is the case that we don't believe in 100% people ownership of the means of production. We believe in some private ownership of the means of production, but certain things are publicly owned.
So in response to your original question, you asked me why I'm socialist. The answer is I'm not socialist. So please go back to the question I asked you. Why do you support a fascist?
I already said I'm not fascist.
Yeah, but Trump is, and you support him.
Okay, give me a simple definition of fascism.
Well, I mean, when I conceive of fascism, I typically just look at the 14 characteristics. So it's broken down to...
No. You need to go with the definition because we went with the definition of socialism. That's only fair.
Okay, well, I define it as the 14 tenets.
Well, how you define it is not relevant. How is it defined?
It's defined under a set of criteria of meeting these tenets or a certain portion of these tenets. Would you like us to describe what the tenets are? Socialism isn't defined in the same type of way that fascism is defined. So that's why we give 14 points for fascism, but we wouldn't necessarily give 14 points for socialism because socialism isn't defined in the same capacity.
Right. So right here it says it's characterized by a dictatorial leader and centralized autocracy and forcible suppression of free speech. So Trump is not a dictator as much as you want him, want to think he is. If he stays one day past the end of his current term, then I'll agree that it's fascism, that he's a dictator. But up until then, he's not a dictator. He was elected. He won the popular vote.
Wait. So then you admit that Donald Trump tried to be fascist under your definition because he tried to stay in the White House past the end of his first term.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He tried to install himself, then admitted to it in court. He put fake votes for himself in Congress with the use of fake certificates of ascertainment from fake ballot slates of electorates from 7 different key swing states that he lost, and he directed them to send votes saying that he won back to Congress. So under your own view, he tried to be a fascist.
I don't agree with that.
He admitted to it. You can't contest it. He admitted to it. That's
okay. So let's say we'll give you the benefit of the doubt that he tried. Okay, even if he didn't succeed, he's not a fascist because there are other tenets that he does not.
So you tried it.
I don't agree.
He tried and failed at being a fascist under your definition. That's under yours. That's not under mine. Under mine.
No. That would be me giving you the benefit of the doubt, meaning in the event that what you were saying is true. Also,
okay.
I do find
Kamala
it very
Harris try and fail to be
interesting.
Did Kamala Harris try and fail to be a fascist?
Okay, I will not deny that Trump is a nationalist, but I will also challenge you that there is a difference between nationalism and white nationalism, and you guys try to conflate the two, and it's not. Frankly, it's just not the truth.
Okay, can I just address the point that like the definition that you provided, right, isn't as clear, at least in communicating what fascism is, as the 14 points. We can go over what the 14 points are.
But you gave a clear definition of socialism and said that you didn't agree with it.
No, I told you that the people owning the
let me be more clear. I agree. Marxist. I believe you guys are Marxists.
I'm not a Marxist.
Even further
either.
from the truth.
Oh, what?
Why are you
what
not
is Marxism? How do you define Marxism?
Yeah, what?
It is Marxism. It's someone who adheres to the teachings of Karl Marx, and it's where we get socialism, and it's where we got more unalivings than Nazis. Socialism has unalived 66 million just of Christians in the
what is this guy saying? I'm sorry,
Bolshevik Revolution.
I'm sorry. We don't.
It's why socialism is more of a problematic ideology than
everybody is like
Nazism.
Everybody's like cringe. Everyone is cringing at you at the moment. So we're not socialists.
I don't care.
We're not communists. We're not Marxists. We're dim soch. So technically we're capitalists.
Wait, can you say that out for me?
We're social.
Can you say that out for me?
Let me clarify. We're social democrats.
Democratic socialists.
Okay, can I mute him? Or like, do you like I'm confused.
So you're not a socialist, but socialist is in the name. That's crazy.
social democrat does not have socialist in the name.
Democratic Socialist has socialist in the name.
I'm sorry. This is why Dean shouldn't be speaking, and Dean should be quiet because Dean uses the wrong terminology sometimes. That's actually what I tried to clarify him earlier. Democratic socialism and social democracy are a bit different, right? Oftentimes, democratic socialists will agree with social democracy in the short term, but want to transition to a system of socialism through democracy, right? That's what democratic socialism is. But you could also use democratic socialism in the same type of way that like Bernie Sanders or AOC are, which is just referring to social democracy. But go for it, Dean.
Do you think the Nazis were socialists?
What does Nazi stand for?
Fascism, death.
No, that's not what it stands for.
He means National Socialist German Workers' Party. But also that doesn't mean that he was socialist. Historically, he was very anti-Marxist and anti-socialist, and the position that he had was a form of state capitalism, right? But the issue that you're not addressing is that the form of fascism can incorporate economic systems such as socialism without being described by only socialism. It's socialism plus many different types of factors within some fascist understanding.
The definition is a member of the.
Let me please finish. Fascism is
Can
not.
Can I be allowed to read the definition part?
I'm finishing my point.
A member of the far right
I'm just trying to
Socialist
clarify.
German Workers' Party.
Am I not allowed
got
to
it.
fully clarify?
Also,
It's
keep
in the,
mind,
it's
don't
in
we-
the name.
We're not. Oh, dude, you probably
We're not.
think
Dean,
that
we're not.
Democrat.
Dean.
You,
Dean,
you
we're
probably
not
think that
thieves. We're just robbers.
you probably think that Democrat means democracy and Republican means republic. Right?
Yeah,
'Cause
yeah.
It's in the name.
Okay, so like
Wait. So what do you think we live in again, Dean?
a
We live
democratic
right now.
republic.
We live in a constitutional republic.
That's the same thing as it's also a constitutional republic. Yes.
So
Parker, do you know the
constitutional
Pledge of
republic,
Allegiance?
as defined by the Constitution?
What are the
However,
last words of the? Yeah. What are the
we
last
just
words
think-
of the?
We
of the
just
Pledge
think
of
that
Allegiance?
like we
With
think that a
liberty and justice
constitutional-
for all.
We think that a
Go a little bit
constitutional
further
re-
back.
Can I speak real quick? I want to clear the air in all.
I
of
pledge
this, so then we
allegiance
can
to the
talk about things
flag
that matters. Okay,
the United
well,
States
can I talk
of
real quick, man?
America.
For which it stands. Okay, shut up. Okay, now I'm gonna speak.
Okay, no,
So-
but and to the democracy for which it stands. Oh wait, no, that's not it. And to the republic for which it stands.
Okay, thank you so much for your thoughts. Now I'm gonna speak, and you're hopefully gonna listen to me. Okay.
So you're disagreeing that we are in a republic?
No.
So I actually, if you would let me speak,
What is the
I could
difference
tell
between a
you.
direct democracy and a republic, Dean?
Who are you? Who the fuck are you debating right now? Because it's obviously not me or Parker. Like Joe, I'm trying to like.
What is the
speak.
difference between a direct democracy and a republic?
A
I
direct
will-
democracy would be
I-
each. Go ahead. You can go ahead.
Both of you guys. So it's
No,
it's
no,
both of
Parker
you guys. Can
knows.
Both of. Am I? Is this not my fucking live stream? Do I not have the right to speak on my own live at all?
Dean, I'm
Bro,
sorry,
you can do
just
whatever you
mute
want.
him.
It's your live stream.
Thank you. So, anyways, okay, I want to clear the air on like a bunch of shit, so then we could talk about things that matters. So you're saying that us referring to America as a democracy is contradictory to your claim that America is a constitutional republic. So that's actually not true. Okay, so America is both a constitutional republic, right, and a representative democracy. Right? We just simply
Bro,
think that
a
constitutional
representative
republic
democracy is a
representative
republic.
democracy. Exactly.
A
my
representative
point.
democracy is a republic. So it's
It's
a
just like a
republic.
republic is it's just like a republic is a representative democracy. It's two words that refer to the same thing. You could
We do
refer
not
to
live
them
in a direct
interchangeably.
democracy.
Yeah, I never
do not
claimed that. I claimed
live in a direct
I claimed a representative democracy, Joel.
So do we live in a democracy or a republic?
You just said that my representative democracy is a republic, so it's both.
In this context,
No, we
there's-
live in a republic.
In this context, there's overlap between constitutional republic and representative democracy. In this sense, we're both a constitutional republic and a representative democracy.
And he proved it when he said that a representative
Dean, have you
democracy
ever voted?
is
No,
a
wait, no,
republic.
I'm not proving it. Have you ever
Yes,
voted
you
for a
did.
single law?
Wait. You literally fucking said that a republic
you ever voted
is
for a
a
single law?
representative democracy. I voted for lawmakers.
Which is
That's what you
why
do. That's what you do in a representative
No, that's
democracy.
what you do in a republic.
And you said that a
It's a
republic
republic.
is a representative democracy. Did you utter the sentence, a representative democracy is a republic? Was that a sentence that you uttered?
Let's look it up.
No, answer my question. Was
Let's
that
look
a
it up.
sentence that you uttered? Joel, why are you running away? Why are you so afraid to answer my question? Did you utter
I'm
the
not
sentence
running.
that a
I'm not
representative?
running. I'm
Then answer
simply
the
looking
then answer the
something up
question.
because you don't.
So then
you
answer
don't-
the question. So then answer the
You
question.
have-
Joel, the question is, did you utter the sentence that a representative democracy
You have not
is a
acknowledged
republic?
a loss on a single point.
You're not
so
you're
far.
not you're not
You
you're
have
not
not
answering my
acknowledged-
question.
You
Affirm
have
or
not
deny.
agreed
Did you
in
utter
my
the
Oxford
sentence?
Languages Dictionary definition.
Did you utter the sentence that a representative democracy is a republic? You're so scared to answer my question, and I don't know why.
A representative democracy is a republic, but we are not a democracy because
There you go.
democracy means direct democracy.
No, it doesn't. No, is representative democracy a form
Yes,
of
it
democracy?
does.
Is representative democracy? A
Okay, so are we a
Listen,
are
please
we a
let me finish.
socialist republic because we have social programs?
Is a representative democracy a form of democracy?
We have free school lunches. Does that mean we're a socialist republic?
I'm just
God. This
asking
guy's
you, is
so
it a
insufferable.
democracy?
Joel, you just
And
can't
you
like
think
deal with the
because
fact that
there's
we're fucking
democratic in the
smarter
word,
than
does
you
that
and
mean we
bigger
have a
than you are.
democracy?
No,
Bro, you're
I'm
not
just
smarter
asking
than
you.
me.
I just asked you, Joel. All I
Oh,
asked you.
of course I am.
All I asked you is a representative democracy a form of democracy? I'm just asking you the question.
Dean, you know what? Dean, I don't think you understand.
Is he not going to answer my question? I'm asking
Agree with you
to
on
answer my
absolutely
question.
everything, and that doesn't mean they're inferior to you in intelligence. Are you more articulate than me? Are you more knowledgeable than me? Have you lived longer than me?
Hello, is a representative democracy a form of democracy?
A representative democracy is a republic, and it is a form of democracy.
Okay, so if you agree that a representative democracy is a form of democracy, then we do believe that our current system is a democracy because it's a representative democracy.
But then we also agree that it's a republic because it's a representative democracy.
It's exactly what we said earlier.
So I don't think so I don't think this is a let's either one of us die on this hill. So I think we need to go to something that's more like definitively draw a line in the sand. Like Roe versus Wade being overturned was a great win for conservatives and Republicans.
Well, we think that was really bad because it led to women who have been assaulted having restricted access to abortion around the entire United States, plus many women in situations where we think they should be able to get abortions were not allowed to get abortions, whether it be because they were like literally like dying and under their particular like abortion laws under their state, like they couldn't get access to an abortion because the particular provider didn't know whether or not they could provide it in that sense, or it is the case that they couldn't get access to an abortion
Parker, pause 1 second.
when the fetus
Are we
or
allowed
embryo
to
is
say that?
non-sentient. What's up?
Are we allowed to say that?
You could say abortion.
Yeah.
Why has everybody been lying to me this entire time?
I don't know. To be fair, I see that too in a lot of smaller lives. I've seen. I see
Yeah,
it
I'm just
everywhere
trying.
on
I'm
the
just trying
smaller
not to
debate
get.
lives
Yeah, I don't want you
that
guys to
that
get in
can't
any
say
trouble or
abortion.
anything. So
That's just complete bullshit. You can. Basically, what Parker just said is it's bad because it entails a lot of human rights violations.
right, but I said overturning Roe versus Wade was a great win for Republicans.
Okay, so if Republicans think that 66 million human rights violations is a win, okay. Right, you just heard me.
I'm asking
As
you.
opposed to 60. So wait. Do you not understand that we are diametrically opposed on almost everything? So if you think something's bad, for the most part, I'm probably gonna think it's not bad.
Okay,
I know. That makes you look insane to say that human rights violations aren't bad.
No, but are you saying that it was not a great win for Republicans?
I'm asking why is it a good win for Republicans, essentially, when I say that like all of these bad outcomes are a result of it.
Okay, it was a great win for Republicans because since Roe versus Wade was passed, Republicans have won elections on the singular issue of abortion. George Bush ran claiming he was going to pass the Born Alive Act.
I'm sorry, Joel.
He passed the Born Alive Act and won a. What do you mean it's not true?
When you say that like Republicans as a whole have won on the idea of abortion alone is a ridiculous statement because they didn't run on abortion alone. Actually, they didn't even take into account oftentimes conversations about abortion because on a federal stage, especially in the context of the federal elections with presidents, it looks bad, right? So having that conversation is worse.
Parker, can you humor me for a second? A second? What is the area of the country called in the South and its relation to a religious text?
The Bible Band, right?
The Bible Belt.
Yeah,
that was close.
Bible Belt.
Okay,
that was close.
This is a great example. Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk worked with a organization, Liberty University, to get Republican voters out to vote on one singular issue. Was his primary issue. That singular issue was like there are entire organization. There's a March for Life. The evangelical vote goes almost entirely in the direction of who opposes abortion. If you say that it is not like one of the very biggest single issues that people vote on, I would have to just patently disagree with you
I'm not
as a
disputing you.
conservative
I'm not
Republican.
disputing you on that. I'm just saying that like you can't run on it from like the Trump perspective. Trump couldn't run on it in that type of way, but Charlie Kirk under a sub operation could get people who do have that position to go out and vote. That's separate
Right,
from
and
like
let's both be honest about Trump. Trump
by
is not
saying that you have
conservative
that
in his
position.
personal life.
Can we just like talk about
Trump
like,
is
what
not a
matters
conservative
here?
in his personal life.
Can we just like talk about
Trump
like,
is a moderate in his personal life. Trump is not a
I wanna-
conservative in
I
his
wa-
personal life.
I
He's
wanna
conservative
talk-
in
so-
policy, but not.
So typically
person.
moderates aren't fascists. But anyways, so what matters here is you could say that the conservatives have won on abortion. I'm fine with that. Okay. But if anything, I think that this shows great reason why everybody should stray away from the conservative party, because the conservatives winning on abortion implies millions of human rights violations. Right. And I think that's
You mean like the
incredibly
way that
wrong.
you guys violated millions of human rights when you unalived millions of babies?
So that's the thing. I don't think that fetuses have human rights.
Yeah, we're talking about non-sentient
Why?
embryos because they're not sentient.
Okay, but are they
I mean,
human?
to be more specific, I want to be like incredibly specific with the reasoning here. I don't think that fetuses have the right to life because I cannot identify. I failed to identify a single characteristic and or attribute of fetuses that is morally valuable.
Okay, so my wife is pregnant 21 weeks with my fetus, and I refer to it, and she refers to it every day as our baby. We've already given it a name. We've already picked out a room in the house. We already have a stroller. What are we expecting? When I tell someone my wife is expecting, what are we expecting?
A baby.
Okay, and when I say inside my wife right now, what do I tell people my wife has inside of her right now?
You say there's a baby in the tummy.
And so is the difference for you, the difference between
He
a
doesn't
fetus and a
know what
baby,
week
whether or
he's
not somebody
talking about.
wants it?
Okay, Joel, you accidentally said it at the wrong week. Okay, if you want to
21
make
weeks. No, it is 21 weeks.
if you want to make this point, it's got to be earlier in the point of pregnancy.
Why?
Because at 21 weeks, you're going to meet the point of sentience.
Why at 21 weeks?
20 through 24 weeks is the point of sentience, where sentience begins.
And what do you determine that based on?
Oh, so that's just going to be based upon a consensus amongst neurobiologists, and I mean, like this consensus has been overwhelming, and only like pushing the can later and later down the road.
So you don't want abortions after 20 weeks.
Yeah, like elective abortions after around 20 weeks are immoral.
Yeah,
I agree.
the thing is that's not happening. No one's waiting to that point in time, then getting like a lethal abortion, right? At that point, after the point, especially the point of viability, it would be just an induction of labor early, right? If it is the case that would be like the point. Otherwise, it would be like medical necessity or some type of medical complication that would lead to like an abortion. If that would require.
So then, wait, where did he get?
Joel, what
So
do you
then,
think
if it's extremely rare to have post 20, wait, so what?
What do you think is morally valuable about the fetus before that point? Like, why should I care about a fetus before it has?
Well, for me, so this is, I guess this is anecdotal, but for me, my baby was valuable because it was my baby from the moment of conception, from the moment I knew that she had a baby, that was valuable.
Yeah, hey man, that's fair, but I guess I should be more clear here. That's external value. Okay, the same way I place value on my car. Okay, that's external value. That doesn't mean that my car has any.
No, other people place value on your car too. That's why you had to pay for it.
So my question here would be, is like, what type of like internal value did that fetus possess? Because like, once again, if you're just going to say it's valuable because you find it to be valuable, all of a sudden you're justifying the pro-choice worldview. Because what about mothers that are pregnant that don't find their fetuses to be valuable and go and fucking abort it? All of a sudden, that is completely justified following your position.
Wait. So you're saying that if I didn't find it valuable, then it wouldn't be valuable?
I mean, that's seemingly your.
So my actual belief, where the value comes from is based in my religion, and that's that value comes from God, and that people are valuable from God intrinsically. So I guess that would be a Christian.
I know which domination.
Evangelical.
So is that Orthodox, Catholic? Is that a Reformed movement?
No. Evangelicals would be considered like the most common thing that everybody knows is just like Southern Baptist.
Okay, so that you're part of Reformation. So you uphold sola scriptura?
He doesn't know what that is.
That just means that you think that the only thing that holds weight and authority in the religion is the scripture of the Bible. Not like apostolic succession.
No, I think
or
the
like
only
the
thing that holds
magisterium of the
religion
Catholic and Orthodox
in that.
Church.
Yeah, I'm not Catholic. No, I don't. No, I think that all scripture comes from God, and that God gives the scripture authority.
Okay,
Dean,
okay.
Dean, that's a bit further than
I promise it's not. I swear to God, it's not. Like I've been having a lot of fun like critiquing.
Wait,
like,
why would you swear to God if you're not a Christian?
Well,
Hey,
it's a metaphor.
Can I?
So I'm not. Sure, Parker. If you want to hop in here and run an argument, that's fine. But I like at one point or another would like to be able to finish out this position.
Go ahead.
Because no, if you want to, no, seriously, man.
Why are you guys so mean to each other? You're best buds.
We're not being mean.
I'm the enemy, not you.
No one's being mean.
I don't think that we're being mean.
You guys are being mean to each other.
I don't think so.
No, you can go, Dean. Finish your point.
Yeah, for sure. So you think that the only thing that holds like authority and or power in the church is like the scripture of the Bible, right?
Well, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So then, how do you know that that the Bible's infallible? Because keep in mind, it's the early church fathers that claimed that they had been intervened by the Holy Spirit when choosing the canon and or scripture of the Bible.
How do I know that it's infallible?
Yeah. How do you know how do you know it's infallible? Because it's humans that chose that canon, that chose the individual chapters, that chose the books and organized them into the canon of the Bible. Okay. But what these early church fathers, what the early, councils will say, insofar as how they knew that some books were inspired by God and others weren't, is by claiming divination, is by claiming that the Holy Spirit had given them the authority to choose the infallible scripture of the Bible, meaning that they were infallible as well. Okay, but when you hold to sola scriptura, when you like
No.
reject the word of
That's not.
the
No, that is
church-
not what. That is not what Christianity teaches. We do not teach that men were infallible who wrote.
So
the
then, how
scripture.
do you know that they infallibly picked the correct and truly inspired canon?
Well, so we have tablets, dating us back as far as the Dead Sea Scrolls that they compared to recent texts and tested for accuracy. Also, the Ethiopian Bible is one of the oldest Bibles on the planet, coming out of Africa. We've got
maybe don't get my question, because like
most of the New Testament has been corroborated by.
I don't think that you understand my question, because I'm asking you about like the books that they picked and put into the canon of the Bible in councils from like 100 AD to 400 AD. That's when they picked the books, and they excluded some. Like they excluded a book of Judas. They excluded a book of Jesus. They excluded a book of Mary. That's either apocrypha or heresy, right? They excluded all of these different books.
So the apocrypha isn't included.
That they weren't truly like divinely inspired. Okay, and the goal of these early church fathers.
Yeah, because they also contained error. Yeah, those books contained errors in them.
But who
they
determined
that they were not a part of the internet?
But who determined what those quote unquote errors were? Who determined which text was and wasn't divinely inspired by the
different
Holy
church
Spirit?
councils
Was the
but
early
like, I'm
church
not
fathers and councils, and those early church fathers and those councils claimed that the way they were able to determine which books were and were not inspired by the Holy Spirit was to claim that the Holy Spirit was inspiring them, that they had some normative
that's not
authority,
true.
that
That's
they had
not
a
true.
power of the. Yes, it is.
That's not true. That's not
It
true.
is absolutely.
The Bible
true.
teaches that men spoke as they were carried along by the Holy Spirit to write the Bible, not to choose which books go in the Bible.
They did. They chose the books. They literally, that's an historical fact. There's councils from 120 AD to 400 AD where they chose the goddamn books. They excluded a bunch. They included a few. They chose the books that make the Bible. That is a
Do you
fact.
know what that term you just used was?
Which one? I used a lot of words there because I was speaking in full sentences.
When you say, okay, the Bible says that men spoke as they were carried along by the Holy Spirit, and it's referring to how the books of the Bible that were written down in the 66 books of the Bible, you're confusing. So there's what, three major Abrahamic religions, depending on if you just decide that Catholics and
I just
Christians
don't
are
even think that you
religions
know
or
what
not.
I'm saying. What is my point?
So do you believe Jesus existed? Let me ask you that.
I do, but I want you to reiterate what my point to you was.
In what year?
Born year 0, died year 32 or 33. But it doesn't matter because I want you to be able to reiterate the point that I just told you.
Okay, good. Because within 100 years of that, they had already accumulated and put together the first Bible.
So you're actually talking about a council that was held, I think I forget the name of the council, in 133 AD. No, the Council of
Council of
Nicaea
Nicaea.
was the Council of Nicaea was year 323 AD. You idiot. Sorry for calling you an idiot. That was rough, but you're wrong. The Council of Nicaea was
I
held
can be wrong.
323 AD. And then the then the Nicene Constantinopolitan Council was held 384 AD. Sorry for calling you an idiot. That was too far. That's too far.
Wait, what year did you say the Council of Nicaea was?
323.
Incorrect.
What is it? 324?
Now who's an idiot?
Was it 324?
325.
Fuck! I
You
was 2
have to
years
be
off.
perfectly on.
Yeah, that's
You
fair.
have to be
That's fair.
perfectly
That's fair.
on if you're going to call somebody an
Yeah,
idiot.
yeah, it's fair. I'll take it all on it. You're right. You're right. You're actually right. You're actually right. No, I gotta own that one. I gotta own that one. But my point is like these early church fathers in these councils, like they're the ones that claim that they had been inspired by the Holy Spirit, and that's why they could choose the correct canon of the Bible, and that's the scripture you read today. And listen, my overall critique here is that you claim
No, that is
to
not
accept-
correct.
Then how did they correctly choose the true inspired canon of the Bible?
I mean, as far as that goes, I guess the only thing I could say to that is I just have to trust that God preserved his word like he said he would in the Bible, and that the Bible that I have today is the preserved word of God. But if you believe that I can believe that the Bible is true, but wait, if you believe that I can believe
But
that
he
the Bible is
preserved
true
it
without
by
faith,
inspiring the councils. That's where the magisterium comes from. That's what the councils said too. Yes, that's what the councils that chose the canon of the
can you allow
scripture
me?
you read
Can you
say.
allow? Can you allow me to
course.
finish?
Of course.
If I do not believe that a God that can part the Red Sea and create something from nothing and raise someone from the dead can do all of those things, then I cannot believe that he was capable of protecting his righteous and holy word through the years. If you believe the words of the Bible are true, then how we got the Bible is not nearly as important
What
as
you're
what's
saying
inside the Bible.
What you're saying implies that I'm correct. Okay, you're saying that this God is capable of preserving his word. He preserved his word by having the Holy Spirit interfere with.
You
these
realize like
councils.
what we have of the
Can I
Bible
finish
and what we
speaking?
compare it to that's very old.
Can you not interrupt me? So my point is that God inspired, in accordance with the Christian scripture, that the Christian God inspired early church fathers and early church councils and divinely inspired them to choose the true, adequate, and correct canon of the Christian Bible. Why am I making this point? This point I'm making is very important. It's because you claimed to be a part of the reformed movements of Christianity, starting with Martin Luther. You said that you were an evangelical Baptist. Okay, well, the branch, the sect of Christianity that you hold to, that you think is true, denies the magisterium and denies the normative authority of early church fathers and church councils. Okay, why am I bringing this up? Why is this relevant to the point about abortion literally at all? Because it shows you that you cannot coherently justify the sect of Christianity that you claim. You cannot explain why your sect is right and why other sects and denominations are wrong. In fact, now I've pointed out an issue,
Wait,
a
who said
problem
they were wrong?
with the sect
Who
of
said they were wrong?
Christianity. Because
Who
you
said they
don't
were
believe
wrong?
in the magisterium, which implies that the papacy is wrong. The papacy does not hold a divine authority. The papacy cannot speak in the chair of the Pope.
But Catholics don't. Yeah,
seceded
but
from
Catholics
Saint
don't.
Peter.
But Catholics don't believe
and
that
be
the
infallible.
Pope supersedes the Bible.
So they believe in two things: oral tradition and written tradition. So the power of the papacy would fall under oral tradition, and the victor of Christ, in the seat, in the succession of the apostolic succession following from Saint Peter. But my overwhelming point here is that you cannot coherently justify Christianity. You cannot justify that you're right and they're wrong. You cannot explain to me why the
Who's
Catholics.
they?
Oh my God. Are you even going to listen to me?
Wait, why are you trying to divide me against other Christians? I believe that the Christians that I stand with from a political standpoint believe that abortion is just as wrong as I do. They also think that God is the one who gives the babies. The Catholics are probably the biggest pro-life constituent on the planet. I don't know what you're trying to argue here.
Well, maybe if you'd listen, it would be clear. What I'm arguing here is that you cannot justify Christianity as you find it to be the case, meaning that it's false. I'm literally explaining how your conception
entire
of Christianity
argument is to
false.
debunk Christianity.
Yes,
Okay,
I'm
so even
debunking
if I could
Christianity
be,
by
even if,
explaining to you how you cannot explain how the canon of the Bible would follow, given your Reformed sect of evangelical, being an evangelical Baptist that upholds sola scriptura. Right? You reject the magisterium, you reject the authority of church fathers, you reject oral tradition. Okay, well, like in rejecting the normative authority of the church,
we don't reject oral
you
tradition.
reject
The Bible was carried down for years orally before it was ever written down. We don't reject oral tradition.
Oral tradition pertaining to apostolic succession. Okay, and the reason why this is relevant is because you basically don't think that the councils that chose the canon of the Bible did so with divination from God, which means that they are not infallible, but they are rather fallible.
No, I don't believe they were divine. They did not become divine to choose the books of the
They're
Bible. I
divine
believe
inspiration
that God,
from the Holy Spirit.
for writing the Bible, not choosing the different books that go into the Bible.
So then how do you know that they chose the right books that were actually written by God?
I trust God that they chose the right books.
Okay, well, that would imply that they were divinely inspired to do so. I mean, that's what they think too.
That argument could be stretched very far. That could be like, I could say, well, I don't do anything. Everything that I do, because God knows it's going to happen, then that means God divinely inspired it, and that's the whole difference between God's permissive will.
You understand
and
that the councils literally claimed that they were divinely inspired. The councils claimed that they were backed by the Holy Spirit.
Dean, what I understand is that the level of which we are debating my individual religion is so far off from the initial talking point that we started with, that Christians support the pro-life movement and that they believe that
it's just so incredibly
their reasoning
relevant.
for that comes from God.
It is literally so fucking relevant because you can't even get past the baseline explanations on why you think the Bible is true. Like, that's it, man. Like,
I've already told you why I think the Bible is true.
You explicitly
deny
things.
Men spoke as they were carried along by the Holy Spirit. That's what the Bible says. That's why I believe it.
But how do you know that text in the Bible was divinely inspired if the early church fathers that chose the books of the Bible were not divinely inspired as they claimed?
I mean, how do you know anything? Because you believe it. I believe it.
So you're basically just saying that you have faith in it?
That's literally the whole purpose of religion. Religion is faith. Faith is religion. Are you new to religion?
So like the reduction of your claim is, I understand that there could be contradictions here. I understand that I deny the magisterium and the normative authority and power of early church fathers, but I just simply think it's true, therefore it is true. That's your argument.
No,
like literally,
no.
you have to have faith that they were right.
True. I believe it. That is the purpose of faith. The premise of faith is belief. I don't know why that's so unusual to you to understand.
Okay, if I have faith that you're a murderer, should you go to jail?
Okay, are you an atheist?
Yeah, of course.
So you know for a fact that God doesn't exist.
Answer my question. If I have faith that you're a murderer, should you go to jail?
No. So you know for a fact that God doesn't exist.
I know for a fact that the Abrahamic gods don't exist. But answer my question. If I have faith that you're a murderer, should you go to jail?
Abrahamic gods?
Yeah,
Abrahamic gods?
Sorry, better worded conceptions of the Abrahamic God. There you go.
So you believe that all the Jews, all the Muslims, and all the Christians got it wrong, and their religion is false.
Yes, I do, and I'm explaining right now. Answer my question. If I have faith that
so
you're a murderer, should you go to jail?
Why
won't you answer this fucking question? Why won't you answer this question?
It's a ridiculous question.
It's a ridiculous question that disproves the foundation for your beliefs.
That God's doesn't. No, I'm going to disprove the fact that your beliefs are just as ridiculous because said you believe and you know for a fact that God does not exist.
Yeah, I think that there's explicit contradictions entailed via the Abrahamic conception of a God. But that's neither here nor there because you're just simply using this to pivot away from my question. I was able to reduce your Christian worldview down to mere faith and faith alone. So if I have mere faith and faith alone that you're a murderer, should you go to jail? The reason why you won't answer this question is because it will debunk your standard of evidence.
No, because your faith is not reality. Your faith and what you think about me is not reality.
Oh, great. Neither is yours. Debate over.
And neither is yours. You're a man of faith as well. You believe that God doesn't exist. That's a belief, not a fact.
Yeah, but it's a belief that's not substantiated by faith, but rather by probabilities and contradictions.
There is so much more evidence for the existence of God than there is that he does not exist.
You couldn't even give me evidence that the canon of the Bible is infallible.
Consider yourself an intelligent. Do you consider yourself an intelligent being?
You unironically couldn't even get. Wait. I'm so sorry, Joel.
Do
You
you
literally
consider?
couldn't give me evidence that the canon of the
No,
Bible
you.
was infallible. In fact, you rejected the only evidence that could exist by holding to a Reformed sect of being a Baptist. Like you, and like I was able to get you to concede down to the baseline belief that you don't have evidence that it's infallible. It's just simply faith-based belief. Okay, you could say that there's evidence for a creator. You could say that there's evidence for a God. You could point me towards, oh, how did the Big Bang start, or intelligent design, and all these things. But guess what?
I'm not
Even if I
even gonna
accept
go
every
there.
single one of those, you have no fucking evidence that the canon of the Bible is infallible, and you
Hey,
reject all the evidence that could exist in holding to your
Dean, that's
Reformed
not true.
Baptist belief.
Now you're
It
being
is.
dishonest. Dean, you're being
I showed you
dishonest.
how that's
And
true.
I can disprove you in 2 seconds. It's very simple. You believe yourself to be an intelligent individual.
Of course.
Have you ever seen a tremendous thing come from nothing? Have you ever seen order magically come from disorder?
Nope. Must mean there's a God.
No, we're not even getting that far. If I had an explosion in a junkyard and a Rolls Royce drove out and I said there was junkyard parts all over and they exploded together at the perfect time and out drove a perfectly working
By the
Rolls
way,
Royce,
Parker,
would you
you can
agree
hop
that
in
that's a
whenever you
reasonable
want.
thing?
I just want to let you know you could hop in whenever you want, Parker.
Would
No,
you agree that
completely
that's a
unreasonable.
reasonable belief? Okay.
It's completely
And
unreasonable.
I know you love, I'm sure you've probably had your fair share of the man versus gorilla arguments. Is a gorilla stronger than a man?
Yep.
So without intelligence, how long would humans exist on this planet without their superior intelligence?
Very not that long.
So without the invention of weapons, without our being able to find fire, that's what I believe, that the Bible makes sense of this all by saying God created humans in their current state with the intelligence that they currently have, which is why we have not gone extinct. We have dominated every single aspect of the world. There is no being on earth that can stand toe to toe with a human and win in an out and out battle. You say, oh, well, a whale. We were killing whales with spears. That takes genius. If you deny that humans are the most intelligent species on the planet and that it would logically conclude that a more intelligent creator created them, then you're the one who needs help with your faith, because that takes a whole lot more faith than believing in intelligent design when everything that we see in society that is intelligent has a designer. You don't think your iPhone or your camera that's so high quality. I am not reading off of anything,
Can I
bro.
respond to that quick? So
I've been doing this since 2018. I don't need to read off of flashcards.
Okay, so Joel, I just want to let you know, in terms of the intelligent design argument, this is a horrible argument. The reason why this is a horrible argument is because we have no priors with beings creating universes. There's nothing about that we have priors with to be able to make that type of determination. Therefore, you can't make that type of conclusion because you don't have priors with that particular type of thing. You can make a claim that yes, in typical, we expect to see a creator if it is the case that there is a set of intelligent stuff, but that's because we have, say, in certain circumstances, priors with, say, human beings creating books, right? We have priors with that, so we can make that type of determination. If we didn't have priors, we couldn't make such a reasonable conclusion. Okay.
Really?
Also,
so what
this doesn't entail
intelligent functioning system right now? Yeah, what
he's not gonna
intelligent
listen.
functioning
He's
system
not
exists
gonna
in the
listen,
world
Parker.
that was not created with a creator?
I would say evolution isn't something you can determine as a byproduct of a creator. Are you saying that, like, under a naturalist worldview, that like evolution is somehow like not possible to allow for human beings to exist?
He doesn't.
Is that your argument?
Right, because humans are not the fittest. Survival of the fittest denies that humans would have survived as long as they do. We're not the fittest.
Okay, so you're saying that it is the case that human beings, right, can't survive within the context of nature, and that's why. So how do you explain the fossil evidence and historical evidence of human beings existing, right, and also like our prior ancestors, right, and
By the
also
way,
other beings?
I don't think.
I
gotta head off in 5 minutes.
I don't think our ancestors were dumber than us. Have you seen the pyramids? Have you seen the things they were able to accomplish with much less
I'm sorry, when I say
technology than we have?
when I say ancestors, that goes back millions of years. That goes back a
Okay,
lot
well,
further
that's a
than what you're
belief,
thinking.
Parker.
Well, that's based upon
That's a
evidence.
belief.
That's based upon evidence, right?
It's not based upon evidence.
It is.
If you use the same dating methods to date the age of known things in this world today, they do not hold up. And
What
what
does that
did it
even
say the
mean? I'm
margin of error
confused.
was?
The date?
was
What using
between
what
one-
dating
Yeah,
mechanism?
radiometric dating. They said that the margin of error was between 1 and 2 million years. That's a concept of time nobody's ever lived through.
Wait, you understand that's
That's
not
a belief.
That's also
You're
not
a believer, Parker.
That's not the
What
only
the
concept of
fuck?
like dating, right? There's dating outside of the context of
Give me
radiometric
any
dating.
dating. Give me any dating method. Give me any dating method.
Wait.
We can do.
So the idea that radiometric dating or like uranium-lead dating can like date back a couple million years
Is
not just, like,
a belief.
so it's a belief based on fact. So they just see how much like the
It
half-life.
is not. It's based on an assumption.
It's based upon how much like the half-life of like uranium may decay in a year, and then they see how much that decay would have to take place in order for it to be fucking gone, using science and math, and they're like, oh, 2 million years. So therefore, this dating method can only date back 2 million years based upon the amount of decay that took place in like 5 or 10 years, and then they just project that out until it would be gone. Boom, science.
But that's based on an assumption that it's moving at the same rate and that it will continue to move at the same rate throughout time. But here, let me ask you this very, very important question.
You're giving us
How old is
a
written?
presuppositionalist argument saying that like we don't have good reason to accept science or math.
How long
Is that what you're saying?
has written language been around?
I'm asking you, do you think
How long
that-
has written language been around?
Do you think there isn't justification for science
Okay.
or math?
I think that your justification is flawed because we know how long written language has been around, 6,500 years. And we went from 6,500 years of writing things on tablets to now we are video chatting thousands of miles
Joel,
apart
I understand, but
on
like, if
a
you do-
separate screen.
I get it.
If
But
you look
if you
at the
don't,
rate at which
hold up, can you mute him real quick?
technological advance occurred. Can you give me 10 seconds?
No. If you don't believe in science, I'm not going to be able to use science to be able to convince you
I do
of
believe in
anything.
science.
Oh,
I do believe in
if you do
science.
believe in
And the
science-
science that I see
Hold up.
says
If you
that
do
it-
believe in science, let me respond to this, right? If you do believe in science, well, then you would agree with the scientific professionals that indicate that the Earth, right, is over 4 billion years old, right? And you would disagree, right, with people who dispute evolution without reason because there's a scientific consensus on that as well.
Which evolution?
What do you mean, which evolution? On that
Which
evolution
evolution,
occurred?
macro or micro?
Both. Wait,
Nope, they are not the same. One means change over time, which I will agree things change over time, but they tend to decay. The other,
macro is just micro plus time. That's it.
But do you understand the amount of time you assume must occur to get the kind of changes that you would need for evolution to even work?
That we have evidence, right? That's been that long, right?
We do not. We do not have evidence of it.
You're saying there's no evidence the Earth is 4.6 billion years old?
I'm saying that there is no way that someone can say definitively that a block of time that we have no concept of is for sure where it is when the margin of error contains millions of years.
But then why do all of these different sciences come up with the same 4.6 million, whether that be through dating through lead, whether that be through other sorts of mechanisms? Practically every view of science, right?
Name a method.
Plates.
Then Parker, name a method of dating.
Wait, I just gave you multiple. You can also use
uranium lead.
You can use rock layers, right? You can also specifically.
Can you give me just name one?
I'm naming things you can use to date.
Uranium lead, is that what you want? Uranium lead dating?
You can use uranium.
Okay, let's go with that
based on the decay. So like I'm confused what your point is. Also, like, again, I'm just asking you, do you accept scientific professionals what they typically identify on a consensus basis?
The margin of error for uranium lead dating can be as low as 2 to 2.5 million years.
That's very small for billions of years.
Uh-huh.
You know that margin of error is incredibly small for billions of years. Are you kidding me, dude? He's comparing millions to literally multiple billions. Okay, sure, it could be within 2 million, but 2 million to multiple billion is such a small fucking fraction of a number.
I feel like this is like common sense.
That we've been writing the time that we've been writing things down is 6,500 years ago. We are under 10,000 years for definitive. We know for a fact people were writing it down. We know this happened.
Wait, but we have human fossils that go back hundreds of thousands. We have human fossils that go. Yes, we do.
No, we don't. We have human fossils that they dated with a margin of error that's 1 to 2 million years.
Who's Lucy?
An unusual chimpanzee. There's no evidence that Okay, present to me the evidence that it was an upright walking human.
Okay.
And that would
I'm
be
sorry,
one
Joel,
skeleton. You would need
Joel,
thousands of
can I
transitional skeletons
can I
to
clarify
even
with
begin
you?
to prove your point.
Can I clarify with you real quick? Like, you're asking Dean and Parker, who one are not scientific professionals, but two can report
I'm a
to.
free
let me
climber from
please finish.
Ohio, Parker.
Let me please finish. We can report to the literally thousands of scientific professionals across the United States, hundreds of thousands across the world that disagree with you.
Parker,
that identify a consensus. Well, I think that there's a legitimate probability.
How many scientific professionals in the year 1000 thought the Earth was flat?
Joel, when I'm making the claim that with the current scientific evidence that we have, with the current professionals that we have, that it's very likely to be accurate, I'm giving a probabilistic claim. I'm not saying it's certain to be true. I'm saying it's most probable to be true based upon the evidence.
Can you repeat that? You were gone for 5 seconds. Can you repeat that?
I'm saying it's most probable.
You were out for 5 seconds.
I'm saying it's most probable to be true based on the evidence. Like when you go to the doctor, do you not listen to what the doctor says?
I don't go to the doctor.
You don't ever go to the doctor? Okay, can I clarify, right? If you like broke your arm, would you go to the doctor? No?
I'd probably go to like an urgent care to get like stitched up in a cast, but that's very different.
Why?
I don't go to the doctor because I believe that doctors are profit motivated, and so they're going to get you hooked on some drugs, and it's going to ruin your life.
Okay. One, there are plenty of doctors that you don't have to like take a diagnosis or anything. You don't have to like take any drugs, right? Also, like I've been to the doctor.
Yeah, but they're profit motivated, so they're profit
I
motivated, so they are
understand.
going to insist that you take drugs.
You could just deny the addictive substances like opioids.
It does not work like that.
Joel.
It does.
Can I let me please finish this. Joel, what you're not understanding is that every single system is profit motive. If you don't want that profit motive to exist, how about you advocate for universal healthcare? Wait, you're advocating for Donald Trump right now on the live, who is not advocating for that type of system, wants it to be profit based, right? And wants to lay back the restrictions on these companies so that they can gouge you more for basic healthcare needs.
So here's what I know. I know that just saying something is the pharmaceutical version of something doesn't magically make it non-addictive or safe. And so I just choose not to be addicted to drugs.
Joel, that's not what we're asking you.
I
We're not
do not
asking
go
you to do that.
places in which.
No, do you get typical checkups?
No.
Do you go to the dentist?
Have I gone to the dentist before?
Do you go to the dentist?
Regularly?
Do you still
What
go?
are you? Wait, what are you scared about getting?
I mean, I guess technically a dentist. So my family has a history of
brush your
drug and
teeth.
alcohol abuse.
Okay, but
What do you think?
Joe? What are you scared of? What are you scared of
Can I
getting
please finish this
addicted
point real
to?
quick?
Sure.
Yeah,
And then
so-
I want to respond to this whole thing about getting addicted to pharmaceuticals with doctors.
For sure. If you brush your teeth, you at least believe to some degree that the scientific evidence that indicates that your toothpaste is effective is legitimate and valuable.
Yeah, but that's real world science. That's not just
That's real world
that's
science.
Not
Same thing with
speculation. Yeah, that's
evolution.
not speculation.
That's the same thing with evolution.
It's not real world. No,
Yes, it is.
millions of years, and saying that the Earth came about in millions of years. When you're guessing, you're an educated person with a degree, and you're guessing.
Dude, you understand that if you make calculations, right, based upon certain set of parameters, right? If you're saying that you're guessing, well, then you're also saying that the doctor's guessing when he offers you to do something. The dentist,
and
well,
they legally,
technically,
and they have legal protections based on the fact that they're guessing. That's why they say you have a legal right to practice medicine. It's called a practice for a reason.
To deal with. Okay, so technically, the dentists are also guessing, right, when saying that toothpaste is going to be effective based upon the data that they have.
Is there fluoride? Is there fluoride in it?
Yeah.
Is there sugar in the toothpaste?
No.
There's lots of sugar in toothpaste.
Okay, if there's some in, then you can talk about that. You can talk about.
So we all agree that
the negative impacts of sugar because of science,
bad, right?
Because of science.
But right, and I agree. I'm not anti. Do you think I'm anti-science?
Yes.
Because I don't believe the Earth is millions of years old.
No, because you don't believe in evolution, because you don't believe in the dating of the Earth, because you don't believe in basic science.
That's not true.
That's true.
I did not say that. Evolution has changed over time. I
Toothpaste
absolutely believe in.
Toothpaste does not contain sugar.
Oh, rough.
That's not correct.
It contains like sweeteners, but not sugar.
Toothpaste can contain sugar.
What toothpaste? Tell me what toothpaste contains sugar.
All right, I'll give you one.
Okay.
And then also, I got to end the stream here. We're already 5 minutes over when I wanted to end. I did want to say though,
while you're researching toothpaste with sugar. You were saying that you don't go to your annual checkups because you're scared of getting addicted to drugs. So they don't like just give you opioids to take at your annual checkups. I don't.
What do you think? Yeah.
Oh
what
my
do you
god!
think
Oh my god!
oxycodone is?
Wait, hold up. Wait, did you say that
Wait,
your
what do you think
partner's
oxycodone
wait?
is?
Is your partner pregnant?
My partner?
Yes.
I don't believe in using terms like that. That's
Oh, I'm
ridiculous.
sorry. You don't believe in those terms. Okay. Is your partner
I
pregnant?
have a wife.
Is your
I
wife?
have someone I'm married
Is your
to.
wife pregnant? Oh my gosh.
Okay, Snowflake.
What
Does
kind of
your
question
wife-
is that? I told you she was pregnant already.
Oh,
Does your
okay.
wife go to the
What about
doctor and whatnot?
prenatal care?
She goes to the. She has a midwife and a doula.
And you
It's like
believe the doctor then,
like a more-
right?
those aren't doctors. Those are more traditional forms for a natural birth.
Okay, wait. So you don't go to. Okay, so wait. Repeat what you said.
You know that like Amish birth thousands of babies a year without
understand.
going to the doctor.
Can I finish off with my point?
High rates of natural disaster.
You guys are crazy.
Go ahead.
What? So I really wanted clarification on this point. You said that you don't go to your annual checkups because you're scared of getting addicted to drugs. They do not give you opioids at your annual checkups. What the fuck are you talking about?
So when I was playing professional soccer, I tore my ACL, and they tried to prescribe me like 500 milligrams of OxyContin. My sister, who's a nurse, said,
Yeah.
"Whatever you do, deal with the pain. Do not take any pain medication." I didn't take any pain medication. Wait,
Okay.
listen. I didn't take any pain medication. I returned to full, complete recovery play in 3 months, which is one of the fastest ACL tear recovery times in the history of sports.
How are you saying that's
Okay,
related to that
so-
instead of? Wait, it could be some
Can-
other factor that
I-
explains that.
Like what? Because I'm black and we're just better at sports.
What? What? That has nothing. Wait. So listen. You understand saying there could be another explanation instead of it just being the drug, right? Or not taking of the drugs, right? Is not at all relating to any specific thing. I'm just saying it could have been a different explanation. What?
You realize that okay, Mr. Science, you realize that pain is your body telling you something's not okay. So just masking pain does not cure the illness. It just masks the
You're
symptoms,
saying
right?
certain things can help with it, right? But you saying that specifically that's helping with your particular pain. You saying that specifically led to a reduction
Okay, I'm not against-
of the
okay,
time that
Parker,
it
I'm
took
not
for you to
against
recover is not based upon evidence, is an anecdotal claim that I said
Okay,
could be
Parker,
explained
I'm
by
not
any
against-
other set
I'm
of
not against-
explanation.
I happen to know
I'm
a
not
lot
against
about this topic, so
antibiotics.
I'd love
I'm not
to,
against
like,
antibiotics
hop in here.
because I understand that like penicillin and stuff is very important. It's a
So-
useful. But
Can I hop
but
in here?
You
Like,
if
I
you
just
but if you
really
think that
wanna make a
painkillers and we don't have a painkiller epidemic in America right now, bro, open Google
we
and
do.
Google it.
We do. We
No
do.
dispute about
Joe, we actually, I probably agree with you more than disagree on this point specifically. And it actually is true that the data can demonstrate that the use of opioids can like slow the healing process of particular ailments. Like for instance, for lower back pain and back surgeries, people that are prescribed opioids stay out of work longer than those that aren't. Okay, so there actually may be something there to back what you're saying, possibly. All right, but I guess what I'm saying is this doesn't mean that you just have to be in total rejection of all medicine. Like you could still go to the doctor. In fact, you could even still get operated on. You could still be like a normal, functioning, healthy person that gets checked up on while just denying like opioids. In fact, that's what I do.
Yeah. So I'm not. No. Yeah.
Wait, Joel.
Yeah,
if I
and
could
I'm
just
not
clarify.
against all medicine.
That's
I just
what I
prefer
do
to go
too.
for a natural alternative.
But like
to
these
just
two
some
things don't
chemical from a
contradict one
lab.
another. So you could still go to a doctor and get your chemicals from labs that save millions and millions of life every single year while just simply rejecting addictive opioids. That's what I do. You know, like my mom got addicted to opioids and I grew up homeless for a little bit because of that. And the origin was a bad accident where she got prescribed them from her doctors. So we absolutely
But,
do
like,
have
they have
an
a-
epidemic
and-
where there is a lot of doctors that are profit driven that engage in malpractice and prescribe their patients opioids just to get them hooked so they keep on coming back.
Right, and I can't
personally
believe I'm
that.
saying this, but I would agree with you that you cannot have unchecked, unregulated capitalism because no, the market is not pure. No, people are not pure. No, profit motives are not pure. And unfortunately, people are greedy and people are going to do what they can.
But this doesn't lead to rejection.
Do whatever they can
of
to make most money.
But this doesn't lead to rejection of modern medicine, though. It just leads to
No,
rejection
I don't.
of opioids.
Who
for
said
you
I
personally.
rejected modern? Yeah, who said I rejected modern medicine?
Yeah, you don't even go to your annual checkups because of opioids.
That's what we were.
No, I
that's
don't go
what
to
we were
get. Yeah,
bringing
I
up.
keep saying,
Wait,
no.
Joel, the whole reason we
Well,
brought
no,
this up
I
in the
have, I
first
have a
place was
naturopathic.
saying
I
that
have
you.
a naturopathic doctor that comes by the house and checks up on me.
Okay, well, oh my gosh, there we go. That's all we were trying to at least to some degree address is that you accept.
Right, but he doesn't prescribe any.
Oh
opiates.
my, I'm gonna go.
Dude, yeah, oh my God, you could still go to like a PhD doctor at the hospital and just simply deny opioids in the rare instances when they want to provide them to you.
Okay, can I just?
You'd be significantly healthier.
I don't even take like ibuprofen or Tylenol. For
Okay,
headaches.
oh my
Fine, me
gosh.
neither. I actually don't either, which is crazy that we both are like this. But it's irrational, okay? But regardless
also
of the
not-
fact
like,
that it's
I'm also
irrational,
not
you could continue to make that same irrational decision while still also claiming everything else for modern medicine. Okay, make that one irrational decision of just denying pain meds, but then still engaging in the remainder
you think
of
that's
the
an irrational decision?
99.99999%
Wait,
of
you think that's an irrational decision?
Advil and Tylenol? Yeah.
What do you mean?
I think it's irrational to reject those when your body needs them.
But didn't you just say you rejected them?
That's opioids, and I do sometimes with Advil and Tylenol. But I think that's an irrational decision.
So wait, why is it irrational for me, but it's not irrational for you?
He just said it was
like
irrational.
I just said, I
Oh my
think it
God.
is an irrational
It's
decision.
not. It's not irrational.
Okay, well,
because I think that you can get addicted to a feeling, even if it's on a
Can I
smaller
explain
scale,
why we're
and
even at
that
this
can be
conversation in the
problematic
first
for your
place?
history.
Can I explain why we're in this conversation in the first place? Because the reason why I brought this up originally was because I'm just demonstrating to you that you accept, right, the experts, what they say in typical because it's most probable to be true, right? That's where you're getting this information from, right? Is going to be the experts on a consensus basis, right? So if that's where you get the evidence when it comes to that, why don't you do the same thing with evolution? You can still believe in your religion and
Because
just
I
believe in
believe
evolution.
in evolution. I believe in evolution as in change over time. I don't believe in evolution as in speciation, where one species can turn into another
That's an
species.
aspect
Because I've
of
never seen it.
evolution. We have
I've never
observed
seen
it.
it occur.
We have
Where?
observed it. Finches.
What have we observed?
Finches.
They did not
That's a
turn into
historical
alligators.
example.
They stayed
I
finches.
gotta.
They
Oh my
stayed
God,
finches. That's not speciation.
Wait, what do you think speciation is? Do you think a speciation means it evolves from an alligator to a bird? What the fuck are you thinking speciation is?
Yes,
it means
if
it goes into
something
it. Means there's enough difference in the DNA where there's a difference in the genetic code, insofar as that we establish that there's a different species. So it's actually kind of like an arbitrary threshold.
But wait, a finch is the same species.
It's a different species of finch. Oh my gosh. You know, there are multiple different species of finch, right?
Right, but it's still always a finch. It's never becomes a lizard or vice versa.
It's a different species.
Evolution
So speciation
requires animals to
Okay.
change.
One more minute.
Yeah, I don't think
Evolution
that
requires
even
animals to
matters.
change to different. No, but it requires animals to change into different animals. You believe,
Dude, you don't have to
that,
believe
what,
this in order to
dinosaurs were
believe in your
birds?
religion. You cannot believe this, right? And still believe in your religion.
Right, but I'm saying that that's still a belief. You have a belief. You believe
no
that
one said-
dinosaurs evolved into birds.
I have beliefs, but those beliefs are based on evidence.
But you don't have proof of that.
We do have evidence.
We've
we have
never
evidence.
observed a dinosaur.
That's not what we claim.
In
We
order
never
for something
claimed
to be
a dinosaur
scientifically
turned,
proven,
like we didn't say like a dinosaur like evolved like Pokemon into a bird. You understand that it's going to be over significant levels.
you need
of
millions
time,
of years, and that's a
change
belief.
in genetic code,
Right,
that
and you
change in
need
genetic
millions of
code
years.
becomes so vast over time, right, that it would be the case that you'd see differences in species, and that difference in species over time contributes to differences in other species, right, in the long run, which then over time, over a very, very long periods of time, happens enough times where you're going to see a huge distinction in the species that exist now versus the species that existed in the
Dean,
past.
can I make a final statement and I'll be done? It'll be 20 seconds.
Kylan, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I really appreciate you so much for the love, as well as Kim. Thank you so much for the $11. Yeah, that's fine. Make one last statement, and then I'm going to tell you that ibuprofen and Advil is not addictive, and that you have no rational reasons to reject it. But hey, that's you.
I just don't believe in putting any form of drugs into my body because I don't
should
believe
try it
that
out.
it's healthy.
You should try it out one day. I'm not
So-
even joking, because I used to think that same shit. I tried it. It made my life better when I cut my finger. It fucking destroyed it.
Is
mashed
vaping making your life better, Dean?
It. Nah, that's bad.
Hey,
Really
anxiety.
bad.
It's an anxiety pen.
You can't.
It is an anxiety pen.
You can't.
not
Get it
taking
right.
advice from you.
You can't. You cannot compare the anxiety pin to ibuprofen.
Mhm. Well, I don't know if I'm going to take my medical advice from you, but
you're so fuck you. You're so disingenuous. You're so disingenuous.
But
it's
no,
an anxiety pin though. No, on a real note, it's not even a vape. It's an anxiety pin.
Okay. And on a real note, Parker
And
Dink,
it's
I
all
don't hate
natural
the ground
too.
that you guys walk on. I actually have tremendous respect for the fact that you guys are knowledgeable about what you talk about and you don't just, get up and rage quit and scream at people, and you guys run very organized lives. I have tremendous respect for you for that. My final statement regarding the whole evolution thing is if it takes millions of years and you believe it, then that's a belief. The idea that science has to be observable, testable, and repeatable has been the premise for something to be a scientific law forever. You can't observe, test, or repeat the past. So everything that is past when we were writing things down, so everything older than 10,000 years is a belief because we don't have any proof of someone who observed it and then wrote it down. So that's just my 2 cents. Thank you guys for having me up, and
Wait,
I
but
wish you all
evolution
the
is
best.
observable, testable, and repeatable.
It is not observable, testable, and repeatable. Speciation is not.
Yeah, and tests on and tests with like carbon dating, uranium lead dating, etc. are also observable, testable, and repeatable.
Right, but we already acknowledged that the margin of error was a million years, a concept of that no one has any time.
As comparison to 4.6 billion years. So again, 1 to 2 million years is very small in comparison to 4.6 billion years. Right? That's way less than 1%. Okay.
I kicked him so the circle wouldn't restart. Yeah, see, that guy's kind of nuts. Not gonna lie. The Advil point really got me. It's rare that I come across somebody that is vehemently anti-Advil. You know what I mean?
Diabolical.
Yeah.
Are you getting off
that's an
for
interesting
tonight?
one. Yeah, I'm gonna get off. Parker, are you gonna go live?
Yep, I'll go live on this account, and I'm obviously still already live on my YouTube. Parker, get a job.
Cool. What account are you on?
Parker, get a real job, man.
Parker, get a real job. All right, I'll send them on a raid. Take care, man.
All right, I'll see you. Good seeing you, man.
See ya. Good seeing you as well.
All right, everyone. I'm going live on this account. I think I'm just gonna risk the main. Fuck it. I'm not going on Parker get a real job. I'm going on the main. Alrighty, let's go to the main. All right, there we are. What the hell? Why is it not? Wait, I need to flip. There we go. All right, we're gonna get some debates up here. Alrighty, let's get some debates, everyone. Let's get some debates going. Let's get some debates going. Let's get everyone on the YouTube. Where's the stash? I got rid of it like a few days ago. I got rid of it like 2 days ago. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, everyone joining in? How y'all doing? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It will help get it out to more people. Did you get a haircut? I did. I did get a haircut. My hair was getting a little bit too long. A little bit too long, especially on my sides. People were saying rip stash. Yes, I know, right? You know, it always can come back. That was only a few weeks of growth. But yeah, there was a lot of people who liked it, a lot of people who didn't like it, you know? What's up, everyone? Do tap that screen. Do share the live. It'll help get it out to more people. This account has been absolutely cooked. And this account right now, it's on an account ban warning, but we're going to risk it for the biscuit. Allison, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I missed the mustache already. That's diabolical. What's up, everyone joining in? How's everyone doing? We're going to start getting some debates here very soon. What's up, everyone? Do make sure to like the stream. It'll help get it out to more people. We're going to start getting some debates here very soon. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. What's up, everyone, though, joining in from Dean's stream, especially? How y'all doing? How's everyone doing? You know, YouTube, on doing the YouTube debates might even be better, honestly. I wish I could find a way to. I need to find a way to stream the YouTube debates to TikTok, maybe. Jane, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Jane. We're gonna start getting some debates up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. Hey, Haley, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yup.
Okay. Why so?
Because under his first presidency, his economy was much better.
What's your birth year?
August 20th of 2006.
August 20th, 2006. Okay. Someone's saying my mic is going in and out. Nope. Okay, wait. Can you hear me now? Hello? Connor, are you there? Oh, of course I can't hear you. Thank you. Oh, it's... Hold up, one sec. Can you hear me now? Is it good, everyone?
Did you actually mute me?
People are saying it's fine on YouTube, but it's bad on TikTok. Yeah, I did.
I can hear you on TikTok, but
Okay,
now I can at least.
It's fine. It's fine. Okay. All right. So, why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
His economy during his first presidency was much better than it was the second one. Okay, I just kind of sold there. Kick me.
Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Do you tap that screen? Let's run it up to 500,000 likes. Billy, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. Hair's overrated. Diabolical. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Did you vote for Donald Trump? Haley, thank you.
No, I don't vote because I realize the system is created to keep everybody to.
Okay. All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I'm an Aussie.
Okay. Yo, people are saying that there's lag, right? Is there lag on TikTok? If there's lag, let me know because it's been happening recently. And I don't know why. Actually, I went on my... No. We're good? Okay. All right. Just making sure. It won't exist on YouTube, but it's been happening on TikTok. And I just don't want it to be on TikTok because I don't want to hurt the algorithm. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Garrett, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Oh, what's up, Weisha? How you doing? How you doing? You are the best. According to Garrett, you are the best. Let's get someone up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get someone up here. Do give it a second, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, what's up?
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, he's a fucking bitch.
All right. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Can you fix your mic?
Yeah, give me one.
You got echo. So. And make sure to fix that real quick. And in the meantime, on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream, everyone. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. I don't know if we'll need a restart or something. We'll see how we can get the algorithm working here. Bro shaved. Yes, I did shave. Honestly, it was some part of it was overstimulating me. I tell you, it was overstimulating me.
Is this better now?
No.
No. All right, you can kick me.
All right. Why did Dean say you're a changed man? It's because I came back with a mustache. That's it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, in the last 2 elections, I voted for him.
Okay, so why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
I think he's a genius. I think he's a great leader. Definitely the best president within my lifetime. So just one issue to maybe start off is immigration. I think he
Can we talk about the genius?
closed
one
up the
real quick?
border.
You say he's
Sure.
a genius. Like, what reason do you have to believe he's a genius? And is there a way that you can go to a place with a little less background noise?
Yeah, sorry, I'm about 3 minutes walk from my house, so I'll be inside my house in a few minutes.
I got you.
Sorry, what was the question?
You say that he's a genius. What makes you think that he's a genius?
Oh, just I mean, it's self-evident if you just listen to how he talks and the way he engages with the media. He's very honest and policy as well, obviously.
Are you trolling, bro?
I'm serious.
Okay, he has 30,000 confirmed lies under his first administration. Okay, so he's not very honest with the
Yeah, I'm
media.
sure
He
that's
lied
an
about the
objective
2020.
fact.
Yeah, he lied about the 2020 election results. He lied about sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll, said they wouldn't have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. But then in a deposition, mistook her with his ex-wife, indicating that they're either both his type or both not his type. So he would have sexually abused her anyway. Victoria, thank you for the $10. Thank you. So like
Yeah, so we can talk about like one example that I'm familiar with. I think it's a interesting point is the very fine people hoax. Are you familiar with that?
the very fine people.
Yeah, they said that Trump called neo-Nazis very fine people.
Yeah, what about it? Oh, fuck it. Unplugged. No. Sorry, hold on. I'm trying to fix it. Yeah, I had to move my mic. What's up? Oh, okay. Do you need to? Okay, wait. All right. Sorry, everyone. I'm trying to fix it. Give it a second. All right, you there? Why is it doing this? Hold up. Sorry, my phone just keeps breaking out. Give it 1 second. Okay, it just randomly started working. All right. Winter, you there?
Yeah.
All right. What were you saying?
Yeah, so just in the context of like the media and the narrative is, well, they lie about Trump constantly all the time. I mean, so for one example that I was bringing up is the very fine people hoax, where they said that he called neo-Nazis very fine people, and it's just a blatant lie.
So like, what was the group of people that he was referring to? What were they arguing?
He was referring to protesters at a protest to.
What were they
It was about a
protesting?
statue.
What were they protesting? The people who said very fine people. What were they protesting?
Well, if they were there to protest and not just for like fun, they were. I believe they were protesting to keep up a statue of Robert E. Lee. I believe it was.
And who is that?
If I'm not mistaken, he's a Confederate general
who fought for slavery.
Yeah, you could say that. Yeah.
So they were fighting to keep up a statue of a guy that was a traitor to this country that fought for slavery. And they were
So
very
that
fine
makes
people.
them neo-Nazis.
Yes. They were advocating
Oh, that's
for
an interesting argument.
yes, Robert E. Lee owned slaves and was like what? Robert E. Lee literally what's it called? Advocated for slavery, right? For it to be left of the states. That's what I meant to say. Right. What are you talking about, bro?
Well, has he done anything else? I mean, like, isn't there a more
does he have to
complex history than that? Or
Hello? Hello? You don't think that people advocating for a Confederate who literally advocated for slavery are fine people? You think those people are fine people who advocate to keep up the statue of that guy?
well, they're not advocating for slavery; they're advocating for a statue. I think there's kind of a
They're
difference
advocating to keep up a statue of a guy that advocated and fought for slavery.
there. Okay, well, you think they're bad people? I think we're going to disagree on that. So we can move on to the next point if you want.
Okay, wait. I'm sorry. Do you think that they're fine people?
I think supporting a statue to stay up is a pretty normal thing to do.
Okay, so if someone was fighting for a statue of Hitler to stay up, would you say that's a pretty normal thing to do?
I mean, it depends on the context. I mean, if we're talking about like a museum or something, like
No,
you know what I mean?
no, a statue commemorating Hitler.
Right. So if there was a statue in a museum of Hitler,
If
would
there's a
you want that
statue,
statue taken
here,
down?
let me give you a clarification. If there's a statue
Okay.
in Germany that was built to commemorate Hitler, and people were advocating to keep that statue today, right? Would you say that those are very fine people?
Well, it depends on their intention. I mean,
what intention?
I think you're being very pedantic here. I think you can
what
support
intention?
a statue. Okay, this is the problem. You can support a statue without supporting one narrow view of what it means.
I'm confused. What do you mean? You can support a statue of a guy who fought for slavery, right? In a manner in which it doesn't like make you in support of that?
It's just a statue, bro. Like you're reading too much into it.
Commemorating a person that in this instance committed a Holocaust, or in this instance fought for American slavery.
If there's a statue of Hitler in a museum, would you support taking down that statue?
I think yes. If there's a statue commemorating Hitler, you
Okay.
should take down that statue.
Okay, we disagree.
Okay, so you agree that there should be statues of Hitler?
In the context of a museum, sure. Like it's
not a museum.
It's part of
even.
history.
This isn't even a museum, though.
Okay.
Even
It's still
in the
it's like
context
part
that
of
you bring
history,
up,
you know what I mean, though.
Okay, so so you think that all statues of Hitler should stay up because it's part of history?
No, I mean that's a decision that the community should make. You know what I mean?
It's a decision that the community should make. What
Yeah,
community?
so,
What
for instance-
wait. What community should make that decision?
Yeah.
Maybe
So, for
communities
instance, if you
impacted by
have-
this?
So, for instance, if you have a community like in Germany that has a statue that has that toxic history, that community can choose. Okay, are we going to leave this statue up? Because obviously we don't support what it meant, but for historical purposes and for memoration
Wait.
purposes,
So
maybe
are
we'll keep it
you
up.
are you saying that white people should be able to make the decision whether the Confederate racist statues continue to stay up in America? That's your point. Not black people that literally had to actually deal with slavery and the fact that these statues did not come up until after the civil rights movement, but you think that white people should actually determine that the statues get to stay up. Is that what you're saying?
It has absolutely nothing to do with race.
Well, I'm trying. Okay, so again, help me understand, because you said the people
Yeah.
that have the toxic history should be able to make the decision, right?
I'm saying the
Right.
people of the local community in which the statue affects and stands should be able to make the decision about their community.
You said the people with the history, the toxic history. So specifically, I need you to be specific, because you're all over the place, and I need you to like really lock in for me.
Yeah, I'll try to be clear. Yeah.
Who should make the decision? Is it the people who have the quote unquote lineage of the Confederacy, or the
No, I'm
people
not
that
talking
were,
about that.
or the people
I'm
that
talking
are
about the
directly
local
negatively,
community.
or the people that are directly negatively impacted by the
Okay,
Confederacy
I
and what
can
they stood
claim
for?
I can claim that a Buddha statue in India directly negatively affects me. That doesn't mean that I have any say over whether that statue should stand. I'm talking about the local community.
Did Buddha put people in slavery for 400 something years?
Oh my God. Do you understand an analogy?
Yes or no? Yes or no? I mean, you want to use analogies. Being very direct. So, did Buddha put anyone in slavery for 400 years?
No.
Okay,
Not that I know
so
of.
perfect. So your analogy doesn't apply, but the reality that I live with and the reality of
Well,
Black
my analogy
Americans
does apply. You just don't understand it.
no, I understand that your
I'll
analogy
explain it
is
to you if you want.
no. I don't need you to explain, because it's dog shit.
Oh, you don't
I'm sorry.
understand, so. Okay, well, you can stay ignorant.
Because
Can
it
I
doesn't
say
make
something?
sense.
Go ahead,
Yes,
Athena.
absolutely.
Yeah. Can you make me bigger, please?
Yeah.
Do you know who else opposed the statues? Winter? Huh?
I think there was like actual neo-Nazis at that protest, if I'm not mistaken.
No. Robert E. Lee himself. This is what Robert E. Lee said, right? Robert E. Lee wrote, there was like a proposal in 1866 to build like a memorial for him. He said, "My conviction is that however grateful it would be to the feelings of the South, the attempt in the present condition of the country would have the effect of R-slurring instead of accelerating its accomplishment and of continuing, if not adding to the difficulties under which the Southern people labor." He believed that countries that erased visible signs of civil war recovered from conflicts quicker, and he was worried that by keeping these symbols alive, it would keep the divisions alive. So Robert E. Lee himself literally was against the statues. So it's crazy if
Okay.
he himself like literally wrote in his letters that he was actively against the statues, and his family also said they did not want the memorials. Why are they there? And what are they commemorating?
It's a part of history, right?
So what part of history are you commemorating with a statue?
The man Robert E. Lee.
But he said he doesn't want it, right? Couldn't you
Well, that's
talk
fine.
about him?
I'm not against the community deciding.
Well,
like,
hold on,
hey, like, we don't
Athena.
want the statue up.
Athena, hey, you remember how earlier he was saying that I didn't get his analogy? Hey, so listen. So using your premise, right? It's history. Hey, do Nazis get to actually fly their history in Germany? Is that something that they can do?
No, and I disagree with that. They should have free
Okay.
speech.
Yeah, I hear you, but they're traitors to the country. Literally, you're advocating for traitors to the country.
I'm advocating for free speech.
Is all speech free speech?
No, there's limits on free speech.
Okay, so do you think like a Yahtzee flag would be hate speech or a symbol of hate speech?
No,
Why not?
because there's no such thing as hate speech, legally speaking.
What?
Wait, so then you don't believe in limitations then?
No, when I say limitations, I'm talking about like direct calls for violence and stuff like that.
Wait,
Wait,
That's
you
not
don't
free
think like
speech.
Yeah, sorry, Parker.
I was just asking, he doesn't believe in hate speech?
Hate speech is not a legal coherent term
No, we're asking
in the
you,
context
though.
of free speech.
We're
In the
asking-
context of free speech.
We're asking you. But do you believe hate speech exists?
Define hate speech.
Right. Speech in which is going to cause some level of like marginalization, right? Or pain or suffering to certain communities?
Yeah, dehumanization or
Oh,
calling
of course
for
that
violence.
exists. I mean, people are hurt by words all the time.
Wait. So would you consider hate speech to be something that causes violence, that uh, actually physically harms people by their words?
No.
So hate speech to you wouldn't be something that can cause an actual physical reaction by the words that are using.
No, if someone calls me an idiot, it's my prerogative to get upset about that.
Well, hate
No,
speech
no, no,
is
no,
not
no, no.
necessarily calling somebody an idiot, right? Like
It's
when
just an
you are
example.
actively calling for a whole group of people to be dehumanized. For example, with regards to the Yahtzee flag, right? The Yahtzee flag is going to symbolize like National Socialism, right? Do you think like that ideology is hateful?
Oh, for sure. It's very hateful.
Okay, cool. So when you're carrying the Yahtzee flag, isn't that normalizing that ideology and glorifying it actually?
It is.
Okay, so if you're glorifying that ideology, which led to the G-side of millions upon millions of people, why would that not constitute like a hate symbol?
Well, let me be clear. I don't think it's necessarily, I mean, it's interpreted in that way generally, but, before that it was like a Buddhist symbol or whatever.
It
My
looks
point
very
is that
different. So the Buddhist symbol looks very
Oh,
different
okay.
than the yeah. So
okay.
it's angled very differently. The Yahtzee symbol is diagonally, whereas the Buddhist symbol is very straight. And it's also on the other, like it's flipped, and it doesn't necessarily look the same. So if you look at both of the symbols, they look different.
Larry, thank you for the dinosaur.
Right.
Thank you
So
much.
this argument being made is very fundamental to free speech, and it's something
Wait,
that's been
so-
debated in the Supreme Court. Go ahead.
So wait, what's your limit on free speech? Because again, I'm kind of hyper fixated on the point where if someone is able to actually, because the hate speech thing is getting me, right? So if I am able, you use the analogy of calling you an idiot, but no, if I am able to weaponize calling you an idiot enough that other people consider you less than, and you can physically be harmed because they consider you an idiot, is that hate speech?
No, it's hateful. It's not hate speech.
What? Wait,
Do you
what is
think-
Glory? It's hateful speech?
It's hateful speech, yes.
Wait, okay. Do you think that Shiloh Hendricks calling that 5-year-old child the N-word with a hard ER with hate speech?
I think it's hateful speech. I don't think it's hate speech.
What's the
Okay,
difference
wait.
between hateful speech and hate speech?
Hold on. I think we got the wrong question. Wait, what do you consider to be hate speech? What is something that you would say, yes, this is hate speech?
Legally, nothing. Legally, it's a nonsense concept. In the context of a country that has free speech. That's my argument.
You do like, so you understand
So-
like the premise of like the reason why I'm kind of hyper fixated on the words that actually cause physical harm is because the N word is rooted in physical harm that caused black people to be strange fruit and lose their life. I mean, literally,
Right.
hate speech led to Emmett Till being unalived. I mean, like it's all connected in the sense of racism, and so I'm missing the connection that you're trying to or the actual separation that you're trying to make with hate speech and hateful speech.
Right. So this exact issue we're talking about right now has been debated in the Supreme Court, and essentially the argument of free speech in the context of the United States Constitution is that nothing can be censored on face due to content. Basically, basically this argument about what constitutes like violence. So basically what you're saying is like hateful speech can be so bad that it is essentially equal to physical violence and harm. So this is something that is needing to be seen on like a case-to-case basis, like in a court. In some sense, it is an opinion of like, okay, when does it go too far? When is speech so hateful that it's actually like a danger to a person? Do you know what I mean?
Genuinely, I don't. I
So
genuinely
you're
do.
saying, so what's happening right here is you guys are saying that this symbol, for instance, the Nazi flag or whatever you want to talk about, Robert E. Lee, whatever. You're saying that it essentially equals speech that is essentially equal to physical harm. Or is that not your argument?
Winter, do you think Derek Chauvin is innocent?
I was just about to say, what the f- is happening?
Do you
with
think Derek
that?
Chauvin was innocent?
I just clicked on that and saw that.
Holy shit!
Do we want to change subjects to that? Or
No, I'm just asking a simple
Yes.
question. Do you think Derek Chauvin is innocent?
innocent? I would have to take a look at the video to see if he's completely innocent, but I think he's innocent of murder, basically.
Why?
Because there's autopsies. There was independent autopsy that said that
Yes, all those
he-
autopsies literally say asphyxiation because of pressure to the neck.
Well, he had some substances inside of him.
I mean,
There was
if
no
I
autopsy caused him.
if I were to literally like shoot you in the head, but you had cancer, I can't sit here and say cancer on the live, do you? Right?
Yeah, that'd be
So-
insane.
Yeah.
Right.
So those autopsies literally explicitly say that what unalived him was asphyxiation due to like the pressure on the knee. Have you even read those autopsies, or did you just like listen to your daddy Ben Shabibo and just regurgitate his points?
There's no autopsy
No, I've
at all
seen the
that
autopsy.
said that it was like substances. Can you provide one?
Yeah.
Not offhand. I mean, you just
None
brought up
none
the-
of the
this
autopsies. I've actually read
conversation.
them, by the way. Yeah, I've actually read them, by the way. None of them say that he overdosed, right? All
Well,
of the
I
he
think
OD'd,
maybe
sorry.
a
I don't know
more,
if I'm
you
even
know,
allowed to say that.
Well, and he didn't even say that though, Athena. He just said there was substance in
There,
the
yeah,
system.
but we know
Like,
what
which-
he means. He means
yeah,
the F. He means
yeah,
the F
right.
substance, right? Yeah.
But the whole
Yeah,
thing
yeah.
is like the justification of having substance in your system does not automatically mean that you're going to actually kick the bucket.
No, they mean what they're trying to say is Derek Chauvin, like I know he stepped on his neck for like 9 minutes and 46 seconds, but it doesn't mean he unalived him. It was actually the F that unalived him because he somehow choked, which means like if I were to like, let's say choke a person with like high blood pressure, that means the high blood pressure unalived them, not me choking them, right? Winter, you see how like dumb that sounds?
Yeah, so for instance, if there was like an elderly person who was getting arrested, there's an understanding that that elderly person is more fragile, and so
He wasn't an elderly
hopeful-
person though.
I know, but he was more fragile because
He keeps
of
using these bad
the facts
analogies.
that he had a heart problem and
Yes, he had a heart problem,
was a
but
drug
was it his
addict.
heart problem that unalived him or the knee to his neck? Again, legitimately, have you actually read the autopsies? Just be honest.
No, I haven't read them. I
Okay,
looked
cool.
at the
So if you didn't
conclusion.
read them, who told you to come to that conclusion?
I think it's a logical conclusion. I mean,
It's not a
we can
logical
run through the
conclusion. If
point,
the
I mean,
autopsies literally say that asphyxiation due to pressure to the knee, to the neck. Dum dum. Like if you actually read the autopsies instead of listening to some like neo-Yazis or far right wingers, you would
Okay, well,
have
on face,
actively
I
understood.
reject
Yeah,
that
all the
notion because if
experts
you
said
watch
it.
the video, the knee wasn't on his neck, so
No, but it was literally in the
it's
back of his.
irrational on
It was on the
face.
back of his neck. Like
You,
again, can you give me any actual expert analysis that says he died because of an OD? Just anything other than your daddy Ben Shabibo. Can you just give me any expert analysis of like an autopsy? Because none of the people who conducted an autopsy believe what you're like the crap and the bullshit that you're saying.
I
So
don't
can
know
you
if
give
that's
me
true,
any
but
expert that
I'll
says it?
concede that I don't know. I'll concede that I don't know because I
Okay,
don't
so if
wanna.
you don't know,
Yeah,
why
you
the
brought
fuck
this
did
up.
you
Can you let me
repost that
speak,
video?
please? Can you let me speak, please?
No, I'm just asking a question. If you don't know, why the fuck did you repost
Can you
that
let me
video?
speak, please?
I'm asking you a simple question. Answer that question.
Because I already told you because I think he's innocent.
But I'm saying if you don't know the facts of the case, why the fuck did you repost that video?
I know enough facts to have an opinion on it.
You
but,
clearly don't
but
know
you
enough
brought it
facts if
up.
you haven't
Are
even
you
read
just
the
gonna keep
autopsies,
interrupting
Marshmallow
me? Are
Brain.
you just gonna keep interrupting me?
Yes.
Yes, I am,
Yes,
because
yes.
you're a disgusting racist.
Yeah,
That's
so
why.
she's the
Absolutely.
only one providing any type of actual facts or
Beta.
information. Yeah, there you go. You're like locked into your
No,
feelings.
can I just say, you know who's a beta? A beta is a person like yourself who like would
about
rather
Parker.
listen to fucking Ben Shabibo and just regurgitate every single word that your God
Okay,
tells you
let's talk about
instead of
cowardness.
actually doing the due diligence of
Hold
reading
on,
the
I'm gonna switch over
autopsies
from data
yourself.
to Wi-Fi. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Oh, I thought he called us beta. I was like, what? He better have meant he was switching to data. Oh my god. I was about to say,
Oh, I thought he said beta.
I thought he said beta
I thought he
too.
did
I'm
as
back.
well.
Can you guys hear me?
Wait, Winter, did you call us beta or
Unfortunately.
did you say you're switching to data?
I called you beta, Parker.
Okay,
I also said I'm switching from data.
Okay, all right. So how am I beta?
Oh, because you muted me so that a girl can interrupt me.
Versus the galaxy.
I'm a woman, first of
A
all.
woman.
Exactly.
One.
That's
And
Excuse me,
how
you're a
does
woman.
how does it
Excuse me.
feel to get intellectually dominated by that supposed girl that you think is beneath you? Clearly, I'm not beneath
Well,
you,
you
right,
had to have
Winter?
the
Because
host
you're a
mute
fucking
me to do
dumbass.
that. So
No, I'm just saying you're a dumbass because how does it feel to be intellectually
okay.
dominated by a woman who you just called a girl?
I mean,
A black woman, by the way, at that too, because you clearly don't
I
like
mean, you
black
have to
people. How
interrupt
does
me
that
if you're
fucking
like your
feel?
superior. So
well, I mean,
Excuse
she's
me?
been
you have
dog
you.
walking you this entire time. Like literally, you have nothing except your racist feelings, and she's completely dominated you on every single point. So why shouldn't she speak over you? You have nothing to add to this. Like nothing.
Do you believe in basic human decency?
Not when it
Yeah,
comes
you
to
don't.
POSs like you.
You don't. The issue is that you don't, Winter. So we're giving you back just a portion of the energy that you've given to every other marginalized community that you think isn't deserving the same fucking decency that you deserve. Push of the galaxy, thank you. Like that's ridiculous. What do you mean decency?
Fucking wild.
We're trying to have a conversation here.
Wait,
Man.
human decency is you saying that you are without a doubt sticking up for racism in multiple forms, whether it's the advocacy
Nope.
of the Confederacy. Yes, you're literally advocating for the Confederacy. You're advocating for a murderer.
No,
someone
I'm
who
not.
Yes, you are.
Why is the video on
You
your
do
page?
not comprehend my argument.
How about
If
Why
you
is
let
the
me
video on
speak,
your
I can
page?
explain it. But you guys changed the subject.
Winter,
I mean,
Winter.
I can explain my position.
Winter. Is Derek Chauvin a murderer?
No, I don't think he is, based on the evidence.
What evidence?
What evidence?
What
Literally.
evidence? What evidence? What evidence?
He doesn't know because he
video.
hasn't read it.
What video?
Yes,
Wait.
okay,
What
what-
does the video show you that indicates that it's not asphyxiation?
Please don't say his knee wasn't on his neck, because you do understand that you have the back of your neck, right? You do understand that it's not just the front. Like you understand that your neck goes all the way around, and he had his knee on the back.
What
Okay,
part
you
of the
guys got
video
me.
where that guy?
You guys win. Can we please move on to like
No,
another
we're not
subject
gonna
or
move
even
on.
go
I'm so
back?
sorry. We're not gonna move on
You
because
win.
people
You're
like
the winner. You won.
people like
You're
you
intellectually
normalize
superior.
the dehumanization of black people, and it's actually fucking
Oh
disgusting
my
and
god.
gross.
Okay, explain how I dehumanize black people.
You literally, the whole world saw a man get unalived
Okay.
in one of the most
Yeah,
brutal
a
ways
man. It has
on
nothing to
video.
do with his race.
What?
You are reading in a
So
racial.
wait,
Windsor, the fact that you dispute the fact that you dispute the fact that this is murder, the fact that you argue that Derek Chauvin is not a murderer is the racism we're talking about. We're saying that you dehumanize.
How is it racist?
I'm explaining. You dehumanize black people so much that you are okay with them being murdered. Literally with them being murdered, and you're willing to like
my
argue
God.
that it's not murder. You're willing to sit up here and argue in front of literally 5,000 people that it's not murder when we literally have a video of it happening, when we have reports that indicate asphyxiation, when you have seen absolutely no evidence indicating anything otherwise by any experts, yet you just decide to assume it to be the case because of your own biases. That is racism.
Okay, well,
absolutely.
that's your opinion.
No, that's
That's
not
what
an
you
opinion.
believe. Can you allow me
right?
to talk and explain my position?
Okay, explain your position
without
without
interrupting
any
me.
evidence, how you came to that conclusion.
Yeah, can you hold your tongue for a little bit so I can speak?
Actually, no, I'm not gonna fucking hold my tongue, you little pig.
It's
Make me hold
called
my
basic
tongue.
human decency.
Make me hold my tongue,
Are we
Winter.
supposed to have a conversation?
Make me
The
hold
only-
my tongue.
the
I
only
could have
thing-
muted, but now make me hold my tongue. Make me
But,
shut up.
Athena,
Make me shut up.
The only thing that outweighs
I'm
his
ask-
racism, the only thing that's outweighing his racism is his misogyny. It is insane.
Oh my God.
How does it like holding your tongue, Windsor? I can hold your tongue as much as I fucking want. I will let your tongue go when you respect people, okay? When you respect people other than just white men. Realistically, like this is ridiculous. Holy fucking shit. What the hell is wrong with you as a person?
Okay.
Athena has triggered. Wait, why do you respect me and Parker, but Athena has you so triggered? Like, I'm so
I
confused.
respect Covey too. I respect all of you. I respect humans.
Is that what you've done on this panel?
Well, you've interrupted me, so I haven't gotten to say much, have I?
You've
muted
gotten to say plenty, and that's what we were responding to. Go ahead.
Well, that's your opinion, so.
Okay. All right. Go ahead. You have any response?
Okay, so. Yes, I do have a response. If the police officer was black and the victim was white in the George Floyd
would
case,
still be murder.
I would say, oh my God.
It would
I would
still be
say
murder.
I would still have the opinion. I would still hold my exact opinion. So it has nothing to do with race. I'm just being clear about that.
Sorry.
I was like, we also have priors, right, that indicate that racism is significantly more likely in the context of a white man, right, killing a black man, right, especially because it is the case that we know the history of racism, right, and we can apply it, right, in these certain cases, whereas the other way around wouldn't exist. Right, that same system of racism does not negatively impact white people. So the idea that you would have and the priors that you'd have before that wouldn't prop up the view to be the case that you'd have good reason to believe that it was racism that was the explanation because it was targeted towards someone who's white, right? And there's not any system that
Okay, let's talk
disenfranchises
about
white
Kyle
people on the basis
Rittenhouse.
of their race in the United States.
Wait. Yeah, can I also address the fact that Derek Chauvin had priors himself, where in the past he has had up to like 20 complaints, if I'm not mistaken, where he has disproportionately brutalized specifically black men, including doing the same thing that he did to George Floyd to a 14-year-old black kid, right? So this guy has a history of brutalizing black people, and then finally he unalived somebody who was black. Oh, oops. There's a pattern, but let's just pretend like that pattern doesn't exist.
I have a question for you. So, or not even necessarily a question. I'll give you this, right, because Parker just says something which is factual, right, in the sense that even if the situation was turned around, there's a higher likelihood that George Floyd would still be alive. If he was a white man, he would still be alive. And I say that not in the sense of saying, oh, racism, but like look at the different people that have actually unalived multiple people. And one that's like super close to me because I'm from South Carolina is Dylan Roof. Do you know who Dylan Roof is?
No.
Yeah, so Dylan Roof is a young white man that walked into a black Southern Baptist church and had Bible study with a bunch of black people who welcomed him in and actually, you know, practiced their religion with him, and then he unalived all of them. And he walked out, the cops arrested him, and he got his day in court. But George Floyd, who was selling Lucy's, right, on the street, is pinned to the ground and has someone's knee pressed on the back of his neck until he can't breathe. So you're telling me that I'm sorry, go ahead, Athena.
No, I was gonna say they took Dylan Roof to Burger King, by the way.
They did.
After he unalived those
I
9
was just
people.
gonna say I forgot they took him to Burger King after he took the lives of the black people in that church. They took him to Burger King to get food, and you're telling me that there's not a difference.
No, I think it's a tragedy what happened to George Floyd. You know, I wish he got his day in court, and I wish he was alive. And it's just, I don't think we should really stick on this because obviously we're not going to agree. But
What? How can you hear that and be like you're not going to agree with the position? What the hell? What the fuck is wrong with you? You have no evidence backing your position. Literally zero.
okay, I already conceded the point, so we can move on.
No, but you
just
didn't.
for the
You
sake of
didn't.
argument.
You didn't personally concede it. You did it for just the public because you didn't want to talk about it anymore. You didn't personally acknowledge
Well, I
the
didn't bring up the
reality
point, so
that George Floyd was murdered.
I don't think it was murder. So
That's what all the evidence indicates. Give me any other evidence otherwise.
I believe I saw a. Okay, let me be clear since, we're on the subject and you brought it up. I saw a report that indicated a third party, what is it called? Autopsy that said that he died from an overdose
Would
or
you like to go find
something related to the
I'll
overdose.
give you time. I'll give you time to go find it.
I don't know why we're so stuck on this. I mean,
Because this is racism. This is absolutely racism. You've dehumanized black people insofar as that you can literally create these types of narratives about black people to undermine the fact that they were murdered by racist police officers. Right.
And let's not forget that the premise of him coming up was quote unquote free speech while advocating for Confederate statues, which again is connected to slavery, and you wouldn't clearly define who should actually be able to define or to dictate whether those statues stay up. But now we're playing the racist connect the dots at this point, right? I mean, we're drawing lines between the different things to get to the point that you're just a flat out racist.
Let's not beat around the bush. The reason why this is incredibly important to me, right, and to like a lot of other black people, is because when we saw that video, black men saw themselves in George Floyd. Me as a black woman, I saw my brother in George Floyd. I saw my father in George Floyd. People literally got existential fear when they saw a person like George Floyd being unalived, literally during daylight, right? Like everybody was watching him getting choked out by that cop. So this is precisely why this is a very sensitive topic. And if you're all about facts over feelings, then I would hope that you would stick to that, even especially when it comes to a sensitive case such as this.
And
it has literally left a daughter without her father.
And just to double down on what Athena just said, I mean, the fact that his last few words were "I can't breathe," and he was calling for his mother, literally as a black man, that my father passed away at an early age, and I only had my mother. Like, I could only think about what he was going through calling for his mother in that moment. And you think...
Yeah, it's not a joke. Like, again, this is not a joke. Why is it when it comes to like the life and death of black people, everything is just a joke that people could just take it so lightly and so recklessly make such disgusting claims and comments without even backing it up with facts. And then you get like shocked Pikachu face when people respond to you in this manner. Cool. Instead of sighing, do you have your source?
Yeah, I was just reading a New York Times article. It was saying that basically, you know, an autopsy asks the examiner for one cause of death, but obviously there's always going to be multiple contributing factors. So, I mean, there was drug use, he had a heart arrhythmia or something like that. And there was also the lack of oxygen. So
what was the determined primary cause of death?
well, the examiner ruled that it was
Asphyxiation?
yeah.
That's murder. If it's the primary cause of death, that means that they wouldn't have died if this was not the case.
Okay, so how do you know it was from a blocked airway?
That's what asphyxiation is. That's literally what that
Okay.
means.
Okay, well, based on your evidence, I'm wrong.
Based upon the
You
evidence
win.
that you just looked at. So wait, why were you making this claim and assuming that you saw something that indicated that there was some third-party evidence that it wasn't asphyxiation and actually instead that it was like DRUGS?
It's not based on Parker's evidence. It's based on the autopsies. What is this guy saying?
Literally.
The experts who conducted the autopsies literally said it was due to asphyxia because of like pressure to the neck. Like, what the fuck are you saying? What evidence do you have to say based on your evidence as if it is not the evidence out there?
Well, there's different interpretations of
Okay, cool.
was
What's
the so-called
an
primary.
expert interpretation that you have? Give me a
You're
fucking
very
source.
rude.
I don't fucking care. Cry, choke. I don't give a shit. Cry about it.
Yeah, I
Now,
know.
what evidence do you have? What evidence do you
The
have? Tell
evidence
me.
that I just said. There's multiple factors.
Okay,
contributing
cool.
factors.
What evidence do you have? What expert can you give me that has said that it wasn't due to the pressure on the neck? Tell me.
I mean, I'm sure I could find one. I'm not
Okay,
really
cool.
interested in
Go
like,
and find one. I'm
going
pretty
on, like,
sure
a
Parker's gonna
Google
have the
expedite
time
right
here.
now.
Go and find one. We could literally wait.
Mm-hmm.
It's okay. Go find
Well,
one.
that's appeal to authority.
Evidence? You
It's a logical fallacy.
You mean appeal to evidence?
No, you're asking for an expert. You're not asking for evidence.
Yeah, experts identify the evidence, right, on a likely basis, on a probabilistic basis.
And I can identify the evidence too.
Okay,
It doesn't make me right or
not
wrong.
as well as the expert can. Clearly, we've already identified
Okay, well,
in
that's
this
appeal to authority. It's a logical fallacy. So
Winter, that would be in the context
Yeah.
of a like a certain claim.
No, it's in the context
not in
of
a
any
probabilistic
argument.
claim. If I'm making a probabilistic claim that it's most likely to be accurate, especially more likely than Winter on the live, who's historically not been so accurate at being able to determine data, well, then clearly we're making a good argument because it is the case that's more probable to be true.
That's appeal to authority.
Did you hear what I just said? Can you repeat me?
It's a logical fallacy.
Can you repeat to me what I just said?
Yeah, you're trying to say that experts are more present more accurate assessment.
Yes.
In certain situations.
Okay. Do you go to the doctor? Do you
Sure.
go to the dentist?
Sometimes,
Do you
yeah.
listen to the experts then?
In certain narrow situations, I'm not really.
Certain.
I'm not
why?
so much.
Why?
So let me
Why?
be clear.
Then
Actually, no,
tell
I
me
don't.
why. Okay, not at all. You don't brush your teeth.
I brush my teeth because I've determined that it's a good thing to do.
How? Did you do the study yourself?
Because I use logic and evidence.
Really? Logic and evidence?
Yeah.
What logic and evidence?
The evidence that when my teeth are dirty, they get my gums get unhealthy, my teeth rot, and it's an
You've had your
observable
teeth
fact.
rot? You've had your teeth rot?
I'm saying in general.
Okay, wait, so that hasn't happened to you, so you don't have any of that evidence. You got that evidence from other
Oh,
cases.
yes, I've had problems with my teeth.
Yeah, those are case. Wait,
but it doesn't matter.
You just said
because
rot,
It's
which
a general argument.
You just said rot, which didn't happen.
Well, I've had problems with my enamel. I've had problems with my gums. Stuff like that.
Okay,
I've
but
never
like,
had a cavity.
but like you brushed your teeth prior to those points. So again, the point that I'm making is that you believe the experts because the experts identified the evidence for you, right? On a probabilistic basis. They might not always be right, but it is the case
No.
that it's most likely to be accurate. And that's why it's a sufficient standard. So when you
I
say
mean, this is why nobody takes you seriously. It's because you make these ridiculous, logically
Not him.
arguments. and
Not
you
him
just double
personally
down on them.
attacking you because he can't keep up.
Yeah,
with like
Winter.
the actual argument.
Do you know what a logical fallacy is?
Yes, I've gone over this.
Covey?
I've gone over this. We've talked about this. What you didn't identify is the reason why I don't see that as a relevant argument to bring up is because in this specific case,
It
it's
is.
not just because of the authority, it's because the expertise behind it gives them a better likelihood of making an accurate determination about the subject matter.
Okay, let's talk about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Wait, that's
No,
not.
no, no.
Wait.
Can we make? Can we? Yeah. Can we make
I
it
think
bigger?
this will
By
be.
the way,
I think this
please.
will be interesting.
It's not an appeal to authority, it's an appeal to education.
Can you also make my box bigger?
Okay,
Yeah.
if you say so.
What do you dispute with that?
Yeah. What does it
It's
say
the same
here?
thing. You haven't made it. You haven't.
Wait, can you also
Change
make?
your
Oh, there we go. Experts. George Floyd unalive from knee to neck, not OD. And then hold on. I have the rest here. Give me a second.
Okay, let me ask you. If I was an expert, if I had a medical degree, and I said that
But
I
you're
had a
not,
different
and you're
opinion,
speaking with so much confidence.
can you let me
and you're
finish, please?
speaking with so much
Can you let me finish my point?
For what? Like, so
No,
this is the
no.
problem that I have. Seriously, this is the
Yeah,
problem.
mute
that
me
I have.
again, you fucking piece of shit.
This is listen, but you have no room to call anyone
no.
anything. Like you are the lowest of low. Listen, there you go. You are so offended that we're not giving you quote unquote common decency, but yet you are up here triggering and harming people that are watching and listening to you spew
Triggered.
hatred. That's the problem with people like you. You're
That's your prerogative to be.
You're a piece of shit. I'm sorry. You're just a piece of shit, and you're a waste of time and a waste of space. Like that's all this boils down
Choice
to.
to be triggered.
Yeah.
You're the one that's mad. He's so
Well,
mad,
that's your
bro.
opinion. You keep muting me. So.
Well, yeah, you're mad.
Who's mad?
You're mad.
Yeah, mute me again.
I'm muting you because it's rage baiting you.
Exactly, because you're a bad person.
How am I a bad person?
Dude, you
You
have
just said
no room. You have no room. You have no moral compass whatsoever. You have no room to cast judgment on anyone.
The host just admitted that he's rage baiting me, but apparently I'm the morally reprehensible one here.
So
Yes,
so what's worse?
You're
what's
a fucking
worse?
clown, bud.
What's worse?
I love
muting
rage baiting
someone?
bigots. I love rage baiting bigots. It's so fun.
Exactly. What's worse?
Yeah, 'cause you
Actually
can't debate.
muting someone on a TikTok live or advocating for a murderer. Which one's worse?
I'm not. Did you miss the whole fucking argument? I don't think he's a murderer, and I'm not advocating for
Exactly.
murderers.
It doesn't matter what you think.
Yeah.
Well,
he
it does
literally
because that's
killed-
my argument. We're having a conversation about arguments.
It was determined by experts, literally in autopsies, that it was asphyxiation. Athena,
Okay,
did you
that's
mean to
their
drop
opinion.
Athena? Did
Let's
Athena
talk about
drop?
Kyle
She was
Rittenhouse. I think
having
this will be a good
she was
conversation.
having issue with lagging and stuff.
Oh, okay. You were saying
I
Winter?
think it'll be a good conversation to talk about Kyle Rittenhouse.
Oh, yeah, why are you pivoting?
Because obviously we're not getting anywhere.
And
with
you,
this.
and you think we're going to get somewhere talking about Kyle Rittenhouse instead of talking about why you
Yes.
supported Donald Trump? Can we talk about why you
Well,
voted for
it's on
Donald
the
Trump?
topic.
It's not on the topic.
Okay, so you want to pivot to Donald Trump. I mean,
That's
that's your
not pivot.
prerogative.
You mean the main topic of the live stream?
Yeah, I mean, you let
Wait.
a
So if
side
you want
point
to,
go
so you
on
want to
for
stay.
how
So do you
long?
want? So do you want to?
Now you're pivoting.
Okay. So do you want to stay on topic?
Which topic?
Then we'll keep talking about the fact that you're a complete fucking racist POS. That's literally denying
Okay,
the fact
well, that's
that
your opinion,
Derek
so-
Chauvin, right, murdered George Floyd.
Okay. Sure. I already
You want,
conceded.
you want to keep talking about that? You said because I'm
No,
changing
I
the
already said
topic.
I don't.
Okay, so since we're done with that topic under your worldview,
Yeah.
right, and it is the case that we could move on to another topic, I say we move back to the topic of the live stream, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so why did you vote for Donald Trump?
Well, just one kind of topic to get to get started is immigration.
What about immigration?
He closed the border that Biden opened.
He closed the border that Biden opened. What policy did Biden pass that opened the border?
Oh my God. Biden enacted the policy. He created an app for foreign illegals or foreign so-called immigrants to apply for asylum, and he paid for their flights. He made it easy to get into the country.
None
And
of these are
also at the
policies.
borders,
The CBP One app that you're referencing.
I just explained a policy.
The CBP One app that you're referencing existed in 2020 under Biden, under Trump. I mean.
Okay, so a policy that he enacted was basically for the agents, for the border agents to let in these illegals and not really
undocumented.
do
Don't
anything
refer
about
to
it.
people as illegals. That's really weird.
They are illegal.
Okay, so
But
you're
we've
illegal.
already
Should I refer to you as illegal because you're in the country
I'm
legally?
a citizen.
Yeah,
I'm
you're-
sorry. I think it's illegal. The fact that you lack brain cells, you barely have 2 brain cells, and you're trying to engage in this conversation. That's what I think it should be illegal.
I have at least 3.
Winter.
I don't believe that's true.
Okay.
Winnie. That's way too much credit. Okay, you do not have 3 brains.
I mean, whatever it is, you're barely making them able to you're barely able to make them clap. So, anyways, continue.
So do you guys think it's appropriate to just let in anyone who wants to come into the country indiscriminately?
So people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes, we should not let them in the country, and we should also not let them be president of the United States.
And not let the what of the states?
Yeah, we shouldn't let people who have committed violent crimes or bad crimes into the country to immigrate here, and we also shouldn't let them be president.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah, that
want,
part
like-
just went way over his head.
I didn't hear what he said.
You
But
heard it
it's
now,
okay.
right? So then
I know you're mad.
What?
I'm talking to Santana. He's mad.
Yeah, why are you?
He thinks I'm mad. No, I'm genuinely not. Genuinely not. I mean, seriously, I don't
Okay.
expect anything of you. Like, you're a trash person. Just to be
Your
clear,
opinion.
like, you could never trigger me. But the thought of Black and brown people being, persecuted and unalived at a crazy clip because people lack empathy and intelligence, like yourself. Yeah, that is kind of triggering. But you're nothing.
And I'm not mad. Trust me, Winter. I actually feel dead inside that I have the misfortune of having to talk to you. So
Sorry you
I'm
feel that
definitely
way.
not mad. I just feel dead inside.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, can you actually contribute anything of substance to the conversation and bring facts? Or are you just going to continue debating through your fifis?
Yeah, so Trump allowed border agents to actually enforce the law and not allow anyone into our country
Through what
indiscriminately,
policy?
and also close the border. I
What
don't know the
policy?
specific policy. I mean, I just explained the
He
policy.
closed the border. He allowed them. He told them to do their job essentially. So you're saying they were not doing their job under Biden?
I don't know specifically what.
What do
the
you know,
policy is.
Winter?
I'm not.
Because you've made a lot of claims, but yet you have no facts to back up anything that you've said.
Okay, I know that Kyle
nothing.
Rittenhouse is an American hero.
Okay, so why are you changing the subject? I thought you were just talking about Donald Trump and the border.
I just
why are you
think it
trying
would
to
be
pivot?
interesting to talk about.
Wait,
because,
okay,
we're
I
on
mean,
the
that's
topic
cool.
of race.
Winter,
and,
I'm sorry.
police.
What is an American hero?
Someone who exemplifies the principles of courage and good stuff like that.
You think Kyle Rittenhouse, by killing people, even if it was under your view in self-defense, right, while bringing an AR-15 to a protest, you believe that was showing courage?
Absolutely, he defended himself with great honor.
Oh, so Carmelo Anthony is an American hero as well, right, Winter?
I don't know if that
Right,
self-defense.
Winter?
I mean, that's an active case. So, I mean, we'll see.
Okay, got it.
Okay, so what do you think about Kyle Rittenhouse?
I think he's a piece of shit, just like you. Next question.
Do you think it was self-defense what he did, though?
I think that he took a gun across state lines.
Well, that doesn't answer the question, does it?
I think that no, I don't. I think, you know what I honestly think? I think he's a coward, just like you. I think he's an insignificant, weak man who had to show up with a weapon, because if he didn't, then he would have got knocked on his butt. And he was so scared and terrified.
Oh,
And
yeah, you probably would've
that gun made him feel brave. Just like the fact that you are sitting up here on a TikTok live in front of thousands of people with a blank profile picture, a random name, you feel brave because you don't have to actually show your face. Cowards are always brave when they don't have to actually do the brave things. You don't know what a hero is, and you are a coward.
Winter, I'm gonna say thank you to some people real quick. Jada, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Jada on Venmo, thank you for the $20. Kate with the $5, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Prescott with $1. Allie, thank you so much for the $20. I really appreciate it. Victoria, thank you for the $10. Thank you. I appreciate it. Nalia, thank you for the $3. Thank you. As well as thank you everyone for all the gifts on TikTok. I appreciate y'all.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say that too. Thank you for all the gifts, y'all. Y'all are awesome.
Yep, everyone's amazing. Thank you. Except Winter.
for
Winter's
Winter.
yeah, he's a bitch.
Thank you guys too. I appreciate you guys being here. So do you want to answer the question? Was it self-defense or not?
He already answered the question.
You can say you don't know. I mean, it's fine.
He already answered the question under his view.
He didn't answer the
Secondly,
question.
he did. He said it wasn't self-defense under his view. Secondly,
okay.
what you're not going to address is that didn't show any of the characteristics that you saw to be an American hero. 2, you still haven't given sufficient reason as to why you voted for Donald Trump, why you support
Okay, well,
Donald
I'm just
Trump,
going to respond to
which
Santana.
is the main point
how
of the
does
live stream.
How does Santana disagree with the experts who ruled that Kyle Rittenhouse case was
The jury?
self-defense?
The jury was expert?
Hey,
Yeah.
No?
yeah. You don't know what an expert is. Anyway, Slapnuts, how are you going to say that you're going to talk to me but not the host? Talk to the host.
Okay, so again, why did you vote for Donald Trump? You said immigration. I asked you specifically something about immigration, like what specific policy? You didn't know the policy. Is there anything you do know about immigration? Is there anything you do know about Donald Trump that would mean that he's a good person to vote for?
I mean, I'm kind of on the spot now, but immigration, he definitely closed the border. I mean, there was millions coming over indiscriminate.
He closed the border. What policy closed the border?
I don't know the specific policies. I'm not like a policy guy.
Can you tell me anything that you do know? Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. What the fuck is wrong with you? Why did you come on this live? The live says, why do you support Trump? You decided to come on this live knowing nothing? I'm sorry. Why did you do that? These are not good decisions.
He came on because he had to get that racism off, Parker. He had to get that racism off. He needed it.
I mean, if you want to help me out and like tell me something that
help you out, you want me to give you the policies? I got you.
whatever.
I got you. There's a Tax Cuts and Jobs Act.
Sure.
Oh wait, that was a dog shit policy because most of the tax cuts went to people who are rich, and specifically, right, it added $190 billion of debt to our deficit, right, every single year, right, while only adding $8 to $16 billion in GDP a year.
Oh, okay. So let's talk about tariffs. Do you want to talk about tariffs?
Yeah.
All right. My position is that I think the tariffs are good because we have existed under this kind of myth of like so-called free trade and globalism, where everybody just trades and it's good, and that's fine. That's that's fine. But there's also a case to be made for America First, as it's called within MAGA, so that we should also act in our own self-interest. And part of how Trump has enacted that position is using tariffs so far as basically a negotiating tactic. So he's he's blasted these crazy tariffs on basically everyone, and that's gotten people to the table to negotiate.
So
yeah, go ahead.
Appreciate the galaxy. Thank you. So it's not about the tariff being implemented; it's about the renegotiation. No. So if it's about the renegotiation, wouldn't they just call the bluff? And then what is he going to do?
How could they?
They could just call the bluff.
We have all the cards in our
No, we don't. If we're not going to place the tariffs, then we don't have the cards.
Oh my god.
Also,
okay, so
didn't he say that there were going to be 90 deals in 90 days? right? I mean, like that was his whole premise behind the tariffs. How many actual deals have been
I
signed?
mean, that's rhetoric. I don't really
No,
care.
no. How many actual deals have been signed since he started this tariff war?
I don't know.
Take a guess.
I have no idea.
What? This is
At
pointless.
least
You
a
don't know
handful.
shit. No, no.
Dude, this is so brutal. Why did you come on this live, bro? Like,
It was to get the racism off Parker. I'm telling you,
seriously,
that's
like-
all he had.
Like, I actually genuinely don't know what other reason you could have other than just being a bigot. Like, seriously,
Okay,
like,
let me explain.
like objectively,
Let
you
me
look
explain.
stupid right now.
To you, and that's good with me. But
I'll tell
Everyone
y'all
lied.
why he voted for Trump. I'll tell you. These
tell
blacks
me.
keep taking over everything because of
Okay.
affirmative action and DEI and all these illegals coming in
Oh,
through their
that's a good topic
caravan.
to talk about. DEI.
Gotta vote for Trump 2024, because he's gonna bring white tea power back. That's why he voted for Trump.
But what about Biden?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so we can talk about DEI if you guys want. I think that'll be interesting.
Yeah, let's talk about DEI.
DEIA. If you don't even know about the A, then you're not equipped to have the conversation.
If you don't vote for Biden, you ain't black.
Yeah. Listen, again, all of your racist dog whistles don't work. What is
That's
what does the
Biden's
A
own
stand for?
words.
Sure. What does the A stand for in DEIA?
So was Biden racist?
What
when he
is
said
the
that?
A? What does the A stand for in DEIA? You said you wanted to talk
So was
about it.
Biden
What is
racist when he said
what
that?
does the A
Winter,
stand
that
for?
was something racist that Biden did. Now, can you answer the
Okay.
question? What does A mean in
I'm glad you know
DEIA?
I have no idea. This is new to me.
Then
Accessibility.
why do you want to talk about the topic?
Okay, so Winter, I got you. I got you. Did you know that Donald
Well,
Trump?
explain it, and we can talk about it.
Okay, did you know that Donald Trump is a DEI candidate? Because the only
Explain.
reason that he won in 2016 is because it is the case that the Electoral College gave him the victory, which is DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion for smaller states in this country. I'm serious. Trump is a DEI candidate by definition.
Sure.
So you support DEI candidates?
I guess so. I mean, that's not what we're talking about, is it?
You said let's talk
Wait,
about
so you-
DEI. I brought
so
up
you-
DEI, and he's like, "No, we're not talking about that." I tell you, we're not. Talking about
So now you're advocate for DEIA. So now it's all good.
That's
since
in the
Trump-
context
so-
of
wait, so
a
since Trump-
constitutional republic.
That's in the
Wait, so
context
since
of benefiting Donald Trump, okay? Okay, if it
Okay,
benefits
and
Donald
it
Trump,
benefited
then
Biden,
DEI
and it
good, okay?
benefited Obama. So what's your point?
What'd you say?
I said it benefited Obama. It benefited Biden.
No, it didn't.
That's how the country works.
No, it didn't. Wait, no, both of them won the popular vote.
Oh my god.
Both Biden and Obama won the popular
We don't
vote.
elect presidents based on the popular vote, do we?
But they won the Electoral College as well. Slap nuts.
Exactly. So they're elected based on the electoral college.
So what you're
which is
saying doesn't
DEI.
apply.
Which is DEI.
Yeah, it does. But
So if Donald
Okay,
Trump
well-
did not win the popular vote, but did win because of the Electoral College, that means he won because of DEI. So he's a DEI candidate.
if you're going to define the electoral college in that way, then yeah, you're right.
What?
He's
No,
a DEI
can you
candidate.
define the Electoral College in a manner in which we'll not consider it as DEI? Lizzie, thank you. I appreciate it.
No, I think that's actually a really good point. But we're not talking about elections. We're talking about in general.
What?
We're talking about DEIA in general.
Yeah.
Not in the context of
What
elections.
what DEI do you disagree with?
Affirmative action. Hiring
DEIA is not affirmative action. I knew you were going to say that because you don't know anything. You don't know anything. Affirmative action is not DEIA.
Why are you so riled up?
So, who
Calm down.
benefits most from affirmative action?
Well, it didn't really work for anybody, did it?
One, it's
you
taken down
know
by
who
the Supreme Court,
benefits?
and two, it's white women.
Yeah, exactly. So why was it taken down by the Supreme Court?
Wait, hold on. White women benefit most from have
congrats.
benefited most from affirmative
So
action.
it didn't work, did it?
No, I'm just saying. Did you even know that? when you were trying to?
Yeah, I believe it.
At this point, what do you know?
I was just
I
about
think
to say,
that's a
you
better
know,
question.
you know he
What
didn't know
do
that.
you know, sir? Every single topic you have brought up, you know
You just
nothing
conceded my
about.
point, so
So what
it's
do
okay.
you know?
That DEI doesn't work.
No.
DEIA and you
We're talking about affirmative
DEIA.
action.
Sorry.
Hey, Marshmallow Brain. They're affirmative action and DEIA are different things. Okay. Like keep up,
Ideologically, they're
fight
synonymous.
back. You're getting roasted. Literally, somebody get some aloe vera for this 3rd-degree burns. Fight back
I
at
can
least
talk
a
if
little
you
bit.
shut up.
I feel sad.
Also, for you to say
I have a
DEIA
question
doesn't-
that's gone
for you to say-
unanswered. So
for you to say DEIA doesn't work, there's multiple studies, including studies completed by Forbes, that show that companies that engage in DEIA are not only more quote unquote progressive, but they actually generate. I just told you Forbes. Are you even listening, dude? What is happening? Literally, there's
okay,
multiple
well, there's studies
on
that say it don't work. So.
There's Pew Research, there's Forbes, you know how I know these sources, because people like you, insignificant people who don't even know what DEIA is, try to have this conversation all the time. And
Hey, Winter, you go ahead and ask your question.
Yeah, I was gonna ask.
Shut the fuck up. Go ahead, Santana.
Yeah, you're
yeah, it's proven that
Bad
it's
person.
beneficial in multiple ways, and like he literally, it's not
What
worth it.
did
I
he
mean,
say?
He called me a
Exactly.
bad person.
Run from the
Wait,
question.
that's such like an elementary school insult.
Winter,
The-
go ahead.
Such a
Ask the question, Winter.
Why did the Supreme Court?
Cross the road, get to the other side.
oh my gosh! Not
Yeah, run
Parker
from the
being a
debate. This is
dictator
the
in
type of
this
person you
live.
are.
Go ahead. Ask one more time.
It's very pathetic.
Go ahead.
No, you're a very pathetic person.
Go ahead.
You act like this.
Oh, he's triggered. He's triggered.
He's really mad, bro.
And
He's really mad.
he muted me again, so congrats.
Oh my gosh, Parker, you're such a bad person. This is
I know I'm
crazy.
horrible, dude. I'm horrible, dude.
You're a child. See, this is what the left does. They lose the debate and then they act like this.
What?
Wait,
You're the one
you think
freaking
you're
out. What are you
winning?
talking about?
Pathetic.
You're the one so mad.
Also, you're the
muting me
one
and
that
taking
has no facts and have spoken from your feelings this entire time. You literally
How am I supposed to speak
don't
when I'm
know
muted?
anything. You don't know
How am I
anything.
supposed to speak when I'm muted?
Are you
How am
currently
I
muted?
supposed to speak when I'm muted?
Are you
and being
muted?
talked over?
Are you muted?
Are you going to answer the question?
What was the question?
Yeah, take your hand away.
No, I can't.
Ha 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 ha.
Oh.
This is incredible. You act like this and you think you're winning.
Well,
You
I already
think you're
won.
winning?
You
I
have a
already
very
won.
small mind.
Push that button. You
You
think
have
I
a
have
very
a small mind?
You are,
Okay,
you are a very pathetic person.
Winter, how many branches of government are there?
3 branches of government.
What are they?
The executive, the judicial, and the legislative.
I'm surprised you knew that. I have
He
one.
googled that ish. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
How can I Google it when I said it in 1 second?
Winter. Are you pro-life?
Pro-life, yeah.
Where in the human body does pregnancy occur?
In the womb or the uterus?
Okay. All right. Where does conception occur in the human body?
Conception? I guess the egg?
No, where does conception occur?
Am I allowed to say that on live?
Yes.
Or in the uterus? Or
what?
I don't know what you...
What? No, conception does not occur in the uterus. And why would you question whether or not you could say it on live after you just said uterus?
Well, I was gonna say the V word. I don't know what you're asking.
Vagina? You think
specifically.
that conception happens in
Yeah.
the vagina?
I mean, well, not technically. I mean,
Give him the question about the holes.
Yeah. How many?
get to your point.
How many holes do women typically have below the waist?
2 or 3, I guess.
What are they?
The vagina, the urinary tract, the anus.
Okay, you know what? I'm surprised. I'm surprised he got that one after saying that the vagina was where.
Oh, you're trying to
conception
say
occurs.
okay.
You
This is
originally
funny.
did
This
say
is, this
two.
is fun. This is fun.
It is very fun. I tell you, it is very fun.
So do you have a point or?
Yeah, my point was essentially that, like, bro, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't know. You didn't even know any evidence, right? For any of the positions you had. You didn't know any of the policies. Could you name a single Trump policy?
Not off the top of my head. I already said I'm not a policy guy.
He literally gave you one earlier. Were you even listening? He gave you a policy earlier because you said you didn't have one.
I actually
Well,
did
you're
give you a
you're
policy
defining
earlier.
policy as like,
Tax
are
cuts
you
and job
defining
tax?
policy as like bills?
Taxes, yes.
Yeah, I'm not like following the bills. I'm not like plugged in like
No,
that.
do you know like any of them?
Not off the top of my head.
Can you tell me who the vice president is?
I forgot his name, but yeah, if you showed me a picture, what's his name?
Mike
You
Pence.
put me on the spot here.
You're talking about Mike Pence.
This guy is so
Wow.
intelligent, bro. And he was saying that we're the ones that don't know what we're talking about. We're lost. We're not
JD
educated.
Vance.
Who?
Did y'all say who's the vice president?
Yeah.
Clearly,
Vance.
Mary J. Blige. Clearly.
He looked it up. He Googled it, by the way.
I didn't look it up, but
Really?
I don't know. Keep going. This is fun.
Erica, thank you for the 5. Yeah, I'll keep frying these races. They're too easy.
Winter, what's 12 squared?
4.
Oh, God.
12 squared is 4.
4 times 4.
Not the square root. Holy smokes!
Mega math, dude.
What is that? 12.
Not the square root.
He said 4 times 4 was 12. Oh my.
12 times 12 is 144, right?
Yes, that is correct. I have a question. What is the square root of 9?
3.
Oh, let's go. I'm actually
An easy
rolling that
one.
you got that. That's nuts.
But see, like he knows these basic questions, but he doesn't actually know what he came up on the panel to debate. Like if we were up here doing basic math, then he might have a chance. But talking politics, this guy has no clue. He just has his mediocre confidence, which is wild.
I mean, I came on here and you guys made yourself look foolish, so.
We look foolish? Really?
Yeah.
How so?
Very foolish.
How so?
Extremely foolish.
How so?
And evil.
How
actually,
do I look
in the
evil?
case of Parker.
Please tell me, how do I look evil and how do I look foolish?
Thank you for the Galaxy, Texas.
Because you've muted me and rage baited me.
Actually, you know what? Let's do some evil shit. Let's do some evil shit. Today, welcome to my class, everyone, where we're going to cook up some evil shit, everyone. Today, in today's class, we are going to literally be hailing Satan. Okay. Satan, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for today making Winter so mad, leading him into temptation. Thank you so much, Satan, for really making this live stream entertaining by getting Winter to be so very unintelligent. Thank you, Satan. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Now,
Is that evil enough for you, Winter?
I personally come from the opposite end of the spectrum. See, me, I believe in Jeebus, right? And I practice the Bible book. And so I'm going to sit here and lay hands on Winter because obviously he needs to have the devil prayed out of him. We're going to pray the devil out of him.
Yes, let's do it.
Also, W's in the chat for Left Jess, who thank you for the 5. She said your takes suck, Winter.
Imagine
do you wanna
coming
talk
up
about
and like spreading misinformation about a black man who was unalived very brutally, and producing racism and doing that, and then saying that like Parker is evil.
Yeah, that's
Isn't
actually
that
crazy.
crazy?
That's
So,
actually nuts.
If you want to get back to the main topic, I just thought of a point.
Oh wow!
Wait. Winter, I have a question. What did Athena just tell you?
She was just calling me a racist and accusing me of misinforming.
It's not an accusation. It's like a fact. It was misinformation that
Okay.
you were spreading.
Well, yeah, you have trouble differentiating between opinions and facts, so you would say that.
Really, what's a fact and what's an opinion? What is a fact and what is an opinion? Tell me.
An opinion is a subjective thing. A fact is an objective thing, essentially.
Okay, so you mean an opinion is something that is subjectively true, and a fact is something that is objectively true. What does objective mean?
Objective means it exists outside of subjectivity. It exists in reality.
Exists outside of subjectivity. What is that supposed to mean? Is that supposed to be in reference to a certain set of words? Or like
I
what?
just
What
said
do you?
it means it exists in reality, independent of subjective opinion.
Okay, so
Do you believe in objective facts?
independent of stance, correct?
Yeah, do you
truth
believe in objective
independent of
facts?
stance? Yeah. Of course, we believe certain objective
Okay.
facts exist. No one was misunderstanding this, right? You saying that we didn't understand the
Okay.
difference between subjective beliefs, right, and
Also
objective
just said
based
it's
in
a
evidence.
fact that I'm a racist, so-
It is. We have evidence.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Wait, we have evidence based upon the certain
Okay,
definition that
prove
we
that I'm
have.
racist.
Yes,
You can't.
I can.
You have to presume my intentions to claim that I am
No,
a
we don't.
racist.
I said,
that's
I
what
said,
you've done
I
this
said, so
entire
hold on.
panel.
I said the fact that you were misinforming people was a fact because you were spreading
Oh, okay.
misinformation.
I thought you were saying
But
it's a
yeah,
fact
that's
that
what
I'm
I
a
said was
racist.
it was factual. But now that you say it, yes,
Okay.
yes, I do think you were
So-
racist.
Yeah, that's absolutely a fact. Yeah.
Okay.
It's very easily provable because again, you have come up here and the only thing that you have really tried to get off were your racist talking points. And anytime that you've been held to actually speaking about anything that does not have to do with race, you have floundered around, not known anything, and immediately pivoted back to race. You are exhibiting your racism. Also, W's in the chat for Jamie, who sent a 5, who said Winter should change his name to Jon Snow because he knows nothing. I don't get that reference, but I said it anyway.
Oh my god. How do you not get that reference? How?
Because I binge watch Game of Thrones all at once, and I don't really remember the whole thing.
You know nothing, Jon Snow. That's what it is. But yeah.
All right, let me say thank you to some people. Ginger, thank you for the $5. Allison, thank you for the $5 for being mean. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Positively Diverse, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for the evil currency. I really appreciate it. Supporting the evil network here. Parker, get a job at Evil Network. That's the new name.
Oh my gosh, you're such a bad person, Parker.
I know.
That's crazy.
I know. I'm a
so
terrible
bad.
person.
So bad.
Anyways, Winter, do you like have any facts to like contribute, or are you just gonna just try to regurgitate things that your daddy Ben Shabibo or like Charlie Kirk has said and then fail at it?
Well, before you all demonstrated that you actually don't know how to differentiate between opinion and fact, I was going to talk about.
I
China.
literally showed you how I can differentiate between.
No, you made an opinion statement and called it a fact.
What again? What are you talking about? When I say that you are racist and that's a fact, it's because I'm again saying that like given a certain definition, right? It is the case that we consider you a racist. What is your what is a racist?
Racially motivated malice, I suppose.
Racially motivated malice. So you don't think that you had any racially motivated malice when you were specifically saying that George Floyd wasn't murdered without any evidence? You don't think that was involved at all?
No, I don't.
No,
because see, unlike you, I don't see everything through a racial lens
What does
because
that
I'm not
mean? What does that
race
mean?
obsessed.
What does that mean?
It means that when I look at something like Derek Chauvin and George Floyd, I see two humans. I don't see a white man or a black man.
You don't.
You don't think George Floyd is human?
Wait, I'm sorry. You just acknowledged that they're white and black.
Okay, that's your opinion.
Wait, I'm sorry. You just acknowledged that they're white and black, so you do see that. You fucking idiot. You literally just
I'm talking
acknowledged
about-
that you just acknowledged that you see
Okay.
it.
Can you listen? Or?
Yes, I did listen, and you said it.
You misunderstood what I said.
I didn't misunderstand. You said that you.
In analyzing the situation, I do not factor in skin color into
You just
my
said you did.
assessment of the situation.
You just said you did.
That's not what I said, so you should maybe try listening a little bit harder.
I did listen.
But you didn't even analyze
you
the
failed.
situation. Yeah, you didn't even analyze the situation. You admitted
I
that
assessed the situation.
how can you assess a situation fully when you haven't even read the autopsy reports?
True.
I
Like
didn't
you
claim to
haven't
assess the situation
bothered
fully.
sitting
I
down and
claimed to
reading.
have.
Did
I
you watch the
claimed
whole
to
trial?
have an
Did
opinion.
Did you watch the whole trial?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so how are you fucking
TV.
assessing? How are you assessing the case when you haven't watched the trial? You haven't read the autopsy reports. How are you doing that? Tell me. Did you watch the whole 9-minute video?
I watched the video. It's been a while. I mean, yeah.
So you watched the full video, but you chose
the-
not to read
yeah.
the autopsy reports and you chose not to watch the trial. And yet somehow you think we're going to take you serious when you're saying that you assess the facts of the case. How did you assess the facts of the case? You probably enjoyed the video when you watched it, didn't you? That's why you watched it. Because you
Well,
watched
that's
it
your
and then you came to
opinion.
the conclusion
That's a very
still that
weird
man
thing to
wasn't
say.
unalived, even though he was suffering for 9 minutes straight, which just makes it even sicker, right? Just admit it. Admit it.
I
To
think you guys are
our
very
death is just trauma corn. Admit it. Our death is just trauma corn to you. That's why you enjoyed watching the fucking video, but you didn't even like read the autopsy reports. You didn't like actually watch the trial, and you still came to the conclusion that somehow black people deserve it, right?
That's
Crazy.
not what I said.
No, but it's crazy. You watched the video, but you didn't read anything into the case.
Wait, can I
And
actually
you
ask
haven't
him?
actually
Oh,
responded.
I have
to
a
what I'm
perfect
saying,
question to
so-
ask him. Do you think, Winter? Do you think it's
Yeah.
okay for white people to say the N word?
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
It's called free speech.
he's already tried to go down that free speech rabbit hole. I got another question
well-
for you. Would you rather
Sure.
talk about Donald Trump's proposed or the quote unquote big beautiful bill, or would you rather talk about the fact that segregation is now legal in federal buildings?
Segregation? What?
So
What are you
you want to
talking
talk? So you want to talk about segregation?
I mean, that's a crazy claim. If you want to like explain
No,
that, I mean, that's pretty interesting.
It's yes. I'm sure you find it interesting. I'm
Okay, well,
absolutely
you're
not surprised.
implying that I support it, so that's your opinion, and that's a disgusting accusation.
Satan, I was just gonna ask. I want to kick him. To be totally honest, do you want to keep asking questions? I'll let you keep asking questions.
No. I'm good.
I'm good. Okay.
Yeah, you guys are fucking clowns.
Winter, I've one question before you go. What does Italy
Yeah.
look like?
You're so funny.
Like,
It's actually pathetic.
What like
You realize how pathetic you look?
like geographically, what does Italy look like?
You literally could not differentiate between an opinion and a
No,
fact.
can you tell me? Is that
That's crazy?
Wait, no, it's a fact that Italy is considered this shape.
Yeah, it's the thing that deserves to be put up your butt.
Oh,
Is that what you're like thinking about every night? Would you like
I'm
to
sorry.
Would you like to Winter? Would you like to answer the question so I can like, do what I was gonna do?
You're so childish. This has been fun though. Thanks for having me.
It's a boot, buddy. It's a boot.
He's the worst.
Ew.
Fucking worst.
I'm
He's
sorry.
the worst.
He just decided to open up about his kinks on the
he
live.
did.
I
before
know,
getting
right?
dropped.
That was
That was
diabolical.
disgusting. But anyways,
that was my first
bye.
guest. That was my
Yeah.
first guest, and we're an hour and 30 minutes.
that was your first guess.
That was my first guest.
Holy smokes! All right. Well, I'm gonna let you get back to it. I'm out of here, bro. I'll see
All
you
right.
later.
I'll see him. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Do tap that screen. Let's try to get to 1 million likes here on TikTok. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. There's almost 1,900 people over on the YouTube. Do make sure to like the stream. It helps send it out to more people. We're gonna get this next person up here. So please only do send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We were just looking for some debates, y'all. Just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up, Dylan? Did you vote for Donald Trump? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone. Again, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Najia, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much on Cash App. Thank you. I did see that. Najia. Thank you. I might have not said thank you because there was a lot of people talking. So, but thank you so much. Nancy, how old are you? How old are you? All right, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay, why so?
To be honest, I don't know. Kind of just what my family told me to do, honestly.
What your family told you to do?
Pretty much, yeah.
So, if your family told you to vote for Hitler during like the Holocaust, would you have voted for him?
Well, I'd hope not, but it's not.
No, so it's not a good reason to vote for someone?
No.
Okay, so if it's not a good reason to vote for someone, well, then you would agree that that you wouldn't have voted for Donald Trump. You shouldn't have voted for Donald Trump just because your family said so. So could you give me a
Well, I
legitimate?
guess, but
Could you give me like a legitimate reason to like vote for him, or are we just gonna not have a conversation?
from what I've seen is that he's the lesser of two evils.
So you say that he's the lesser of two evils. What reason do you have to believe that?
I don't know. I didn't see anything good come from Kamala. That's pretty much it.
Didn't see anything good coming from Kamala Harris.
Correct.
Okay. Did you see anything good coming from Donald Trump?
Not necessarily, no.
Okay.
But like I said, the lesser of two evils.
Let me read the Discord. Give me one sec. But yeah. So you say the lesser of two evils. Okay. Can you tell me one thing good about Donald Trump?
Nope.
Can you tell me one bad thing about Kamala Harris?
Nope.
Can you tell me one bad thing about Donald Trump?
Nope.
Can you tell me one good thing about Kamala Harris?
Nope.
So you just don't know anything.
Exactly.
Then why did you even come up with a live?
Don't know.
My time. Okay.
I just wanted to hear your.
You can do that as a viewer. Did you know that? Did you know that as a viewer, you can also watch me? It's a crazy concept, I know. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
25. Yes, I did.
Okay. Why so?
He's the right candidate.
Okay. Why is he the right candidate?
Many different reasons. What topic do you want to talk about?
I just asked you.
Yeah, in many ways. Look at what he's doing in terms of global affairs. Like he's fixing a lot of issues right now.
Like
he
what?
stopped the war against Pakistan and India.
He stopped it. What did he do to stop it?
He mitigated the negotiations between India and Pakistan
By doing what?
by negotiating.
Okay. So you said that he specifically himself. So you mean him, like as a person, like he went there?
He didn't go there, but he
So no,
talked
he
to
didn't.
them.
No, he didn't.
He talked to them.
Can you give me any source?
What do you mean, any source?
Yeah, could you give me any evidence?
Yes, I can. Like, what do you mean, like a link?
What state do you live in?
Virginia.
Virginia?
Yes.
I was like, why do you sound Canadian?
What do you mean? I'm not, like, I lived in Canada for a few years.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
What time is it?
10:25.
10:25? Okay. What's the capital of Virginia?
Why are you asking me all these questions?
I just wanted to ask, what's the capital of Virginia?
Can we talk about Trump or
What's the capital What's the capital of Virginia?
Like, do you want my full address? Is that what it is?
I'm just asking what the capital of Virginia is.
Hey, buddy. There's no reason for asking me for personal questions. This is a political.
I asked you what
this,
the
this is a political live. So let's stay on topic, buddy. Like, there's no reason.
I asked you what the capital of Virginia is.
You don't think I could just search it up on Google right now and just give you the name of like the capital of Virginia?
The fact that you didn't know right away just tells me that everything I needed to know. To be honest.
No, there's no. You have no evidence that I'm Canadian, man. Like, I'm telling you that I live in Virginia. I'm a U.S. citizen.
So then, what's the capital of Virginia?
Why do you need to know that? Like, I don't understand. Like,
what's the capital of Virginia? Tell me 3 cities within Virginia.
I don't want to. Like, I don't feel like I owe you that right now.
Tell me 1 state that borders Virginia.
So, bro, like, is this all you do, man? Like, are you employed? Like, is this are you employed at all, or do you just stay on live all day, just Googling shit on ChatGPT and asking people if they're U.S. citizens or not when they disagree with you?
Watcher, I'm looking for people who voted for Donald Trump to argue against.
Well, I
him.
voted for Donald Trump, buddy.
If
Like,
you live in
what else do
Canada,
you-
if you live in Canada, you didn't vote for Donald Trump. Secondly, I just want to.
No.
Can I please finish? I'd love to.
I told you I lived in Canada
I just
for
want to
a
let you
few
know.
years.
I specifically, right? This is my job.
This is your job, being live on TikTok. Eh?
Yes, it is.
Are you proud of that occupation?
What do you mean?
Are you proud of being like a TikTok live person?
I love my job.
Really?
I am very.
What is
happy
your
with my job.
educational background, Parker?
I got a degree in economics.
So why don't you go use your economics degree instead of going on
I am.
live on TikTok?
I'm using it right now.
Using it in what way? Are you contributing in any way to the economy? Like
Yes.
By in what way?
I pay taxes. I buy stuff from businesses.
You pay taxes?
Yes, I pay taxes.
Really?
Yes. Is that confusing to you? Like, I get income and I pay taxes on that income.
And what tax bracket are you in?
Why would I tell you?
Why don't you just get a real job, Parker? Eh? How about that? Why don't you get a real job instead of coming on here and trying to belittle people and thinking you're all smart and shit when you have ChatGPT?
I don't have
Like-
ChatGPT open. Can you tell me what
Yeah,
a
you
real
do.
job
And you do
is?
have ChatGPT Plus.
Can you
Like,
tell me?
it's so clear that
I actually don't. But can you tell me? Can you tell me what a real job is?
what a real job is?
Yeah.
So a job that actually has some meaningful contribution to the economy.
It does. What? Can you tell me how a job can contribute to the economy?
By creating jobs, by paying taxes, by
I pay taxes.
that's it. That's all you do to contribute to the economy is by paying taxes.
Amanda, thank you for the $5. I also buy things from businesses. Like, I go out to eat with my girlfriend.
Well, no
and I buy
shit. You're a human
groceries.
being. Obviously, you have to buy shit. Like,
Yeah,
what are you
that's
gonna
called
do? Like,
contributing to the economy. I rent, like, I contribute to the economy.
oh my God, Parker, man.
So,
Like, I don't know.
I have a
man.
real
Every
job.
time I look on TikTok.
So
you're
what?
24 hours
let,
on
let me
live.
let me define to you what a
Like,
job
buddy,
is.
like
Because
this.
you don't know.
Hey, man. Like Trump, he just got elected this year. Like, there's another 4 years. Like, why don't you
Hold on.
just
Can I
go
respond?
to sleep for 4 years? Find a real job.
You still don't know
And then
what a
after
real
4
job is.
years, you can come back on TikTok and
Do you need me
try
to
to
define
get,
the term for you? I'll define the term for you. So the term is just going to be something in which
yeah,
you do
yeah.
a
Define
task.
what it is.
It's a
through
paid task.
ChatGPT. Go ahead, sir.
That's what a job is. A long, sustained, paid task. That's it. And I'm paid for this task, and it's long and sustained.
Listen, Parker. No one is actually benefiting you in any way. Like, no one's benefiting from you from these lives at all.
Really?
You're creating hate.
Then why are
Right,
then why are there 6,000 people watching?
Yeah, because people will join your live when they're at the end of the day, when they've actually worked their whole
So they
9 to
choose. So
4,
they
they're
so
the-
that so they choose to do this rather than doing anything else right now. So that sounds
well,
like it's
you're
benefiting them to some degree. It sounds
well
like
benefiting them
are you not
in like,
entertained?
oh,
And by the way, for the people who said 4.1K and not 6K, there's about 1,900 people over on YouTube. I'd recommend to go watch on YouTube. It's better quality. But yeah, how do you feel? How do you feel like that people are entertained with what I do, that people are educated by what I do, that people continue to come back every single day? Right? Are you jealous that I get to do what I love, that I do what benefits the world under my perspective, that I'm able to like
how are you benefiting
be
the world in
happy?
any way right now? You
Thousands of
want
people.
do
I've
you
got thousands of different people to vote for the side that I think is preferable. I've educated thousands, tens of thousands of people, if not hundreds of thousands or millions.
Can you explain to me how you're using your degree by being on TikTok live?
I'm educating other people based upon my understanding of economics that I maintained because of my degree. I use it all the time. A lot of my arguments I have been able
in a
to.
very indirectly way. You're not actually contributing. You're not actually. I
Tyler,
don't
thank you
know.
for the $25 for my fake job. Thank you so much. Is that not? Sid, thank you for the $200 on YouTube super chat. For as someone who comes back every day, bro can shut the fuck up. Lol. Can we get some W's for Sid in the comment section for $200 on YouTube super chat? Thank you so much, Sid. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Is that not a contribution to the economy?
Well, I don't know. Last time I checked, buddy, having an economics degree doesn't
Economics.
get you a job at being a TikTok live person.
Yeah, you don't need it to be a TikTok live person, but it's definitely very important in me being in the position I am right now and able to educate people. Allison, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Like I could be in the position I am right now without an economics degree, but me having an economics degree helps me educate more people, which helps me with my job.
All right, Mr. Economics person. How about we get it? Because I took a few courses as in economics while I was in university. So let me ask you a few questions that I think every economics major should know.
Okay, what's market equilibrium?
No, buddy. Let me ask you a question about market equilibrium. Actually,
Yeah,
you
I
want
asked you,
that
what is-
question?
no, can you answer my
What are the
question first?
effects of price ceilings and price floors on market equilibrium? Can you explain that?
Yeah, I want you to tell me what market equilibrium is first, but I will tell you. And I'll close my eyes so you don't think I'm looking anything up. Or I'll keep my hands up so you don't think I'm looking anything up. Can you answer the question? What's market equilibrium?
Buddy, I already know what market equilibrium
And
means.
it is.
Quantity demand by consumers equals that the quantity supplied by producers at a certain price level.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Okay, so a price ceiling is going to establish the highest possible price that a supplier could sell a good for, right? And a price floor is the lowest possible price you could sell. What's it called? You could be like, for example, get in the market. If you are minimum wage, for example, the lowest possible wage that you could receive would be this, right? That's an example of like a price floor. The lowest possible price that you could establish.
And what factors can cause a shift in the market equilibrium? Could you explain that?
Technology, natural
Hands up,
disaster.
Mark Parker. Hands up.
Technology, natural disasters, right? Institutional changes. What else would you like?
And what else? There's more important factors
Trying
that
to
could
think of
shift
the
that.
hearts. I'm confused what you're asking for.
And how does an increase in
Governments?
demand affect it? And how does the increase in demand affect equilibrium price and quantity then?
Say that one more time.
How does an increase in demand affect equilibrium price and quantity?
Price would go up, and then there would also quantity supplied would go up in the long run.
Sorry, what's that?
Price would go up, and then also quantity supplied would go up in the long run.
Okay, you're certified.
Yeah, those were really simple questions. All right.
Yeah, I'm economics minor, so I don't really.
Hey, that's valid. But okay. If you're an economics minor, what's price elasticity of demand?
What is what?
What's price elasticity of demand?
It's basically how do you fucking explain this? It basically measures like the quantity demand of good changes when price basically changes.
It would be measuring essentially what is the change in, like what the ratio by which there would be like a change in demand given a particular percentage change in price.
Yeah.
So good enough. I'll give that to you. Adrian, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Adrian, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Lori, thank you for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you. Georgia, I really appreciate the $5. Ananda, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it. Asia, thank you so much for the $20 for your fake job. Love you. Thank you so much. VD, I appreciate the $3. Quenisha, thank you for the $5. Holly with the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. This guy's no clue. I've learned so much from you. What you do is possibly one of the most meaningful things someone can do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. That's incredibly kind of you. Tyler, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for your fake job. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Angie with the $3. Justin with the $5. Thank you.
Hey guys, hey.
And then Ali, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much, Ali. Kate with the $5. Prescott with the $1. Thank you. What's up?
Whoever is telling me that I'm googling and shit, you have a better job than all of you guys combined.
What's your job?
I'm in investment banking.
You're an investment banker?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. How much do you make a year?
It's none of your business, buddy. Did you disclose your tax bracket? No, you didn't.
No.
So
I only asked the question because you asked me that question earlier.
All right, cool. Well, I'm not willing to disclose that, but you could search it up.
Wait. Investment banking out of Virginia?
What do you mean? Like that's my hometown. Virginia is my hometown.
Virginia's a town?
My home my home city. Like I don't know how to explain that.
Virginia's a city?
Fuck, I'm Canadian, guys. I'm fucking
Yeah,
Canadian.
so one, you're Canadian. Two, you're not an investment banker. Three, even if you were an investment banker, it is cringe as fuck for you to be like, don't say that shit in the chat because it is the case that I have a better job than you. What fucking cringe shit is that? You were saying that I don't have a real job. What makes you have a real job?
I'm actually an investment banker. I'm not even capping about that.
That is really weird though. Like the fact that you would brag about that is really weird. Will, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for to say thank you for using ChatGPT. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Will, you're welcome.
It's all good, Parker, man. I'm just saying that you're wasting your time here. Like Trump is already elected. It's a long 4 years.
The reason why this isn't wasting
Get a
time.
real job in
The reason why this isn't wasting time is because it's educating people, right, and getting people to critically think.
No,
about it.
you're
You say
creating
it's not a
hate,
real
you're creating
job.
segregation.
You say
You're not.
You say it's not a real job. You don't even know what a real job even means. We've already defined a real job, and under the definition of a real job, this is applicable under that definition. And you're mad about that. I'm sorry you're so mad about that you had to come onto my live stream to come tell me about that. I pissed you off so much that you, as someone who's not even someone living in the United States, had to come up on my live and tell me that I don't have a real job because I pissed you off so much. You're so jealous, bro.
Well, it seems that you kind of. Well, the fact that I'm still on this live and I'm on the stage still says that you like whatever I said.
Adriana, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for the fake job. Thank you so much. They said, FYI, I love you so much. Appreciate it, Adriana. Thank you so much.
Kind of affected you in some way, and that's the only reason why I'm still up on this stage.
No, Watcher.
Is that right, Parker?
No, the only reason you're still up on the stage is because someone hasn't said this in a hell of a while. And I thought it would be funny to dunk on this point because I think it's a joke. And it's the basis of my name. My name is Parker Get a Job. So every once in a while, I let people come up here and say stuff like that when they have that position because I like to dunk on it because I think it's funny. Because it is the case that my name is Parker Get a Job. I literally made my name because of people like you, as irony about people like you who say that I need to go get a job when I am literally doing my job right now.
That's not a real job, man. Being on TikTok live.
Yeah, and tell me what a real job is.
Contributing to the economy.
Do you think businesses contribute to the economy?
Yes.
I have a business.
So being in TikTok Live is a business?
Yes, literally. Patton, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much.
TikTok is not a real job, buddy. I hate to break it to you.
Okay, you're still not defining what a real job is. You have about 3 seconds before I kick you. Becca, think of the dollar. Pat, I actually really don't know how to answer your question, to be totally honest. Like, can you specify what you mean in terms of its equivalent, Patton?
Well, bro, like I don't know, man. Like scrolling, watching, or casually posting videos for fun is not work, man.
I'm not.
Well-
I go live every single day for 5 to 6 hours.
There's no structure or responsibility at all. Like,
What do you mean? There's no responsibility, dude. I go live every single day for 5 to
Do
6
you
hours.
do you have any like like a job typically includes deadlines, accountability, expectations?
I do have expectations. I have expectations to post.
What are your expectations? Reaching 4,000 on TikTok? Is that how you measure your
Watcher? 4,000 people is a lot of people.
Well, that doesn't like that. That's still not a real job, man. Like,
so what is it? Real
Jobs
job?
have deadlines. They have responsibilities. They have
I
accountability.
do have
they
deadline. I do have responsibility. I
expectations.
do have accountability. I do have expectations. Also, all those things necessarily don't exist for businesses, right? Self-employment, you put those upon yourself. So if you're saying that I don't have those, well, you're saying no one who's self-employed has a job. You're just mad that I'm my own boss, bro.
Well, you're not really your own boss, man.
I am. I literally, by definition,
No,
am.
you're not. No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
If you say any words that are not TikTok worthy, you will get your job. Well, I don't know if it's a job or whatever the hell
Hey,
you're doing.
watcher.
You won't be able to do it anymore.
Yes, I will, because I have YouTube. Lud, thank you for the $2.
Mm-hmm.
I have YouTube. There's 2,000 people on my YouTube right now.
It's not a real job, Parker. I hate to break it to you, man.
You
Like,
still can't define a real job.
I know you
There's
stress
no
about it.
one who has ever said this has ever been able to define real job in a manner that's actually applicable.
By the way, a job, like, technically it's guaranteed money. Like, if you don't go live, you don't, like, there's no guarantee in any income. So
First the club victory. Yeah, for example, like there are
so relying on the platform's algorithm
Understand,
maybe to go viral is not the same.
I
as
just want to let
getting
you know
paid for
that's
work,
any
man.
business. That's any business. If a business owner who is the only employee of their business doesn't work, they don't make any money.
So do you have a contract with TikTok?
No, I don't need a contract with TikTok.
Well, that's what a job requires, right?
No, it requires
contracts, rights,
No, it doesn't.
benefits.
No, it
Do you have
doesn't.
benefits? Do you have benefits?
Income.
Do you have benefits? I'm not about saying income. I'm
benefits-
saying if you have benefits.
All of those things come from a boss, right? So who pays that to the boss?
Dude, your boss is technically the TikTok CEO.
No, it's
Like,
myself.
what are you talking about?
It's myself.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And by the way, you have no job security. If Trump bans TikTok, you're done. You're done.
I have
buddy.
YouTube.
What do you mean you have YouTube? What is that? That's your backup?
Yeah, I have 140.
So if your account is banned or shadow banned, or TikTok changes algorithm, the algorithm or rules, you're basically done, buddy.
I have 140.
There's no employer, there's no HR, there's no insurance, there's no protection. You're on your own, Parker. You're on your own. It's just you and Biden. Biden who just got diagnosed with prostate cancer.
Watcher, if Trump banned investment banking, what would you do?
There's no such thing, buddy. Like, there's no such thing as investment banking getting banned.
Okay.
Okay.
Then
Like,
there's no
it's
such
an
thing- there's no
actual
such
thing that
thing as-
contributes. Like,
When you say contributes to the economy, it doesn't contribute to the economy in any other way, any separate way than mine does. Also, again, like I literally have YouTube. YouTube's not going anywhere. Ananda, thank you for the $5 for supporting you and the amazing work you do. Thank you so much. Matt, thank you for the $4.20 for very not real DNC job. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Kenzie, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Send caller to check out YouTube chat. Wait, hold up. I'm reading it. Send caller to check out YouTube chat where we can roast him, please. AJ Walker, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I don't know why he cares about it so much.
Anyone can download TikTok, Parker. Anyone can start posting with no training, with no credentials or any commitment. Like you could have people with not even a high school diploma.
Oh my God, Adam with the Zeus. Oh my God, Adam, you do not have to do that. I always appreciate Adam. Holy fucking shit. Thank you for the fucking Zeus, bro. That is nuts. Bro, can we get some fucking W's for the Zeus in the comment section? If you don't know, on YouTube, a Zeus is like a very, very, very expensive gift on TikTok. A very fucking expensive gift. Jesus Christ, Adam, thank you so much. That is fucking crazy, Adam. Thank you so much for the fucking Zeus. That is nuts. You say I don't have a job, right? But
Okay, Parker, can I ask you, like, I don't want any exact,
like
I
it,
don't
tell you.
wanna like ask for any consistent numbers, but is your income sustainable? Like, is it is it sustainable? Like, is it like,
yes.
and is it stable? Do you feel like it's a stable job? Being
Absolutely.
on TikTok. You don't think there's any sort of like
Watcher,
risk of you?
I'm just gonna let you know right now. I am financially stable. I am very financially stable. I'm fine.
And
I'm
what
good.
does your success depend on? Like TikTok's algorithm, or what exactly?
Success in what metric?
Like your success, like your the amount of people watching your live and things like that.
That's algorithm, yeah.
Yeah. So is that how you measure your success? Like, is that
the way I measure my success?
Do you depend on
No,
people
that's
like
actually that is actually not the way I measure my success. Do you want to hear how I measure my success?
Yeah, how do you do that, Parker?
How many people send me messages, right, saying that their mind has been convinced, their mind has been changed, that I've given them a different perspective, that I'm giving them arguments that are useful in their family's life? How many people, right, come up to me and they show me that it's changed their life in that type of way, in a meaningful, positive way, that they've learned something from it? That's how I judge my success. I judge my success based upon things that benefit the world, right? Things that make the world a better place. I don't judge my success based upon having like 1 million people in my stream. I don't judge my success based upon making $1 trillion in a year, right? I judge my success, right, based upon how many people are positively impacted by it. That's how I judge my success. Because I'm going to be totally honest, I'm at a point where financially I'm okay. And that is an incredible privilege that I have because of how lucky I've been and getting into the position I am right now. And I'm incredibly fucking grateful for that all the fucking time. I love my job. I love what I do. And I put my fucking heart and soul into this. I put my heart and soul into this.
I don't.
Thank you for you're amazing. Thank you so much, Rich.
So, like, do you when you get this income from TikTok? I just want to understand, like, what do you do with this capital? Do you invest it at all?
I don't really have investments other than my investment account for what's called retirement. I don't have any investments outside of that right now. I'm just sitting on my money. Like, I don't like have any other plans outside of that. I just literally pay for my things I need in my life, that type of
So
stuff.
your portfolio is 100% cash then?
In like my personal stuff, other than outside of my I have a self-employment IRA.
Oh, you have a very risky lifestyle, Parker.
I have a risky lifestyle. I'm fine.
Like a risky financial. I don't know, man. I invest, Parker. I don't know what economics you've studied, but invest.
Sure.
Sure.
I'm just gonna be totally honest. I know that I need to invest my money, but to be totally honest, I'm not as concerned about that, about going out and investing that money right now. I should go out there and do that. I get it, but I actually just genuinely haven't got to it.
Sure, man. Yeah. Because I just feel like TikTok is not just it's not a sustainable source of income. So I feel like whatever capital.
Okay, I'm just gonna let Watcher. I'm not gonna let you say
whatever you allocate from TikTok.
Watcher. You're wrong. I promise you, I have a sustainable income. I'm fine. Speaking of
I'm-
which,
I'm not
Kevin,
sure
thank you for
what-
the $40. Thank you, Kevin. I really appreciate it. Kevin, can we get some W's for Kevin in the comment section right now? Xavier, thank you for the $5. Marcia, thank you for the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Jason with the $35 for Keep It Up, man. Thank you so much, Jason. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Does that look sustainable, team?
Oh, Parker, man, like your head is so thick, right? You're that type of person, right? Which, when you have this idea in your head, right, you don't listen. You don't listen to other people who could potentially be more educated than you, have more experience than you, right? And that you could actually benefit from, right? So, like, my recommendation to you is, first of all, invest, Parker, because whatever you're doing right now is not sustainable, and I don't see I don't see you, Parker, doing this for another couple of years, because I don't know, TikTok could get banned.
Watcher.
TikTok could
I just
get-
want to let you know, I've been doing this for multiple years. I've been doing this since 2020. 2021 is when I started my live streams every day.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Like, what is the inflation rate right now in the U.S.?
2.3%.
And what return are you getting on that retirement?
I don't know.
Like
I just put it in. Like I haven't seen any returns. I've seen
what is it like?
zero in returns.
What is it like a retirement savings plan, or
Can't
like
really
what
think
is
of
it?
$5. Yes, it's like an IRA. Any type of SEP IRA. Patton, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Oh, I see something similar to that. Like I haven't seen anything like that that gives him power. It would have to be some type of wartime thing in order for like something like the Enabling Act or something like that to happen. I get what you were saying though. Now I remember what the Enabling Act is. Thank you for telling me. Yeah, what you were saying, Watcher? Why do you care so much about my finances?
Sorry?
Why do you care so much about my finances?
I'm just worried that, like, in a couple of years, when you actually have no job, right? That you actually
So are you
have.
saying I do have a job right now?
Well, I'm not. Like, I'm calling it what you call it, right? I don't know what the hell to call this, so I'm just calling it a job, just to make it easier to communicate with you, right? Because
Okay, well, Watcher, I just want to inform you with how everything works. I have an undergrad in economics. If I went back and got a master's, I'm fine. Even if I went to go get a job right now, I'd be fine. Okay, right? Like you shouldn't have to worry about me financially.
So what would the employers, like, when the employer asks you and says, what is the gap in your resume? Like, why haven't you worked past undergrad? It's been 4 years. Like, why haven't you?
I've been out of graduation for 1 year.
For 1 year. So what happened this 1 year, Parker?
I was
let's act
running.
like
I
this
was running my own business. Appreciate the Galaxy. Thank you, Hope.
And what is that business, Parker?
It was online
TikTok?
content creation. Yes. You think that's funny, but like that's actually genuinely something I can put on a resume. Like you laugh at that. I genuinely can put that on a resume. Like I'm not joking. That is actually really good for a resume. I'm sorry. Are you like, is your brain functioning properly? I could get so many jobs by just putting that on my resume. You don't think companies are hiring people that not only have a specialization in economics, but also the marketing side and online content creation? Bro, you got to use your brain, bro.
So like
Jocelyn, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's true. That is true, Jocelyn.
And like, what is your business model like when it comes to TikTok?
My business model, people support me if they like my content. That's it. And just recently, I've been making money off of advertisements from my YouTube videos.
And like, how can you prove that there's any sort of long-term stability when it comes to TikTok? When literally, like, a few months ago, they were about to shut down TikTok in the US. It was actually shut down for a couple of hours, for 48 hours. So what did you do in those 48 hours, Parker? Or what was it?
I went on YouTube.
Okay. So that was your backup then?
Yeah, I have other social media platforms with followers.
This is what's the issue with the 21st century, man. They actually say that content creation is an actual real job. Like,
it is. Angela, thank you for the $1. Did you get the $10 I sent you? Angela, I actually, let me check. Was it on PayPal? What's confusing about that? I did get it. I did. Thank you for the $10. I just saw that. It's from 46. So it was 9 minutes ago. I apologize. I didn't see that earlier. AJ, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Everyone wants me to kick you, bro. They don't like you.
So like, I don't know, man.
What do you want?
Like first, like last time I checked is like I don't know, man. A job actually could like it requires consistent work.
I do
Like
have
that
consistent
actually
work. I
adds
work.
value. Like, what value you're adding, guys? Like I
Allison,
don't
thank you for the membership subscription. Dustin, thank you for the $10. There are thousands of people who come onto my lives every single day for entertainment and education. That is
And do you think-
value.
And do you think that you're viral based on actual skill and actual value added that you're doing, or do you think it's just pure luck?
I think it's both. I think that it's a huge portion of the reason why I'm in the position I am right now is because I got really lucky. But it's also because of the time, effort, consistency, and dedication that I put into everything. So there's two things that go hand in hand.
No, I think it's more leaning to luck actually, because like unlike jobs, Parker,
I would probably say
Yeah,
I would
we
probably
want-
agree with
we
that
want-
actually.
there were consistent performance, right? Like there's no fuck.
Watcher. Again, your idea and metric for all of this is just really weird. Why are you so worried about how much money I'm making, about whether or not it's sustainable? Why do you care about that?
I don't know, man. I just know the schools in the US are very expensive. Like, why would you go through 4 years and end up being on TikTok live? I don't know. Are your parents proud of you?
Yes, very proud of me. Why would I do that? Because I genuinely love what I do. I think it's more beneficial for the world. I could go and make a lot of money with my economics degree, going back and getting a master's. My idea of what I want to do with my life is not just make money. My idea of what I want to do with my world is relating to what is going to make this world a better place for my children, for the children that come after them, my grandchildren, my great-grandchildren, and the people that come after me. Everyone. I care about everyone in this fucking country. I really love this country. That's why. And I want this country to be a better place for the future children. That's what I love so much. I don't just do what I do to make money. Like this is you got to look at things outside of just like what makes money. Because again, I could literally go back, get a master's degree in econ, and go make multiple hundreds of thousands of dollars doing that every single year. Okay. I can go make income. I can be sustainable.
Do you know that an economics degree requires actual practical experience in the field, or did you not know that? Have you looked at the requirements into getting into an economics master's, or no?
Yes, I have. And I understand the conditions of what it requires in order to be able to get a master's. I can go back and get a
So could you-
master's. I was at the top of my class.
So are you eligible now? Because last time I checked, for the most economics masters do require at least a year or two of practical experience, which I don't think TikTok could actually be something that you could use to apply to these institutions, unless I'm mistaken.
It depends on what university you go to. Different universities require different types of things. So
And do you feel like you can, get as much value from an economics master when having just TikTok as experience? Because you know the benefits of a
Think of the
master's,
$5,
correct?
Liz. Think of the $5. For me, it would be to go back and get a job if I were doing that. Do you have anything relevant? Because again, I've already told you I'm fine financially. I'm fine in terms of my job. If you want to bring up something that's relevant, go for it. But you're specifically not addressing any of those things. Also, you still never defined a real job. I'm going to give you about 2 more minutes to do that. If you don't within the next 2 minutes, I'm just going to kick you.
Oh, I don't take threats, Parker, but good luck to you. And don't say that you're going to be able to get a master's in economics, because you don't have the practical experience to apply to a master's. I don't care you're the top of your class, right? It is one of the major requirements. into
Watcher,
getting into
I'm sorry. Do you
master's.
think I can't go work and get that practical experience if I didn't have it?
Well, it'd just be too hard for you now, because
Why would
there's a
that be
huge-
too hard for me?
Let me ask you, what kind of jobs are you talking about when you're saying jobs in the economic field?
An economist?
Like what? So you're saying that you can get a job as an economist?
Yes.
Just like that? Like,
public or private, yeah. If you have a master's,
have you
yes.
have you done any internships in university, or no?
Do I need to tell you everything on my resume in this conversation? Do you want me to like do you want me to send you my resume?
Well, buddy, studying undergrad in economics doesn't make you a economist.
I never said
Like
it did.
it doesn't. Like,
Really?
and it's
Thank
extremely
you,
hard.
thank you for
and
telling
it's
me
extremely
that.
hard.
Wait,
and it's extremely hard to
Wait,
get
watcher,
a job as an
watcher.
economics.
Here's my question. Who the fuck asked? Who asked? Genuinely, wait, hold up 1 second. Who the fuck asked? Did anyone here ask? I genuinely want to know. Did a single damn person ask? Can you tell me?
You're starting to change the subject. It seems
Wait,
like
no,
you're getting a little bit
to
agitated.
answer the question. Did anyone ask? Adam, thank you for the 3 subscriptions. Thank you. Did anyone ask?
Well, did anyone ask? And did anyone ask for this live? No one did.
Yes, people scrolled here and they stayed here. You hopped in the guest box. You asked for it, dude. Do you follow me too? No, you don't. But like,
I don't
you know
follow
my
people.
point.
I don't follow people like you, Parker. There's no way I would
yeah,
follow.
but you
people.
watched my live for over 30 minutes.
You know, there's sometimes, you know, like how people listen to music. I just have you as a background whenever I'm grinding.
I know
whenever
you're a fan, bro. I understand. Thank you. Thank you. You're a watcher of Parker. Get a job.
Oh, Parker, man, Parker.
Hey, I have a question, watcher.
Yeah, go ahead.
What does Italy look like?
What does Italy look like?
Yeah, like geographically.
I don't know. It's right beside Greece. I can't understand. Like what? What do you mean? Like
A
I've been to
fucking boot! A boot! A boot! I had to do it because he's Canadian. Kevin, thank you for the $40. Thank you so much again, Kevin. I got you. Don't worry. Thank you, Kevin. Callie, thank you for the subscription. Thank you so much. I had to do that real quick. A boot. A boot. not the Canada, eh? I tell you. A boot. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Why so?
Makes my life better.
How so?
Brings down prices.
How did Donald Trump bring down prices?
Executive order.
What executive order?
The most recent one was most favored nation.
Have I talked to you before?
No.
I have talked to you before, you liar.
When?
People in the comment section are telling me.
You don't even know me.
I remember you. Thank you, Adam. I appreciate the subscription again. Thank you. Sarisa, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $5. Thank you. Alrighty, let me get them up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Stella, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Well, because you're big on pro-choice, right?
Yeah.
Right. So I'm pro-life, and I think like that alone like pushed me toward his side. But I think there was other things, but I think that was probably the big one.
Are you
I don't want to
Christian?
vote for someone that thinks it's okay to just unalive things.
Okay, are you Christian?
Yeah, I would say so.
Do you believe in separation of church and state?
I'm not too sure what you mean by that.
Do you believe that like what the law is shouldn't be based upon religion?
Yeah, I would say so. I don't think you should use religion as excuses for crime.
Okay, you shouldn't use religion as an excuse for not crime, but like I'm saying specifically, sorry here, I'm getting up to oh No, address what I just said.
Bro,
Show me-
you're
turn
just getting butthurt at this point.
Turn your camera
Bro
on.
just got butthurt for what I said.
You're actually just scared to turn your camera on.
No, bro, you know everybody says it, bro. I'm not the only one that agrees.
Turn your camera on. I'm waiting.
That mustache just looked hideous, man.
Actually,
we just
there's
had to address it.
Wait, by the way, I don't.
But anyway, why are you
thank for corking.
pro-choice?
I don't think it looked hideous, but like
It did.
it didn't. So like
I like how you cut it though. That was a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I do agree because I do like it. I prefer it this way. But like, here's my point. Turn your camera on. Let's see.
How much did your girlfriend like it?
She did like it. She thought it was she was indifferent to it. And
I think she was just trying to make you feel good. She was just trying to make you feel good.
No, my girlfriend doesn't have to lie to me like yours.
I think she does.
Why?
Because she did not think you looked good with it, bro, I promise.
Are you used to like women in your life lying to you to like make you feel better?
No, but that's what you're supposed to. You're not supposed to sugarcoat things, especially to your partner.
Yeah. My girlfriend and I have communication. We talk to each other. I know you don't know much about that.
That's what you say, but
I know you don't know much about like communicating, or like like emotionally with your partner.
Does your partner agree with getting rid of kids in the womb?
Yes.
Right. Okay. So that's interesting. So you guys are both.
How about this? If my girlfriend got pregnant, given that she wants an abortion in the first trimester, I would pay for it. How do you feel about that?
I mean, that's what you want to do. I mean, that's a waste of money.
No, it's not. That's an incredibly useful use of money.
It's actually a horrible use of money.
How so? We're not ready to like.
Because you don't need to. Like the only time I think it's okay to do that is if you're SA'd.
Sure. You don't need to, but like it is the case that we would prefer that because we'd prefer to have children later on.
Okay, but you do realize when you take in the action of having intercourse, you kind of have to take that into consideration. That can happen. That's why
have you
how
had
condoms are a thing. That's why IUDs are.
Have you had intercourse before?
Why is that irrelevant?
So the answer is no.
No, I'm asking why does that matter? That has nothing to do with what I just said.
Because I'm trying to determine if you're an incel.
Have you had intercourse before?
Absolutely.
Nice. That's good. I don't know if that's good or not.
No,
but,
it's
that's cool.
it's pretty basic. Now, can you answer the question?
I prefer not to, especially when 4,000 people are watching.
Almost
Kind of weird.
5,800. You can't answer if you've had sex before. So you're an
Well,
incel.
I just prefer not to. I think that's just weird. That's
So
also part of
so
being
you're
a
an
Christian.
incel.
No, it's part of being a Christian. I'm sure a lot of Christians would agree. They wouldn't just expose if they've done stuff with people.
What? You don't have to acknowledge your past sins?
Not when you're married.
Yeah. Wait, are you married?
I don't know. Am I?
I'm asking, are you married?
Once again, that's something I'm not gonna like expose to everyone.
That's actually kind of crazy. What do you mean?
Not
You're not
really.
going to expose that? I go around and
Because I have no need to tell anybody that.
Wait.
That's really
Yes,
nobody's
you.
business.
Wait, absolutely, you do. What
To
the fuck do
family
you mean?
members, yeah, sure.
Add a
I'll
big
tell my
description.
brother that I
No.
married someone.
No, to people in typical. Like, for example, if I go to the bar and a woman at the bar asks me if I am in a relationship, what should I say?
Yeah, that's in person, not on an app.
This is in person, genius. We're having an in-person
Yeah, if it's in
conversation.
person, sure.
We're having
If
an
you ask
in-person
me,
conversation.
I'll be
So will you
yeah.
at least acknowledge that so that like we know that you're not trying to like, be devious?
Acknowledge what?
Acknowledge your relationship, bro.
Bro, I'm not, I acknowledge my relationship, but I'm not going to acknowledge it with
Why not?
4,000 people.
If I was
Because
asked
I
on
know
a live, I
everybody
would say all you have to say is I have a partner. That's it. That's all you have to say.
Okay, I have a partner.
Wow.
Does that make you feel better?
That was so difficult, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, so
Because why do you care about someone else's relationship status? Like that's actually kind of weird.
what conversation are we having right now?
We're having an A-B conversation, not marriage and relationship. Is this why you lost to Charlie Kirk and everybody else? Because you just go off topic and you just interrupt people and stuff?
I'm not interrupting you. Can you name a specific point?
I wish Dean was on here, man. I like Dean a lot more than you. Not gonna lie.
You just interrupted me. Can you name a specific
And he hits that anxiety pen 24/7.
Can you name a specific point that Charlie Kirk beat me on?
Basically everything.
Go
What are you
ahead.
talking about? The only point that was hard to for me to say whether or not who won was when you kept bringing up the in the Bible it says slaves were allowed to be beat as long as they recover or something.
That
I
wasn't
don't
at
really know.
Jubilee.
Yeah, I know that was at the recent thing.
Yeah, so that actually was a completely legitimate point. Exodus 21, 20 through 21. God says you could beat your slaves insofar as they recover after a day or two. Plus Exodus 25, 44 through 46. God says you can own people as slaves and pass them down to your children as inherited property for life, so long as they were not Israelites and they were from the nations around you.
Right. So
But that's
I
just a
don't.
fact. That's just a fact. I gave you the verses. You can reference the verses. They are not taken out of context. I can give you a biblical scholar that specifically reviews the video and acknowledges that it wasn't taken out of context, reads the context to you. Would you like to see that? Would you like to know
What's
who
the
that is?
verse? What's the verse again?
Leviticus 25, 44 through 46 and Exodus 21, 20 through 21. And at the end of my conversation with Charlie Kirk, he admitted that he disagrees with Exodus. So he disagrees with God? Like the
That's the
moral
only-
law of how to treat slaves by God?
Right. That's the only point that I could say that I don't know who won or not. But every other point,
You don't know? Okay, go ahead. Give me a
Dean
point.
versus-
Give me a point that Charlie Kirk beat me on. I'd love to hear it.
Well, you got. So when he was talking about Dean, for example, when you guys were talking about AB, he beat Dean in that argument because Dean.
No, he won. He didn't. Two, he literally said to Dean, that was the best point I have ever heard. That's
I
what he
remember
said.
that, yeah.
That's what he said to Dean.
doesn't mean he
And you want
won.
to know something crazy? That point was from me.
Oh, so you're trying to take credit? Cool.
No,
cool,
no,
cool.
no. Dean
Got it.
acknowledges that he got it from me because he acknowledges that because Charlie Kirk doesn't like me and thinks I'm bad faith, but thinks Dean's good faith, even though practically like we swapped like the way that we address people in that context. Like I am significantly more patient typically, and Dean's a lot more confrontational. And in there, I was more confrontational and Dean was more patient. Talks, thank you for the description, but they only talked once. And that
Yeah,
IUD
so-
point really was from me. Right. And like the point that at least he is acknowledging there when he says that is that specifically I brought up a point, right, that he didn't like because I addressed him confrontationally and he got mad at it and wouldn't acknowledge that it was a good point. But then when my good point, the point that I gave to Dean, came from Dean's mouth and Dean did it in like a more patient way, then he was like, it was a good point and it was the best point he ever heard.
Right.
Yeah,
So
go ahead and find anything. Joe, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much for here's some money to keep fighting the fight, Parker. Nothing else to say. You're doing great on your own. Thank you so much, Joe. Can we get some W's for Joe in the comments section for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat? Thank you so much, Joe.
No, don't do that, man. What are
Stella,
you
thank you for
doing?
the $5. Sabrina,
on,
thank you for the
Joe.
28 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I really
don't
appreciate
keep
it. Thank
feeding to
you.
his little cult, man.
Wait,
What are you doing?
Wait, do you not like that people are sending me
But
money or
anyway,
something?
you
Are you mad that people are sending me money,
chicken?
chicken?
No, that's fine. I mean, they're sending money to ridiculousness. I would never.
Why is that ridiculousness?
I think that's insane. Oh, that's insane in so many other. It's insane in so many
Why?
ways. Not just one or two, but like, well, one because they're sending you money when you don't know what you're talking about.
I did. I
Like at all.
explained it.
You're pro-choice. Well, that alone speaks for itself. Like you.
Wait,
they're sending money.
what's wrong with being pro-choice?
Well, you think it's okay to just off kids, like regardless
I'm
of the
not saying
scenario.
it's okay to off. I'm not saying it's okay to off kids regardless of the scenario. I'm saying it's okay to
I'm
get
just
access
curious.
to an abortion prior to sentience. But okay, Chicken Little.
Right. So you think that sometimes you should only keep the baby. So there's instances where that baby should be kept. Correct.
Yeah, if they want to.
Right. So it's not required for any scenario.
Not until sentience.
Okay. Yeah. So that's one reason why I wouldn't send you money. That's a perfect example. And because you support.
Why is that a
Biden
reason
too,
not to
correct?
send me money?
Just
If anything,
curious, do you
that's a reason
support Biden?
to send me money.
No, it's not.
Tsunami, thank you for the 5 Australian. Thank you for big fan Parker. Keep up the good work you do.
more
Thank you so
people
much.
tipping you, man. Dang it, dude. What are you guys doing?
Adam, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you. I'm
Come
sorry-
on,
I'm
Adam. What
sorry.
you doing,
being
man?
pro-choice is great.
Right, but that doesn't tell me anything. That's just your opinion. But anyways,
Of course, it's my
when-
opinion, and it's your
when you
opinion
had
that it's
debate
bad.
With Charlie at
Adam, thank you for the galaxy. Thank you so much. Toxic with
Oh
the
my God,
future
bro,
journey.
so
Thank you so much. Adam, thank you for the galaxy. Talks with the
Oh, I
future
shouldn't have said
journey. Thank
anything,
you.
man. Now this guy's gonna
Adam,
live
thank
in
you
a
for all the
mansion for 2
galaxies.
days.
Danielle, thank you for the $1 for the Parker Colt.
Hey, Parker, hey, you're getting up on that that step stool, man. You're getting up there.
You're
Hey,
big
they send
mad.
you all this money, boy.
You're big mad, Chicken Little.
No, I'm not mad at all, my brother. But anyways, you did get beat at the thing that where Charlie was outside and everything. When you bring it up that time, you lost, like the slavery stuff.
I lost.
Yeah,
On
like
what?
it was like you literally were trying to farm clips. It was so obvious.
So me asking him a specific question about whether or not he holds to biblical slavery is not necessarily farming of a clip, but I will acknowledge that absolutely I was farming clips against Charlie Kirk there.
Did I make you self-conscious? Why have you had your camera off, bro?
My camera's on.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh, I don't see you.
Yeah, so that's a you problem. But yeah,
Right.
I was farming clips against Charlie Kirk.
You don't even have to tell me that. It's pretty obvious. But
You want to know why I was farming clips against Charlie Kirk? Because
Well,
I
'cause you
knew
need
that
more money.
I knew that he wouldn't have a long form dialogue with me, and I knew that I only had a few minutes, and it worked.
Yeah, 'cause-
And it worked. It got him so pissed. I literally posted a video of him getting like literally joked on, right, about the Elon salute. Like he wouldn't even do it. It was hilarious, right? And then
Why
he
do
got
you
so
think he
pissed
was
off
doing
that he had
that?
to make a video cutting off things in order to try to make me look bad. It was hilarious.
You thought he was doing the Nazi salute?
No, he didn't do it. Elon did.
How?
Oh, camera on, do it. If it's not the Nazi salute, do it. Turn
It's
your
not
camera on
the-
right now, Chicken Little, and do it.
Bro, he did not. Okay.
Do it. Do it right now. Do it right now.
Why do I have to do it?
Because you don't think it's a Nazi salute.
It wasn't. He was trying to thank
Then
the
do
crowd.
it. Then do it.
You do know he has like a syndrome, right? Like he has some sort of like what's it called? Like disorder or something. I don't know what it's called.
What disorder?
What's it called? I don't want to say because I think I wonder if it's bad to say in the thing because it's like a
Kennedy, thank you for the $5. So one, he's not diagnosed with autism. If you were trying to reference autism, right? Two, people who have autism don't just throw out Nazi salutes.
right, but they
Talks,
do think.
thank you for the Interstellar. Let's go, Talks. Thank you so much for the Interstellar. Thank you so much, Talks. Sarah, thank you for the $15. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you killing it against this guy. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah. I appreciate it. Thank you.
You guys are feeding to his cult. You're feeding him.
Yeah. Join the Parker cult.
Oh my god, I couldn't do that to. I would never do that, man.
Why?
But I do. You want to abortion debate me?
Yeah,
Maybe.
Robert, thank you for the $5. Thank you or $20. Thank you so much, Robert, on PayPal. Thank you for
Everybody
$20.
watching the chat. I'm about to get this guy to transition from pro-choice, pro-life. Watch.
Can I ask you a question real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Do you think pulling the plug on an individual in your family that's brain dead is murder?
It depends. Well, though the people with those that are brain dead, they have a really low likelihood of even coming back.
It's a
first of all.
0% chance of coming back.
Right. So how is that supporting your argument?
Yeah. So the reason why I bring this up is to show you that you don't care about just cellular life. Given that you now concede that you don't just care about cellular life, it is the case that I would then ask you the question, right? What do you care about when it is at conception? Because it's just cellular life. Tyler, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much for the cult, dude. Thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much. Tsunami, thank you for the $5. Australian for happy to be a part of the Parker cult. Thank you.
Right. So
And then Kennedy, thank you for the $5 for supporting abortion.
Oh God, are you done thanking your little cult leaders?
Thank you for the cult.
Sheesh. Yeah, thank you for the coral. Oh God. Anyway, so I think like for example, like SA victims, like they shouldn't have to carry that, for example. So like I would agree with you on that, but why should someone get rid of a kid that they voluntarily agreed to have, or if it was accidental? Because they anticipated the act, so they knew that would happen, right?
I'm sorry, when I have sex, I'm not thinking that pregnancy is going to happen.
Why? Because that's possible, right?
Yeah, that's like when I drive a car, I don't think that I'm going to get into a car crash, but it's possible. Annie, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Annie. Jocelyn, thank you for the $5 for joining the Parker cult. And this is for
Awesome.
the
What are
Parker
you
cult
doing,
fan.
man?
Thank you.
Sheesh.
Did you see my point though? Like no one thinks that they're gonna get into a car accident when they get in the car to drive.
Right, but you have to take that into consideration. Like
What is that supposed to mean? Do you think that you shouldn't be able to get access to medical care if you get into a car accident?
No, I think you should.
But it was something you should have taken into account.
Yeah, you should have.
Okay, so then
That's why you do get medical
so
assistance.
you should still be able to get access to healthcare, even though it is the case that they chose to have sex.
I'm not too sure what you're asking me. Like, what do you mean?
Abortion is healthcare.
In what sense? In what what's it called? In what example?
Say someone gets an abortion in the first trimester.
Right, so they don't need to do that.
They don't need. It doesn't matter if they don't need to.
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Why would you think that they should do that though? Like what would be an example that it's okay to do that?
Because
like you think they can do that if they have like Down syndrome or something?
I don't think that's a good motivation.
But do you think that's okay?
No. Cox, thank you for the work harder. Thank you so much. The reason why I don't think it's okay is because of the motivation, not because I think it's murder.
Right. So
like I don't think it's murder because of the fact that it's
you are pro-life.
non-sentient. I think it's fucked up because of the motivation that I don't think it's okay to specifically not want to have a kid because they have Down syndrome. I think that must have.
Why? If it's not, if it's not a life.
Brittany, thank you for the $5. Todd, thank you so much for the mystery firework. Thank you so much. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Thank you. So again, I don't care about it in terms of a human being or being a person. What I care about is that I just think that that's ableist. So I think it's bad to be ableist, right? But I don't think it's murder.
Right. So what do you mean you think it's ableist?
It's ableist to specifically abort a fetus because it's not because it's gonna have Down syndrome.
Why is that ableist?
Because you're saying that they're not of value because they have Down syndrome.
Who said they weren't of value? They just maybe they just don't want a Down syndrome kid. Maybe they just not in their interest.
Exactly. That's the point I was making. Gabby, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for my monthly subscription to the Parker Cult. Thank you so much. Hail Parker.
Oh gosh, you guys are supporting the Parker Cult, dude. Come on. You guys are supporting the stoner. Dean the stoner, man.
Dean isn't.
That's sitting here and rips vapes 24/7.
That's an anxiety pen.
No, that's a vape. We're gonna stop with anxiety.
It's an anxiety pen.
He doesn't even show it. He covers it.
It's an anxiety pen. What are you talking about, dude? It's a literal anxiety pen. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
How do you know that?
Because, bro, it's an anxiety pen.
Just because he told you that?
Because it is.
And how do you know that?
Because it is. I've seen it. I've seen the anxiety pen. I have seen the anxiety pen. I'm telling you.
Oh, okay, for sure. Yeah, no, I'm gonna keep believing that's a vape. That bro's just a stoner. He's gonna have lung cancer soon. But anyway,
Go ahead. Oh wait, why?
So
There we go.
what do you think about? What do you think about? Do you think pro-life's okay?
No.
How come?
Because you are restricting the rights of women.
How? That's not an answer.
For non-sentient embryos. And Infernal, thank you. Infernal, thank you so much. I appreciate the $2. Thank you. Here's some funds for the Parker Cult. Thank you. Adam, thank you for the $10. Thank you.
All right, so say that one more time. What's it for? Why don't you?
Why don't I restate the question? Sorry.
So why are you not for pro-life again?
It restricts women's rights.
By what?
By restricting their access to abortion in the first trimester.
Right. So they should. What would be a reason for them to do that though?
Because they think it's murder.
No, what would be a reason for them to get rid of their kid?
Because they're not ready to have kids yet. For standard.
Okay, well, if they weren't ready to have kids yet, then they
What,
should.
I have a question. What's the reason
No,
why?
no, no, no. If they weren't ready to have kids yet, why did they engage in intercourse?
That's like saying, why do people use condoms when they engage in intercourse or birth control?
What?
That's like asking why people use condoms when they engage in sex or utilize birth control. If they didn't want to get pregnant, why'd they engage in sex? Because it feels fucking good, bro. I'm sorry you've never.
Okay, I understand that, but like that doesn't justify it. That doesn't mean just because something feels good. Like if I
Well, what makes it unjustified?
Well, okay, if I want to just unalive someone walking down the street because it feels good, is that okay?
No, because you're violating the rights of another person.
Okay, so, but it feels good though. I don't care if I'm violating the rights. It feels good.
There's no rights of a fucking non-sentient embryo. I'm sorry. What the hell are you talking about? Do you think a zygote is a person?
No, no, I get that, but I'm saying,
Wait, do you agree a zygote's not a person?
a zygote is a person.
You think a single cell organism is a person?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, like I mean, for me, it would depend at certain stages because they develop like at certain certain speeds. But
I have a question. I have a question. Could you look at a person under a microscope?
Right. So you're twisting what I'm saying.
No, I'm just asking you the question. Could you look at a person
So
under
at that stage, they are not classified as a human because they are a organism. They are living, but they at that stage they would not be classified as a human. I'm talking about later down the line.
Could you look at a person under a microscope?
It's not scrope, first of all.
I accidentally said.
No, I don't care.
Nice
No one
own.
says scrope.
Nice
mustache.
nice own, bro. Nice own.
No one says scrope, but Rose said scrub. What is a microscope? That was crazy work. Anyway,
Can you look at a person through a microscope?
I don't think so.
No. Okay, but you can look at a zygote through a microscope.
I've never looked through a microscope on a cell.
Well,
so
you can see a zygote through a microscope. So
okay.
So then you don't think they're people.
So what are you getting at? What are you?
If you don't think you can see people through
You're not even,
microscopes, then if you can see a zygote through a microscope, then it's not a person.
Okay, you can think that. That's cool, but you're not even addressing what I said earlier. I understand that, but that you can think whatever it is. You can think it's a worm. I don't care, but I'm trying to understand.
What?
So I want to do something because it feels good. Is that okay?
Wait, can you like respond to what I just said and then we can talk about that?
You did not respond to mine, so why would I respond to yours?
I actually did, but
You didn't.
You just didn't understand what I said, and then you're not.
I asked you why. I asked you, can I unalive people on the side of the street because it feels good?
No, because you're
So why
violating
can't
the rights of people. And then I asked you if a zygote is a person, and you said yes. And then I asked you a question specifically related to that, like, can you see
Right, I'm
people?
violating their rights, but it feels good. So why does that matter?
Because you're violating their rights.
But it feels good.
Appreciate that, mustache. I'm not saying that embryos have rights. That's my distinction here.
Yeah, I know, but you're claiming that since something feels good, it's okay to do it.
I never just said because something feels good, it means it's okay to do it. What I said is that these are motivations for why people engage in the action, right? And I said that there's no reason to indicate why it should be considered wrong, right? Typically,
Right,
like when if I go and pick up a rock in the forest, is that wrong?
No.
Give me a reason why it's okay.
Because there's no law that restricts that.
Because there's no law. If
Yeah.
there was a law, would it be wrong?
Like there's laws that restrict having intercourse at a certain age, like under 16 in most states.
If there was a law restricting you from picking up the rock, would it then be wrong?
To the law, yes. Not realistically.
I'm asking to you.
If there was a law, yes. That's how we work in this world.
If there was a law that means it was wrong to pick up a rock, it would make picking up a rock wrong?
Yes.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
What are you?
If there was a law saying eating an ice cream cone.
Oh, you're
was
talking about if it's like
wrong.
morally wrong. Like you're saying.
Yes. What the hell else would I be
Oh.
talking about?
I thought you were talking about like law wise. Okay. Well, no, and not morally. There's nothing wrong with that.
Okay. Well, why
You're
not?
sitting so many questions. You're not addressing what I'm saying.
Chick-
Like,
chick-
I don't
chicken. Why not?
because you're picking up a rock. That's not morally wrong in any way.
Because you have to exactly. You have to indicate a reason why it's wrong. You don't indicate reasons why it's good. You indicate reasons why it's wrong. Okay. So exactly with abortion in the first trimester, give me the reason why it's
So you're
wrong.
answering my question with a question. You're not answering my question with a rebuttal. Like you're just
If you had enough brain cells that were working, you would have realized that I was giving you an explanation so that you could understand my perspective on the matter. What did I explain?
I don't care about your perspective. I want an answer.
That's going to be how I answer it. Is going to be
Okay, so
me
you're
showing
answering-
you
you're giving
how
a
I have
question to a
how I
question.
have
That's what you're
perspective
doing.
on it.
You don't answer things with a question. You know that, right? That's not how we do things.
It can be if you're dumb enough.
Oh my god.
It's true.
Okay. Okay, that's cool. I understand that.
Like
You
if I
can-
have to
you can
explain
understand if
something to
someone's
you
dumb
and I
enough.
have to bring it to your level, of course.
Okay. Oh my god, that's besides the point, though. Anyways, if I'm going back to my same point, and then I'll address what you said. If it feels good, can I do it? And then you say because it violates someone's rights, but it feels good, right? It feels good.
I never said every action is good. That just feels good. Like, well, I'm confused what your point is.
Like I can go and get a back massage. That feels good. I can go. I can stretch. That feels good.
What is coming out of this guy's mouth? Is his brain functioning properly?
I'm asking you. You made that claim. I'm asking you why that matters. Why does something have to feel good for it to be okay?
I never said it did.
Right. So you're telling me now that are you conceding? Are you saying that now it's bad to do that just because it feels good?
No. Just because something feels good doesn't mean it's good or bad necessarily.
Yeah, I understand that. But I'm asking you is if something feels good, does that make it okay?
Not necessarily.
Right. So that debunks your argument because you argued that
That was
something that feels
I've
good.
been clear multiple times. That wasn't my argument.
So what was your argument then? That it's okay to have intercourse with someone and then abort a baby afterwards.
My argument was that there's nothing morally wrong you can identify with getting an abortion in the first trimester. Therefore, I don't think it's morally wrong, and I think it's okay to do.
Wait, say that one more time.
There's nothing morally wrong you can identify with getting an abortion in the first trimester. Therefore, I think it's okay to do.
Well, some people you could argue that it's a life.
Okay, well, so is someone who's brain dead, and you said that you could pull the plug and it's not murder. H, thank you for the
so-
$5 to the cult. Thank you.
So you think there's nothing morally wrong with it?
Yep.
Okay, so even if someone was wearing no protection and the person was on birth control or anything, and they actively had a kid and then they chose to AB it, is that okay?
For standard, repeat what you just said.
With the intention of getting a kid with no protection, and then aborting the kid afterwards, is that okay?
If it's in the first trimester, yeah.
So what about if they do it in 20 weeks or over?
If you're talking about a lethal abortion, no one's doing that. But yeah, it would be wrong after sentience to get a lethal abortion. But after the point of viability, it would just be an induction of labor. Like practically, again, no one's waiting until the 20th week to just like kill it. Like no one's doing that. That's typically just going to be medical after that.
So you do realize that happens, though, right?
Go ahead, give me a single case.
So you don't think that happens at all?
I actually haven't seen any cases. Could you provide me? Could you provide me a case within the last year of that happening? Like just for elective reasons after 20 weeks?
I'll look for one of them.
Go ahead. User, think of the confetti. Yeah, like literally after 20 weeks, you want the baby. And if anything, people at that point also understand that like they're close to the point of viability too.
Okay. Let's see.
And also,
Let's
yeah,
see.
there are lots of medical problems that can come from like lethal abortions after that point too. But
Let's see.
wait for him. Everyone, in the meantime, if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 1 million likes. Joe, thank you for the confetti. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. We probably should be on live here for the next 50 minutes or so, at least.
So in 2023, a woman named Laura from New York underwent an abortion at 23 weeks. And doctors detected several fetal abnormalities, including a possible Dandy Walker malformation.
So medical complications. There you go.
Right.
Yeah, I said it's totally okay with medical complications. Yes, I did. Again, I asked for you for like an elective. I asked you for an elective circumstance of that happening. No one's just waiting and just for the fuck of it, doing it at 24 weeks, right? Lethal abortion. No, just come on. Right now, at that point, people
But you do realize
people will have medical abortions, which they absolutely should be able to have access to.
Right, but she was not going to
Also,
unalive.
I just want to clarify this point as well. I hold the specific view that anyone who's assaulted should be able to get an abortion, right? And that will be determined by them and the doctor, okay? And what is the standard in which someone who's assaulted can get an abortion? Just based upon their own claim. So technically, under my worldview, there aren't any specific laws that are principled that would force everyone to do it. Like, in a certain sense, they could claim that this happened to them and they could get the abortion. But if they were to found out to have lied, then it would be like that they would be held accountable. But in a certain sense, like there wouldn't be any laws because I believe in that standard, like relating to it. But also the point I would say is that like the laws surrounding it don't really have an effect on it after that point. But
So do you agree that life begins at conception?
yeah.
Okay, so if life begins at conception, why do you think it's okay to do that to a baby at the beginning?
Because cellular life is not what's valuable. Sentient life is what's valuable. As I don't think it's murder for a family to pull the plug on an individual in their family that's brain dead, even though they are still cellularly alive. Kim, think of the $15. Thank you so much. Brandy, think of the $10. Ashley, think of the $1.
Right, but so you're basically saying it would be okay for someone to get rid of a kid if they purposely had one, and they could just get rid of it.
Prior to the point it's sentient. It's not a kid at that point. It's a fucking it's a fucking embryo.
Okay, that's fine, but that doesn't mean anything.
What do you mean? It does. There's a big difference between a kid and an embryo. Really fucking big difference.
Right, but once again, if they're engaging in something, then they should realize that can happen. That's exactly the reason why IUDs and things exist.
Wait, say that one more time.
If they're if they're engaging in something, they should realize that exists. So that's why IUDs and stuff exist.
Oh wait, do you think IUDs are murder?
No.
Yeah, you do, because not only can they prevent fertilization, but they can also prevent a fertilized egg from implanting into the uterine wall, which under your view would be murder. If it's a person at conception and it prevents a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore killing the fertilized egg, under your worldview, that's murder. So any of the women in the chat that have IUDs, you think should go to prison because they're murderers.
Big evidence of that not being not experiencing pain and not.
So you do think that women who have IUDs are murderers?
I've never really thought about that, but I don't think so.
No? Okay, well then you don't think zygotes are people. Appreciate the sunglasses.
What?
Then
No, that happens before conception even occurs, I'm pretty sure.
What do you mean?
Like, I'm pretty sure IUDs prevent the sperm before it even gets to the egg.
I just explained to you that not only can they prevent fertilization, but they can also prevent implantation, which prevents a fertilized egg at conception, right, from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore killing that fertilized egg.
Right, but they do that before it even gets anywhere. Once it starts to,
But I thought you said it was a life at conception, and that's what you care about.
right, but it doesn't even get to the egg.
What are you fucking saying, dude? A
It kills the-
fertilized egg at conception is a life under your worldview, is a person under your worldview, and you think it's murder to kill it. If you think it's murder to kill it, and the IUD in some circumstances prevents fertilized eggs from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore killing the fertilized egg, then you think that's murder. This is not complicated to understand from your own worldview.
No, I don't think that's murder.
Because you don't consider zygotes to be people.
Well, I think once they reach a certain week, they are people.
What week?
Like 20th week, somewhere around there. I think that once they reach that point, they're worthy of protection. Before then, they can use an IUD to do that. They can use condom or whatever.
Okay, so Chicken, you just said that you have my view.
Hmm?
You just said that you have my view.
How?
You just said that it's not valuable until 20-something weeks, right?
Well, no, I'm not saying that it's not valuable. I'm just saying it's definitely you shouldn't do that after 20 weeks.
Okay, but before that, you legally should be able to.
No.
So at what point should you be legally restricted from getting the abortion?
I don't think you should get an abortion unless your the life's in jeopardy or like it was.
So at any point.
At any point that they, yeah, at any point.
Okay. So why is an IUD not murder?
Because at that point, like, because pain doesn't come along, for example, until like later in the 20th week. So like at that time, it's not experiencing anything.
So it should be legal prior to the 20th week?
What?
Abortion.
No.
Why?
That's not the only thing that makes like it wrong.
Okay, so then can you explain to me why an IUD isn't murder?
Well, I've never really like looked into like IUDs, but like I'm not too sure what really is like the gist of it all.
Okay, we'll try again. An IUD, not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation, meaning it prevents a fertilized egg at conception from implanting into the uterine wall, therefore causing that fertilized egg at conception, that human life, to die. So in some circumstances, it murders the zygote under your worldview. So you
Right,
think
at that time it's not worthy of protection.
what makes it worthy of protection later on, but not then?
Like the development and the fact that it can like feel pain and it develops neurological things.
Okay, so sentience, subjective experience.
Yeah.
20 weeks. So prior to 20 weeks, should it be legal to get an abortion?
No.
Why not?
Because before 20 weeks, a lot of times like people they'll get like they think now that they can, since it's if it becomes legal, they'll just do whatever. Like they'll be able to just, you know what I mean?
At what point should it start being illegal to get access to an abortion?
To get access to an abortion
Yeah, like legally.
at 20 weeks.
20 weeks. So prior to 20 weeks, it should be legal, right?
Why do you think that?
I'm asking you, is that your position? Gemini, think of the description.
It should be illegal to get an abortion.
At any point during pregnancy?
Yeah, if it's not for like a good reason. Like if it's
Okay.
if it's not,
All right. Why?
because why would you do that? Like I don't understand what's the reason.
Is it like wrong? Is it like a person at conception?
it's a living organism.
How about this? Why is it not
wouldn't classify
wrong?
as a
Why is it not wrong to kill a zygote, but it is wrong to kill an embryo?
Because at that, I already told you, at that point they begin signs of like they develop, they can experience pain, and
So prior to the point it can experience pain, it should be legal to get an abortion.
no, because it's not just like the pain. That doesn't matter. That doesn't value what it is.
Okay, so then why are you bringing that up? As to why that makes a distinction between the zygote and the embryo, as to why it's wrong to kill one but not the other. You're arguing against your own position there.
Wait, because I don't understand. What are you saying though? Like, what do you mean?
I just said that you argued against yourself there.
How?
Wow, dude. I can explain something to you like 3 times in a row and you still don't get it. Are you
Yeah,
okay? Is your brain functioning properly? I'm sorry. I feel like I have to ask the question at this point. Like, I've been going over the same point like 20 times. Like, and I've been trying to be nice to you. Are you just stupid? Like, genuinely. I don't mean to be rude. I just genuinely am asking. Are you just dumb?
Bro, I think you got a hold of Dean's vape, bro.
I'm
Or
just
two-
asking. Like, I'm serious, bro. Are you okay?
No, bro. I know what I'm talking about.
This is like the Patrick meme. Is this the Krusty Krab? No. This is Patrick. Is this the Krusty Krab? No. This is Patrick.
Well, what makes you believe that it's okay to do it?
Okay. All right. Let's have this
Right, anytime.
conversation again. All right. You ready?
So after 20
Yo,
weeks,
thank
you
for
think it's okay
$5.
too?
Thank you. They don't have a coherent argument. Yeah, I know it's crazy. Hello, you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yeah, I hear.
Is there any point during pregnancy where you think abortion should be legal?
No.
No?
No.
Okay. So why should abortion at all points during pregnancy be illegal for elective reasons, but women having an IUD shouldn't be illegal, even though it leads to the death of zygotes? What's different about a zygote prior to implantation and after implantation that means that it's not valuable before, but it is valuable after, insofar as that you say it should be legal to kill it prior, but not legal to kill it after?
Because I'm pretty sure an IUD it kills it before it even attaches to the egg.
No. I gave you this explicit explanation, probably 5 times, of not only can it prevent fertilization, but it can also prevent implantation in some instances, preventing a fertilized egg at conception, one in which conception has already occurred, from implanting into the uterine wall.
Even if that was the case.
You don't think anything's wrong with what?
Because that's more of a better way to prevent them from having a kid than having it and then waiting all that time to just get rid of it after that.
Let me clarify the question one more time. Okay. Why is it okay to kill it prior to the point where pregnancy starts, but after pregnancy starts, then it's wrong to kill it?
Because prior that's a better humane way of getting rid of the chance of having,
What makes it more humane under your view?
because you're getting rid of it as soon as possible. Like if you wait weeks and weeks later and you decide,
if you didn't know it happened, and it is the case that you just find out in the first trimester, can you then get an abortion in the first trimester once you find out?
No.
So it's not based upon the fact that you did the first possible circumstance you could do it since you knew it. It's something else. What is it? How about this check-in? Let me just tell you. Prior to implantation and after implantation, it's the same entity. There's nothing distinct about it. The only distinction is location. That's seriously it. Thank you for the description. Thank you so much. It's seriously just that the conceived cell is located in a different position. That's it. There's no difference in developing it. There's no difference in any other attribute other than the location. So what about the location means it's okay to kill it in one scenario and it's murder to kill it in another? What reason? There is no reason. That's why I asked you the question. There's not a single damn reason you'd be able to give me. And that's why it shows the position that you hold is ridiculous to hold to.
Because I think it's bad to get rid of life.
No, because you don't think it's wrong to kill a zygote prior to implantation, but you do think it's wrong to kill it after implantation. So either you have to hold to the position that women with IUDs are murderers, or you have to hold to the position that some other attribute in specific is what grants moral value. And there's no specific attribute change once you reference prior to implantation to after implantation. So it has to be some other attribute. Maybe sentience. And if it's sentience, well, then you're going to agree with the pro-choice position.
Well, because it's a super effective way of preventing anything from happening down the line. That's why I don't.
And
That's why I don't think
so is an abortion pill.
Right, but that's an inhumane way of getting rid of
What
anything.
makes it inhumane?
Because why do a medical procedure when you could have just did that from the get-go? You could have just had an IUD from the get-go.
Let's say the IUD didn't work. And also, you can engage in birth control.
Right,
That doesn't. Wait, you understand there's other birth control than IUDs, right?
I don't even know. Has there even been a case of an IUD not working?
Yes. IUDs are not 100%. Oh my God.
I think they are. Aren't they like 99?
No, they're not 100%. What the fuck?
Oh, well, even if that
The fact that you asked the question, is there even a circumstance of an IUD failing, shows you just how fucking little you know.
because I remember seeing something about how it literally is like almost 100% effective.
I need a second. It's a goddamn anxiety pen.
That's what they all say, bro.
It is, bro.
You got proof?
Yeah, I do.
Are we just going by here? He say, she say.
You see how patient I am right now?
Okay, what is that supposed to mean?
Any reasonable person would be crashing out on you right now. If this conversation was happening like 2 months ago, I would have crashed out on you. Okay? I would be crashing out on you right now.
Bro's a YN.
Infernal, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, thank you for the $2. Thank you as well. But what I just realized, Chicken, is that like I genuinely don't know what could change your mind. Like I don't think you're critical enough of a thinker.
I'm open to changes, but
this is where this breaks down. You know what I mean? Like if every person that came up on the live thought the way you did, engaged the way you did, these lives wouldn't be useful. You know what I mean? But because people are genuine and because people are willing to be critical thinkers and willing to engage with reality and truth, that's why these lives are effective. So I think when like a lot of people on the internet think debates aren't effective, it's because they hear you. So I urge you to like, wait, what did you say? Young what?
you're a YN.
Okay. All right. Let's go on to the next person. Jesus, dude. Yo, what's up?
Hello? Oh my god, I love you. I'm sorry, bye.
Appreciate
I love you though.
Appreciate you. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Joe, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Zygo told me in a bar one time when I was on vacation. Well, hold up. Told me one time they hated being constantly aborted. I agreed and bought it a shot for real. Parker was so still for a second. I thought the live froze. You know, that happens with me. Justin, thank you for $10. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. Yo, don't. Did you vote for Donald Trump? Thank you. Why is my microphone cutting out like that? What the fuck? Hello. Can you hear me now? All right. Sorry, chat. I don't know why it's this thing. I apologize. But the live is like near the end, so it's like there's no reason to reset the live. Yo, it's a pal to you. Appreciate you coming on. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Is it better now, everyone? Can y'all hear? Can y'all hear me? It's worse. Okay. All right. Let me try to fix it. All right. Can y'all hear me now? It should be better now. It's bad. Trinity, what the fuck is wrong with you? I've blocked you on a fucking million accounts. I've blocked you multiple times today. What the fuck is wrong with you? Mike is back? Okay. Jesus, dude. It's like, dude, I've blocked her multiple times today. I'm serious. She has a million accounts. And goes to my live every day. Earlier today, she said everyone needs to get a job and stop watching me. Girl, you watch me more than like anyone else on the live. What are you talking about, Trinity? Milan, did you vote for Donald Trump? And it's out again? Oh my god, I'm sorry, everyone. You know what? Is it fine on YouTube? Is my mic cutting out at all on YouTube? It's low-key a TikTok issue. I don't know what's going on. It's on and off. I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. Hello? Okay, it's fucking up. All right. I think let's see if this works. Do I hear things through my let's see if I hear it now. Yo, it's a how old are you? What'd you say?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
First, I just want to say it's an honor being on. I think you're someone that is good on the Democratic side. I don't think everybody is good, but I do think you're one of the honest people. And I more wanted to do a talk about the Second Amendment and what you think about it, because if it is a debate, I know I would get cooked. But what's your opinion on it, and if it should be restricted at all?
The Second Amendment. So obviously there are things within the Second Amendment to like say one, it's well regulated, right? So like we can put all regulations. I don't think that's incompatible with the Second Amendment.
I guess more of what I'm asking is, like, what regulations do you think should be on, and do you think like Democrats are handling it well and like on the state issue?
Yeah, I generally I don't have fully fleshed out views when it comes to gun control, but I typically err on the side of restricting guns more, probably. For stab
Okay,
guns.
so
And
can I
like
just
and
use
like
my
having more restrictions. So like common sense gun control legislation I'm in support of, which commonly includes like red flag laws, bans on like high capacity magazines and automatic weapons and stuff like that. Bump stocks. Yeah, I disagree with a lot of those types of things.
So some of those other ones made sense to me, but the high capacity magazines I disagree with, because the reason why I think the Second Amendment should be a thing is to stop a tyrannical people. So, and to make sure that people have, to make sure that people have power.
Against the government?
Yeah, if the government,
the government has fucking missiles and drones, we're fucked.
I don't think.
Respectfully, if the government wanted to kill us, we're fucked.
I don't think so. I think you underestimate
The government would
American
clear
people's
us,
will.
dude. They could illness. Oh, dude, we would get fucked and fucking destroyed.
No,
Dude.
we would outnumber them.
Well, I mean, the only way
50
we
to
would win
1.
is if we could get people within the government to be on our side. But if we're actually fighting against the government, we're fucked, dude. I'm serious.
I
like
disagree. I
your
think you
only
truly
shot is not the
underestimate.
guns. Your only shot is convincing the people within the military to help us,
That would definitely go a long way, and I think that
which
would be
does
a
not
huge
require
strategy.
guns.
But if you look at like countries that have became tyrannical, typically they always take away the right to bear arms if they ever had it in the first place. And if it wasn't a big deal to have guns, why would they take it away in the first place?
If it was, it is a big deal. It is a big deal to ban guns because it saves lives.
No, I'm saying for the tyrannical governments that did take away guns, why would have they taken away guns?
But there aren't there are some governments that are not tyrannical that have taken away guns as well.
Yeah.
Why are you attributing it to only be tyrannical because some tyrannical governments have done it? Some tyrannical governments have had markets. That doesn't make markets bad. Some tyrannical governments were governments. That doesn't make all governments bad. We've got to use a little bit more critical thought.
And my guess, or my response to that would be they typically did it right before they did atrocious acts, and you could say it's all a coincidence. But also, too, a lot of the countries that have took away the Second Amendment, and I'm sure you're going to say like Australia, that's an example of a government that took away guns.
They don't have the Second Amendment.
Sorry, you know what I meant to say though. You know, like
yeah,
the premise of what I was trying to say. I just believe, and if the government did, there is a scenario where it all turns out good. But one, why would you want to risk that? And two, I believe a lot of countries haven't had enough time to develop yet and still might turn.
Wait, restate that. Sorry. I was responding to my girlfriend.
Okay. How far back do you want me to restate? What was the last thing you heard?
Go back a few sentences.
Okay. I was going to say, I know a lot of people like to say how a lot of governments haven't turned, or a lot of governments that have took away the right to bear arms haven't turned tyrannical yet, like Australia or other countries.
I understand.
I would say
we're
to that.
already tyrannical. Like we already exist within a tyrannical government. I understand your point. Like what you're not understanding is that the only way that we have a chance at convincing them and being able to change things is through democracy, is through changing things, right? By like convincing people. I promise you, if you try to fight against the government, you're not going to fucking win. The government has access to incredible levels of technology and organization that you do not have access to, that none of us have access to. We don't have the resources. Realistically, we do not. Right, to fight against the government on a military perspective. The way that we could genuinely fight against a tyrannical government is by utilizing democracy, protest our positions and opinions. That is the way we convince people, right, to be able to be on our side and to be able to change governmental structures within our system.
You're saying
because the
having
U.S.
guns?
government's so strong. Like, I don't think you understand the type of technology and military capacity of the government that we would be trying to fight against.
I don't think you
It's a death
understand though
sentence to
how
fight against the U.S.
powerful
government.
the American people are and how much willpower we do have if they truly became tyrannical. I truly think you underestimate the American population. Like because you also got to think.
I think you underestimate technology.
No, because to say we wouldn't
You don't have drones.
is insane.
You don't.
But
You
no,
don't.
'cause
You do
the
not have
kamikaze
drones.
style that are being
You don't
used
have
in-
nukes.
They wouldn't use nukes. That's delusional. They would blow up their land and then they wouldn't get anything out of it. To say they would use nukes is delusional. No offense.
I'm just saying.
Because that would destroy their own stuff and their own money and their own economy.
Wait, we're
They would
talking.
not use
Wait,
nukes.
dude. So then they wouldn't shoot any of their own people.
No, because they would want it to be as precise as possible, and shooting and drone strikes would probably be what they would do, but not nuclear because that
Drone
blows the whole
strikes.
city.
The point that we're just addressing is that anything they could do. It's all within their own field. We don't have.
Yeah, but we have to be realistic and look what they would actually do. They would never.
Do you have military grade drones?
Military grade is extremely vague. Are we talking like
we would
those
all
huge
get
ones
fucking
that are 20 feet
destroyed.
long?
We'd all
Are we
get fucking
talking-
destroyed by some Call of Duty kid in fucking some military base where we don't know where they are. They would fuck us all up with a drone.
Then
all they'd have to do
why-
is sit there.
Which drones are you talking about? Are you talking about the kamikaze style, or are you talking about like the huge ones that are 20 feet above that you never see? Because there is
Any of the drones they have.
no, because you can see right now in the Ukraine-Russia war, a lot of people on ATVs are shooting them down with shotguns. I have plenty of shotguns. I'm quite good with a shotgun, I feel like. And not just me individually, but people are very good and people who would be trained. They'd be able to shoot down those kamikaze-style drones. Well, that is a real strategy used in the Ukraine-Russia war. Are you going to deny that? They shoot them down with shotguns?
While you try to shoot it down with a shotgun, close quarters. Good luck. You'll get fucking drone striked.
So
you want to play duck hunt? Jesus Christ, bro.
I mean, I just what?
Dude, he's like, dude, we'll be able to fight against all of the drones. You take out one drone, it would take fucking how many people to do that? We're so fucked.
One
dude.
person?
This is
Okay,
not
and I guess
GTA,
this
it's
isn't
not
getting
duck
anywhere,
hunt.
because I guess that's just where we have differences. I think there is a lot of power in the people,
Okay,
and
I get you, but like the power in the people lies within our voices and our opinions and the pressure
Yes,
that we
that
can
too,
put on our
obviously.
politicians. That's where the power of us lies in. And I think that's what makes the most sense in the modern era against the US military. Now, for other militaries or other governments, the conditions for violent revolution might be different. You know what I'm saying? All right. But like that just doesn't exist in the United States, and it's not reasonable by any means.
okay. So I guess we just have different opinions there. So I guess this was a good conversation. I got to see your.
Hold up, I want to hear.
No, I just wanted to chime in just for 1 second, only because I think I hear this a lot, especially where I grew up. So Parker knows where I grew up, right? And this was the common thing, like, oh, I need to own 50 guns because in case the government comes and gets me or something, I need to, be. But what you're not understanding also is that one, you're assuming that every single citizen will be against the government. That's never how these things play out. There will be a substantial amount of citizens who will actually agree with the government and who are willing to take the government's side and who will then go against their fellow citizens. That's how it works. And every single time when we have a big government that is going against citizens, there's either a substantial minority or in some cases a full-out majority who say, well, no, the government is not actually being tyrannical. Who's being tyrannical are those citizens who are actually trying to overthrow the government. So you're assuming that all 300 million people will all of a sudden just rise up. That's not how it like ever plays out. It just never plays out that way, because the very people who you say should own guns will likely also side with the government.
And I guess that is a realistic scenario where most of the people in America don't. But to say it would be crazy that 250, obviously not all 300 million are, but to say it's crazy that 250 million wouldn't go into support of the group that is trying to overthrow the government if it became tyrannical also is wrong too. The country has united before, and I believe it could unite again against a evil threat.
But what is evil is entirely subjective based
Exactly.
on the person. Like we had a whole civil war for the fact that millions and millions and millions of people thought it was okay to own other people, and we devolved because we couldn't agree on that fact. And that would exactly happen again. For example, just hypothetically, right? This is purely hypothetical. Let's say Donald Trump decided in a few hours that he's going to say that the Constitution no longer applies, and that if you disagree with him, he's going to come and like summarily just take you away, right? Let's say he says that, right? Do you think all of his supporters are going to be like, you know what? Now he's tyrannical, I'm going to rise up against him? Or would a substantial a group of those people who also have the guns are going to be like, you know what? Maybe he makes a good case. Maybe we should detain people like Parker and everything because he has liberal opinion, that he's against Donald Trump, who I see as a good guy, right? That's the problem here, is you're assuming that the very people who will actually rise up will be on the side of justice, when throughout history that's actually not been the case. Which is why I would argue that this whole rhetoric assumes that we will all see what real tyranny is. That is just entirely subjective, because I see tyranny in Russia, but yet Parker knows well that we have people who come up here daily who say that what's happening in Russia is good, that it should continue to happen, that Vladimir Putin is a good guy and everything. That's that type of subjectivity that is inherent in this, which is why I think you shouldn't use the whole like, yeah, we should have the Second Amendment to like, a rise up or anything.
So I just don't get how that completely counteracts my claim. Because yeah, obviously, if Trump became this awful dictator, and I know Parker's gonna say he already is, but let's just say like,
$5. Well, I mean, he doesn't have the current authority as a dictator, but he wants to. He definitely
if
wants
Trump
to.
did become tyrannical and this awful, huge dictator, there would be a lot of Republicans that still support him, and I think that is a huge problem in the Republican Party. It almost has a cult-like following, not majority, but I do think there's a percentage that is like that. But I do think most of the Republicans would turn on him. Obviously, there'd still be that few branch, but you wouldn't need all of the population to fight the government. You would just need a majority, I think, more than majority, probably around a 70%.
You know what, Kyle? I got a point for you. You care about the Constitution so much. Why the fuck did you vote for a guy that literally said he wants to terminate all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution? Please explain that one to me, bro.
In the beginning of our conversation, I did say, can we stay on the Second Amendment, because it is the topic I'm the most educated
The
on.
point that I would say is that like the Second Amendment is within the Constitution. And if he wants to terminate all rules and regulations and articles, even those found in the Constitution, that includes the Second Amendment. So when he's undermining that because he thinks that he won the election with no sufficient evidence, that's undermining your Second Amendment.
And like I said, I'm just not as educated on that other stuff. Second Amendment affects me personally, so that's the topic I am most educated on. So I don't want to misrepresent the Republican Party and the Republican side with this argument. So, if you don't mind, I would like to stay on the Second Amendment.
Okay, then what about Donald Trump saying, for example, let's take guns first and have due process second?
Good question. I was going to ask that.
I am not familiar with that quote, but if you're going to try to act like Republicans are worse for the Second Amendment, then
that's not my no. I didn't make that claim. We were talking about Donald Trump.
But
Donald Trump has for a long time not been a friend of the Second Amendment. He has said things that if any Democratic president had said those very things, you would be very, very concerned, right? Like very concerned. If a Democrat had said, let's take guns first and have due process second, you guys would be entirely up in arms about it. But yet when Donald Trump says it, it's a joke, or he didn't really mean it, or blah, 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 which is exactly that kind of tyrannical rhetoric that you get when people try to excuse things that lead to that kind of authoritarianism.
I can list stuff that Democrats have done that I believe is in complete violation too, and not I just said have literally done. So we can act like Trump's rhetoric is bad, which it is, or we can actually look at stuff the Democrats have literally done, like the state I live in, Washington. You cannot own semi-automatic rifles. I don't know if I can say that word. Can I not? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you can.
Wait, can I ask him this, Kyle? Oh gosh, it's doing the fucking thing.
So my interpretation of Second Amendment is just vastly different than yours.
Well, I'm not saying you can't interpret it differently. I don't know if it's obvious, but when
I don't think it's obvious because it took 200 and some years before we even got to like.
that's what I was saying. I was saying it's extremely vague, and I think it's quite like clear how people can interpret it different. I'm saying how Democratic leaders typically restrict it way more than Republicans. Even if Trump says he's going to do these things, he never actually does really in terms of restricting the Second Amendment when Democratic leaders literally do. It's worse.
Yeah, because we stand on our actions. Like when we say stuff, we like mean it, and we want to. And Democrats by and large care more about public policy.
So
when we say shit, we want to actually make it happen.
But your original point was, or not your original, but the point you made a little bit ago was Trump restricts the Second Amendment more. I'm showing you things that
I said his rhetoric shows that he would want to, and I bet you that if he could, he probably would. Because
I don't think
in
so.
his heart, I think he's not a particular fan of, nor does he know about the like long history of the Second Amendment. I don't think he really cares.
I think he does care. So, and I guess that's not something we can't argue on because it's just things and there's no evidence behind it really. So I don't think that's a topic we should.
I just use what he says, like the fact that he has said things that are anti-Second Amendment, and the fact that
I
he
looked at what
was
he
the only
has
president
done.
in the last like
Even though
decade
he
and a
has
half to
banned bump
like
stocks.
propose like an anti-gun measure and stuff. Like Joe Biden didn't do that. You know, Obama didn't do that. I mean, you know, it's been Trump who was the one who actually did something about it, and good for him. Like, you know what? I actually did agree with him on that.
Kyle, can I just ask you about your religious views?
I mean, I feel like that's kind of pivoting.
If you no, I was just curious. If you don't want to,
If it aligns with the Second Amendment, but if you're gonna
it's
ask me
not going
about
to.
Okay, then no.
You only want to talk about the Second Amendment? Okay, I have nothing else I
Okay.
have to say about the Second Amendment.
Okay, well, this was a good conversation, man. It was fun being up here. Hope you have a wonderful day.
For sure.
See you later.
All right, let's go. Let's go to the next person, everyone. Let's get the next person real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. I want to do a live here pretty soon where I just see religion. I might do that again.
Yeah, you definitely should. That'd be fun.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Jerry, are you there? Hey, Adam, how you doing? Good to see you, Adam.
Let's get another person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Bro, Harry W. You and Dean are beta. Cope. All these months later, Donald Trump won the election. You're still coping.
You're really weird for saying that one.
You're a beta piece of shit. You're a beta piece of shit. Harry W.
Can you define beta?
You and Dean like to
That's
shower
some really
together.
weird shit. What the fuck are you? I bet you think about that. all
And
the
you're a
time.
beta piece of shit.
Can you tell me what beta
and
means?
Trump won.
Can you tell me what
Harry
beta means?
W.
What is-
And
what
you're
is-
a
what
twink
is-
fuck.
what does beta mean?
Him.
Oh, he can't tell me. What a weirdo, dude. What a weirdo. Male holiness epidemic. He's the explanation. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, Tyler.
Yo,
Yeah. So, did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Why so?
Man, honestly, a lot of it boiled down to economic policy for me.
Okay. What economic policy?
Well, I own a business, so like a lot of his tax proposals, a lot of the I mean, outside of economics, also like I just aligned more on his viewpoints with. I don't know if I can say it on here,
What
but
tax policy, by the way?
for one, like trying to eliminate capital gains tax was a big one for me.
What policy has he passed to do that?
Well, he's proposed passing legislature to remove capital gains.
No, he didn't.
Yeah, he did. He suggested it on his campaign trail.
Why hasn't he talked about it since?
Well, he's been dealing with a lot of other things like tariffs and people attacking him, but
He can't do it. He has no time. But he has time to
no,
but he has time to golf.
no, I think he has to allocate different time and resources for different things
Like
as they
golfing.
arise.
Like golfing. And
No.
and going to the Super Bowl.
I mean, every president's done leisurely activities.
He's on another level though.
But
Joe
he's claiming
Biden
he has
played
no
golf.
he's claiming he has no time to do something that he considers should be able to do just through an executive order.
I'm not saying he has no time to. I'm saying he hasn't done it yet. He's done a lot of other things. Personally,
Give
for
him
one,
time,
I
give him
agree.
time.
I agree with his tariffs that he's proposed and implemented.
Everyone on YouTube, to make sure to like this stream. You agree with this tariffs? Can you tell me what a tariff is?
A tax on imports.
A tax on imported goods. Nice. Who pays that? Who pays that tax?
Well, it's a combination of people who pay the tax, but aside from who pays the tax, the bigger picture why I agree with it is I own a business that manufactures electrical goods,
I just
and
asked you who pays the tax.
both the importer and the importee. I mean,
so it's going to be the consumer. It's passed on to the consumer.
partially.
Yeah, because the importing
prices
business,
are raised,
the importing business would have to pay it and pass it down to the consumer.
if they raise their prices, yes.
Yeah, they would
But-
have to. They would have to account for the increase in cost of production.
To an extent, but also the byproduct of that is production of similar goods is moved into America. Like for me personally, I've seen a huge increase in like fabricated equipment that we build, like welded assemblies that we usually
Tyler,
wouldn't see.
I'm telling you that's not true. The reason why that's not true is because it is the case that companies in America rely on aspects of their production process that come from countries around the world, whether it be material or certain labor, producing certain types of goods in a certain manner, so that we can then use those goods to then develop the goods that we are selling in our country. Okay, so our supply chains rely on products from countries around the world, and when you tariff them, right, it causes the supply chains to be disrupted.
I get what you're saying, but I'm just telling you, I own a business and I'm personally experiencing massive influxes in orders for manufactured goods. I get what you mean. There's definitely some components that could, like I've gotten sent letters from like large global manufacturers saying that they're increasing their prices by 5%, 10%, whatever it is. But
I'm sorry. It going up for you does not determine the entire economy, how it's on trend for.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying for the domestic manufacturers like me, it's been beneficial so far.
No, you making a claim about overall domestic manufacturers when you're just referencing your own experience is the exact problem I just referenced that you said that you just addressed. No, you cannot make that claim.
Okay. Well, I'm making that claim because my business has done well. Yeah, I mean, you can tell me I can't make that claim. I know several other people that have
It's
experienced the same
anecdotal.
thing.
It's
Uh,
not.
I-
It's not. It's not actually like demonstrative of like the average for domestic manufacturers.
Okay. Well, I respect your opinion, but that's
It
just
could be
my take on it.
specific to your industry or your niche.
Yeah, electrical manufacturing in the U.S. has definitely seen an increase. I can say that.
Well, within your area, within that certain respect. But okay, but the tariffs aren't even implemented yet. They're currently on pause. So I'm confused why that's happening. If it's related to the tariffs,
I'm saying the
is
reaction,
it because they're stockpiling?
the reaction that some people expected, I think, is starting to wear off. Like
It's
people
on pause.
hearing
Still.
about,
The tariffs are still on pause.
but people hearing about the tariffs. I think a lot of manufacturing companies expected to see everybody pump the brakes, and that was the case for the first couple months of this year. But at this point now, I think people are seeing the value of moving manufacturing back to the U.S. in a lot of different industries.
I don't think that's true. I think there's still like 2 or 3 news stories that are happening every day about the tariffs that still show a overall negative light. Like it's the fact that we're in a pause state. So the fact that we're in a pause state is kind of messing things up, and we're waiting to hear the outcome of the pause state, whether or not there'll be any deals or not. But like daily, there's like plenty of news about how people are like still upset.
Oh, there's plenty of news about a lot of different things. I mean,
Yeah, but you made the case that like people aren't really talking about it. No, it's still being talked about. I mean, like we had Moody's just yesterday. We had Walmart over the weekend. We had various surveys that also came out showing a huge drop in support. I mean, so these things are like still coming out. You just may not be picking up on them, but they're still out there.
I understand. I'm just saying there's a lot. I'm reading some of these comments. These are funny. I'm with you. Like, yeah, there's definitely people that are, I think a lot of it also stems from people that are just, cardinally anti Donald Trump, like people that just dislike Trump and his policies. And those news outlets are going to report negatives a majority of the time. Whereas people that, maybe don't have that hatred for Donald Trump and are seeing things a little bit more objectively.
You do know that like we could make the same claim that we could say, well, when news stories came out of about Joe Biden, that was just people who hated Joe Biden and they did it, because they could. No, it's the fact that it's reporting what's happening on the ground. Like
Who's reporting it?
AP, Reuters, Times. I mean, even the Wall Street Journal is like talking about it. This is not like it's like all like left leaning people.
No,
I mean,
no,
the Wall
I
Street Journal
get it.
has been some of the most critical on Trump's overall tariffs. So I mean, like, and they're one of the most conservative major outlets out there. So I mean, this is not like anything new here.
I get it. I don't know. All I can speak upon is my experience. Like I'm just telling you guys from the reasoning that I voted for Trump is because he made a lot of promises on the campaign trail to try and clear out, corruption and excess spending on silly things that he's already doing with Elon and the Doge committee. I agree with those as well. And then I just feel like my business depends a lot on oil and gas, and I think as a whole, we're seeing a pretty good increase in production. And
Okay. Well, that's just like overall not seen by the market. So I don't know why we're using that as an overall general trend. Is there any final statements you want to make? Because I think I'm hitting my max for the day.
No, that's all. Thanks for having me on. God bless you guys.
All right, peace.
Thanks.
All right, I'm gonna go finish the night. I'll answer a few questions on YouTube. Otherwise, I'm gonna get off for tonight.
All right, thanks for having me up, Parker. Have a good night.
So appreciate you, Matt, as always, man.
Yep. Bye. Take care of yourself.
Of course, appreciate you, man. Everyone on TikTok, I recommend to go over to YouTube, and you can come ask questions. We'll be on YouTube for a few more minutes answering questions. So go over to my YouTube channel, Parker Get a Job. I recommend to go subscribe over there. I would really appreciate that, seriously. And I posted a video today. I post a video every single day, so you can go check that out as well. Been putting a lot of work into it. So yeah, if you have any questions, ask it in the comment section on YouTube. Otherwise, I'm gonna get off on TikTok for tonight. I love y'all so much. I will see everyone tomorrow. I will be on for debates tomorrow. Don't worry. If you didn't get to debate me today, I will be on tomorrow. I debated a handful of people, and we'll be able to tomorrow as well. All right. I love y'all on TikTok. I will see y'all later. Go over to my YouTube, Parker Get a Job. For a few more minutes, I'll be answering questions. If you have any questions, Q&A. But yeah, I'll see y'all. Alrighty. What's up, people on YouTube? Let me see what we were at in terms of following. Oh, 33%. Not terrible, actually. It's actually not horrible. That was good. Good live back on the main. I think we'd be able to build it up in a few days. I feel like that'd be really easy to build up. Did you name your plant in the background? No, I haven't yet. I was hoping some people would come from my TikTok, but I actually don't quite see anyone coming from the TikTok. Congrats to Marge on graduation. I appreciate that. I'll make sure to tell her that. Way better quality over here. Yes, I know. It's so much better. Hello. I'm from TikTok. I'm from TikTok. Oh, nice, nice. If you're here from TikTok, I recommend liking the stream. I would really appreciate that. I'd really appreciate that. That means we probably lost some people from the normal YouTube stream. I'm guessing it, but we gained everyone back. That's what my thoughts are. How's live, Parker? It's been pretty good. It's been pretty good. Getting back onto live has been nice. I'm going to be doing more solos tomorrow, I think. I'll try to set up time for that. I think we have like 1,100 likes on the stream, everyone. I want 1,200 likes. Let's try to get to 1,500 at least before we end it. 1,500 at least. Ultra also, it's just over time it picked up after doing it a lot. I like the mustache, but happy to see your face again. Yeah, I thought it was time maybe to get rid of it, but maybe sometime we'll bring it back in the future if enough people want it. Will you ever have a beard? Probably not. The thing is, I don't grow hair like right here, but I grow it like right here and like down here all the way through, and like even here and stuff, like here all the way goatee, mustache. Hoppy, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I haven't seen him recently. Been wondering the same. What's your comfort food? Ooh, I have a lot of comfort foods. I don't know if I can give like one off the top of my head. I'll give it. I like cereal. Moose, I don't see engaging with people that are generally on the left to be very productive in the personal landscape of things right now. I think it makes more sense for me to engage with right-wing people and to keep my content focused on that. What cereal? You look like a Fruit Loop person. I always get the ones with like little strawberries in them. You know what I'm talking about? Like the little dried strawberries. I love them. So good. Isaiah, thank you for $2. I will try to look through. I just get a lot of the messages. JTRY, I have an issue with eating. That's why I'm super skinny. So it's like, it's not bad for me. It's good for me. Uh, tips to advocate. It could be advocating comes in many forms. Do what you're best at. Do what comes naturally, especially just, for me, when I'm really uncomfortable with things, it's really hard. I don't know what I'm uncomfortable. No, sorry. When I don't know what's going to happen, I become really uncomfortable with things. For me, knowing what's going to happen, knowing that I'm pretty good at it is useful for me. So that's what I would recommend, is do things that you're comfortable in your skill set in doing. All right, I'm going to get off, everyone. I love y'all so much. I love y'all so much. Did you finish Fear the Walking Dead? Yes, I did. All right, everyone. I love y'all so much. I would recommend make sure to like the stream. I think we're not at 1,500 yet. I think we're still at like 1,200. I'd really appreciate if you like the stream. Like a few hundred people like the stream. I'd really appreciate that. I don't know if I don't think we're gonna hit 1,500, but maybe tomorrow we will. Patricia, thank you for the $10. I am. Thank you so much. Thank you. All right, I love y'all so much, Joe. Thank you for the $5. I get you. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Oat milk is always good. Oat milk is always good. Yeah, I appreciate everyone. Have a great night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Check out the videos that I posted. I love y'all so much. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Be on live tomorrow. Peace out. Peace out.